I asked for this one just to get more clarification on what we're trying to do here.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As part of our regular operations here at the city in the past, we have been responsible for doing encampment cleanups, whether it's in the river or whatever, at various locations throughout the city. We've recognized that there are some situations that the city finds themselves in, either through injuries or other exposures, that it'd probably be best to have us contract with an outside vendor to perform those encampment cleanups. And we're talking about the major encampments, not necessarily your day-to-day operations, but when we have large-scale events that we're taking that take place in over multiple days. So this contract with Service Masters allows us to engage with those folks to do that cleanup. They coordinate everything with city staff as far as noticing, but they take care of the entire cleanup process.
Okay. The only reason I brought that up again, in the past we've used some local companies to help do some of the cleanups. You're talking about on a larger scale. So then I'm going to go back to making sure we don't create the situation where we're creating large-scale encampments again, that we're regularly visiting the river in different areas and encouraging people to use our
the shelter
center.
Yeah, so, and we've had cleanups obviously around the Park Hill, et cetera, and those are the types of situations where these folks will assist us in. But the smaller ones we'll continue to do.
Okay, that was my question. Do we have any other questions from council?
Just about how often are we anticipating having the cleanups?
You know what, I could defer it to Mike, but I'm guessing that we have major cleanups probably about 4 times a year. It's not very often, but when they are when they do take place, it is pretty large scale. It's a pretty large scale event. So.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the public?
Zavan Casada.
You know, I get like my success giggles when I come up here. I start, feeling success, so I start giggling a little bit. Sorry about that. My name is Zavon, and I'm a full-blown artist, and I'm actually a motivational speaker in the process of rising as a star. And dealing with these kind of services firsthand, because slept under the bridge. Yes, I did. It's okay. And also, slept, in places where they had major cleanup. And I want to know, I just hope these aren't the same companies that have been doing it in the past, because it happens every 2 days. No disrespect either to the city manager, because he always gets the job done. But I'm saying maybe it's the other way around. Why don't we looking at it as a problem we can solve, like San Jose right now? Mr. Mayor, I know you like to compete with San Jose, or act like you're the mayor from San Jose, but that's a different subject. So I'd like to just say one thing. San Jose right now is taking its low income or homeless, which I would think to be called low income, make it a 3-category thing, like the new iTunes has 3 categories now, right? And I'd start looking at it as a way of changing it into brilliance and showing just how intelligent and innovative that your community is. You start putting the people that are homeless, living in the areas of that, and you start putting them in a job, cleaning it up, giving them some money of a profits to put them in a foundation so that they're able to be stable and do something with their lives, and not just live like where they're living and think that's the best way to go, because it's not. And I think that the past experience with the services that are supposed to be picking this up and, lost weight, a lot of waste and everything, and, could have been done so long ago if it was just nit in the butt, had some leadership behind it, not just going down there and just shaking hands and waves and, hey, pick up that over there too, over there, yeah, over there, yeah. And going out there and actually getting in and seeing what's going on and what services need to be provided to help them get off with that in the streets. I don't think any people ever should be living in a river bank. How ridiculous is that? That is embarrassing for our community to even have that. When we got corporate giants out there ready to donate money or to help out. I think Facebook's helping out East Palo Alto, Google's doing something in San Jose. Like San Jose is trying to do something with the homeless. And Hollister, I'm pretty sure we had the idea before them because we had it in the works somehow. So maybe, Mr. Mayor, you should get in touch with the homeless, since we never talk about them, or the director, Christina Soto, she's not around again. Or am I hallucinating, Raj? She's here somewhere hiding. You're hiding, right, Mr. Soto? Because she's taking care of our homeless. Then why is our homeless running around dying in the streets and looking like slums when we have thrift stores catering to them, yet nothing is getting done? And everything is swimming in the same swimming pool. How are you going to clean anything out if everything's still dripping back in? You got to go to the problem and get this not an answer, because an answer could be wrong. You get a solution. And you move forward and you take your community to another level of advancement of innovation, where other communities are looking at you in awe. Even in a different of a matter, if they didn't think of you as that, there comes a sense where, wow, your brilliance will start to show. Let's our community glow and show what we have as a brilliant community of champions. Aww. Woo! That's fire.
Thank you very much. So just clarification, we do have programs to help our homeless find jobs and provide jobs for them. So we are doing that. That's a county-wide project. And together, the city and county have built that homeless shelter, which opened a few years back. And it's just won another grant for $1.8 million to help expand it. We're looking forward to that, along with other programs to help some of the homeless. So there's a lot of work going on out there, and we're going to keep going. Oh, we actually, I have meetings about it every month, so you're welcome to join us. Please do. I'm being serious. Please join us. And I ask all of you to help us. So the homeless program. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Lenore?
Oh, yes. I found out when I got on the council that the homeless subject is a difficult one with a lot of different things you can do and you can't do. I didn't know, so I'm learning. But tonight we're talking about cleanup of encampment. And I saw the encampments right up close when I took that train ride from San Jose to Sacramento. Holy cow. And I know we have it here, but if you don't step on this cleanup, it's going to be what I saw on the railroad track all the way, all the major cities. It was horrible. It was depressing. I almost started crying. I don't like it down in the river. That's the waterways. That goes to the Palo River, which goes to the ocean. There's human waste. That's the most worst thing, the human waste in the buckets. And they cap up their tent and they leave. They don't have any way to take the garbage. I'll give them that. But somebody's got to clean it up. It's really, really bad. I don't like staff subjected to that. It's a health issue, big time. So I definitely support this encampment cleanup contract. Highly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zavon, thank you very much. Zavon. Okay. Is there any other comments or questions from council?
Order.
It's okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2018-140 of the city of Hollister authorizing city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Service Master Restoration Services to provide encampment and other hazardous materials removal.
Thank you very much. The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move to item A9 from the public.
Zavon Casada.
Born to be from the first time your heart took a beat and you took that breath of life. That's what you are, a champion. And I don't ever feel ignored or feel like a disturbance for my community, no matter how they look at me, because I know my community is brilliant. That's where I get my brilliance from. I'm surrounded by it.
Savon, do you have a question on this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I got my minutes are taken off, though, so that's part of my speech before I hit the question. You mean? So, with all that said, I gotta give it that boost. Come on, Mr. Mayor, you're the leader. You should be like in a costume or something, like like get into it, Mr. Mayor. Come on, put some. I had to bring cookies. I'm on EBT. Come on, you know what I'm saying? Like, Come on, Mr. Mayor, what's going on here? I'm just saying, like, if we want to keep it real. And $25,000 I get for a city manager. I don't know how it goes with city managers, but I thought it was like this, like it was passed down from like generation to generation almost, like like it was like if you had winner the bond, like. And I seen the dude that's following him all the time, and I was thinking like maybe that was. Then I see this, and I go, how are we gonna put $25,000 to have somebody new who's gonna take this man's job, who's been doing a good job the whole time, and just all of a sudden fit in? He's going into a community. He needs to already be fitted in a long time ago. It's like a wedding dress. You fit it like 20 times before you put it on, and before you know it, you're freaking out. But 18 times later, it's like, oh, it's good again. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see brilliance from my community. The innovation that we think all the time. Cities are trying so hard to nail down things that we have the solution for already. And I just, in awe, because it makes me wonder why. Why is this happening? I see so many people all the time when I walk and do things, and I see things like this, and I'm thinking like generation, I'm thinking like we're that tight, we're that close, right? Because we don't want to bring no more people here, right? Or am I wrong?
Savon, do you have a question about this?
The question is this, Mayor. Why are we going to pay $25,000 for another company to put in here this man's job, who's been a friend? And I mean, what, is that or am I wrong? Am I just wrong? It's just all tied up about everything that I see here.
You're wrong.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Lenore, for correcting me.
Councilman Lenore, it's okay.
Oh, it's okay. I don't mind getting
It's the
corrected.
recruitment
It's-
process to seek out another
Wait,
city
Councilman Lenore,
manager.
hang on,
I'm
hang on.
sorry.
Yeah, hang on.
Okay.
Did you
I'm
have
A recruitment, though. I'm not. Wait, I'm not that far off, though. Wait. I'm not that far off, though. I'm not off the whole tree. I'm still holding on to the branch. It was recruitment. It's still replacing him. So wait, let's get the words mixed up. It's still recruitment, though. It's still someone to replace him, right? Am I right or wrong?
That's correct.
Okay, then. So why you don't make it sound like I'm totally off subject? I'm on subject. I'm trying to say he needs to have someone with him now. I mean, how long is he going to be here for? Another year or two? I mean, that person needs to be with him like that. His little friend all the time, following him and taking notes from him, bouncing each other's ideas off each other. That's all I'm trying to say, man. We have to pay $25,000 when the guy's already been working for him for years. Here, man, pass it down. Got it. Something like that.
Okay.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there any questions, council? Is there a motion?
I'll make a resolution number 2019-141. Resolution of City Council, City of Hollister approving an appropriation of $25,000, excuse me, and a professional service agreement with CPS HR Consulting to conduct recruitment for city manager position.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And thank you for your work on that, you and Marty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move to item 810. I think I called this one out also. Bill, reading through this, I see for whatever reason, it didn't bill us in 16 and 17. But do we have an update of what's going on as far as how many calls are going through and on the 211
I apologize,
system?
Mr. Mayor. No, I didn't get that information, but if you would like me to get that, I would absolutely be more than happy to go ahead and do that for you. Yeah, the 211 system is just obviously it's a method for individuals to call that number and get direct help for something that they may need. We used it just the other day when we had a code enforcement issue in which we had to relocate some folks, and it was a pretty helpful tool. But absolutely, if you'd like to continue this until the next meeting, so I can give you the actual numbers of how many people use the service, then I'd be more than happy to do that for you.
Well, I believe this is a very important service. What I want to know is how effective it has been.
Oh.
How do we get more information to the public so they can use it also
Oh, yes.
to help? I mean, that's
More
why
of the
I'm asking
marketing
you.
thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And I hope that most of the services that we provide and 211 does provide, that they get it out to the community as much as possible. But we can even add something maybe on our website or on Instagram every now and again to go ahead and let people know that that service does exist. And it is pretty important.
Right. And I guess I would just ask that we have somebody come in and do a presentation about
Sure.
what's going
Oh,
on
yes.
to inform the public.
Sure.
Councilmember
It
Lenore?
does say in the letter from Mrs. Fortino that there was a report that was supposed to be attached that shows how many calls and reasons for the calls for your review, but that wasn't in the packet.
Yeah,
Right.
and I didn't get, I
Okay.
actually didn't get it.
You didn't get it, okay.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments? Do we have any comments from the public? No?
Is it A10?
It's
Yeah, 810.
8:10.
8:10.
Zavon Casada?
We're gonna get to 8:11.
I'll come up with every single item and talk it out. Because why? Because I'm in my community, born, raised, my family members are up there. I mean, I'm not gonna really go nowhere. Only if it's far enough to come back with some corporate level banking and bring some I don't know, Amazon, maybe flagship store here, grocery store. Why not? I mean, we're filling it up with other things like storages.
Yvonne, do you
Sorry.
have
Okay, my bad. I'm
questions
sorry.
on this?
I'm sorry, Mayor. And it's hard for me to leave, Mayor. I don't want to throw it off subject, but when I hear you say things like that, it's hard for me to believe that you really care. When instead of the freelance, you were so mad about the 400 block because you're going to use it for your beer garden, for the vault. How greedy is that?
Yvonne, we're trying to get
Dude,
through.
I was tripping. I was like,
Please
no way. That's so greedy, Mayor. I'm not Mayor. I had to hold. I couldn't hold it. I was
Please
just saying that
ask
for
the
public.
question
No,
you
but
have about the audit.
Mayor, really?
Please.
You think the city was gonna let you turn that into your beer garden? You don't even keep that thing open 90% of the year. It costs like
You're
4
done.
racks just to get a beer in there. Come on, Mayor. Where's your love for this community?
So you don't have a comment or question?
What I gotta say is that I love this community. In 2020, I'm gonna campaign to be mayor here. I
Thank
put
you.
that, and not just that. We're gonna start talking
Mayor.
about things that matter, things that
Mr.
communities
Mayor,
are trying to
I
fight
call-
now,
I
like
call-
homeless. It's been, I think,
I
months
call
since I
for
talked
order,
about it.
Mr. Mayor, please. Please,
Savon?
I call for
Thank
order.
you. Is there any other public comments?
I have no other speakers on that item,
Okay,
Mr.
is there a
Mayor.
motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-142, approving the contribution for 2 years in an amount not to exceed $5,000 to the United Way of San Benito County 211.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move to item A11. From the public, I believe.
Zavon Casada?
I'll talk after. No, I'll talk after. I like this pitch. I like this pitch.
You're the one that pulled
You're
it.
you're the one that asked for the, No, no,
I like this pitch.
there's no pitch, Savon. If you have a,
Zavon
Sir, if
Casada?
you have a
If you
question,
would like
please
to
come up
address,
and ask it.
if you'd like to address,
ask
I
you.
think he should be escorted
Wait,
out.
hang on a second, hang on a second. So, Zavon, look, I want to make sure we're all clear on this. Zavon, the question was from you. You're the one that pulled it, so if you have a question, please ask the question. He just wants to know what the question is, that's all. That's-
I'm sorry, I didn't
Zavon, you're welcome to come to speak.
No, I want to hear you speak first, and then I'll
He-
speak after.
If there's no question, we'll move on.
Yeah, I want to hear him speak real quick. I want to see what he speaks about, and I want to speak after.
It's about a question, we have a question.
it's,
Okay, so hang on, so you don't have a question.
No,
All
I'm
right,
just saying.
is there any other speakers?
I have no other speakers,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-143, appropriating $220,413 from Fund 620, which is the water fund, for the purchase of water meters.
Okay, the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move to item A12. So I asked for this item to try to figure out
Okay.
what the update on the plant. I know we talked about these blowers before in the past, years ago, and they were getting
So
outdated back then. I think that was 4 years ago.
that's correct, and they're even older now. And in addition to that, they are a foreign-based product. So their age combined with the location of manufacture is combining to make it very difficult for Veolia to get spare parts. We're actually buying off of eBay at this point to keep some of them going. So it's our recommendation to go ahead and spend the money to replace the whole system with a domestically produced system and a new system. This is critical to the operation of the plant.
That's what I wanted clarity on. Are we talking about fixing it or replacing it?
Replacing it.
Replacing the whole
This
thing.
is the system that provides oxygen to the microbacteria. to
15
treat
years
the
old
waste.
it is?
That is correct.
Okay.
And, Councilmember Richmond?
I have a question for you. As part of the contract, when you go out to buy a new one, are you going to ask for a guarantee of repair parts availability for a certain number of years?
That is included in the paperwork. Additionally, there will be a maintenance contract to make sure that
But
it's maintained.
do you remember offhand? I'm sorry, probably should have read it, but I skipped some of the 948 pages in this agenda. I have to admit it. Do you remember offhand how many years that was?
I think it's about 5.
5 years. And what do we expect the life expectancy or mean time between failure for these new blowers to be?
We believe that they're going to last at least 15 years.
Well, if they're going to last 15 years, I guarantee you, since they run all the time, you're going to need repair parts. I think you ought to be asking for 15 years spare parts availability. I don't want to be back here in 5 years saying, yeah, they'll run for 15, except we need a spare part and we can't get any more because we're on eBay. And by the way, there may be a good buy on eBay. I have nothing against eBay. I just want you to know that
One
my
of the
wife
things-
owns one share of eBay stock.
And one of the things we are doing now in my department is we are maintaining spare parts on hand for items
Okay.
so that we don't run into that situation.
Okay, one of the big reasons, correct me if I'm wrong, my memory is correct, one of the big reasons we went for the other brand of blower was it was supposed to be energy efficient? Was that the kick? I was trying to remember what it was.
Much more
It
efficient
was
than the others.
you're
yes.
efficient, energy efficient.
You're predating me.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's the way I remember it. That's why we went for these run all the time, full-blown run all the time blowers, because it was supposed to be energy efficient. If I was us, I would make very careful review of the energy efficiency of any replacement that you get, because the odds are, before the 15 years are up, the state of California will tell us that we can't use those anymore because they're not energy efficient enough. And I don't mean that as a bad joke.
I
mean,
understand.
it's kind of what goes on anymore. So please put that on your list. And if you do those two things, and I'll put them out there, that'll make me happy, and I'll be happy to support this. Thank
Agreed.
you.
The,
One thing.
go ahead.
We'll make sure when we buy the new blowers, upgrade, they'll be new and not sitting on a shelf for 10 years and then we buy them.
That is correct.
Okay, so we'll get brand new
New
stuff.
That is
production.
correct.
Thank you.
What I like to see before we, this is a pretty big buy here, but, I remember the conversations of the old ones there and how efficient they were compared to the ones that were made here in the US, and they were worth the buy for whatever reason. But then we had the problems, and I don't remember exactly what incidents happened, but I know they did get it fixed. But before we get to this point here, what are the comparisons to other products that are out there? So we're familiar with it. There's good points being made. Are they gonna last 5 years, or is it 10 years? Who's been using them? Have they been doing what they've been promised? We need a little more information. How do we know this is not being recommended because somebody knows somebody? What are the comparisons?
Okay.
So I think it's very important, especially for a purchase of $516,000. What is the lifespan of the ones we have now? Are they kaput now? Any more parts? Where are we at with it? Do we have another
Well, you
year or
said-
2 year life out of there before this happens? How quickly does it all have to come into play?
Well, we're gonna have to keep it going until we get the new one, so.
That would be,
I was told by Veolia that this needed to happen sooner rather than later. But we can definitely shelve it until August. Hopefully Veolia will be back by then and we can get them out here.
just,
That would be
again,
good.
especially the comparisons. And
I understand.
so if we can, I would say if we can, we'll, to a future meeting. But let's check with see if there's any public comments first.
Item A12, resolution number 2019-144, resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister providing a supplemental appropriation of $516,315 for our Narrows PLC blower upgrade at the domestic wastewater treatment plant. I have one speaker, Zavon Casada.
Oh, that's me. That's right. I won. We're champion. I go up there to speak now. The reason why I like to speak after this, the gentleman here that just spoke, because he's really good at what he does when he asks for money. I noticed that when the first time I walked in here 2 years ago, he was really good at it. And you have to understand. I think he's coming to us like he has every other time. It's like it has to happen now, or it's gonna be a big problem. Because I'm pretty sure he said they're rigging everything. I just want to know, there's nothing between what's going on from here to extreme? I mean, there has to be little bumps, right? Or are we just go up the roller coaster and down? What's been going on the rest of the years where it's got so bad that I'm pretty sure I heard you say rigged, and you looked a little bit difficult of worried when you're saying it has to happen now. You mean come on, we're a team here. You know what? And I got off subject too. You're right. I did want to speak about the 500 meters. Why are we buying? See again, not to be disrespectful, but everything's in a bunch. No, I'm trying to say something, man. I'm just trying
But we
Oh,
have
Oh,
to
uh,
send
uh,
to
it
play with
back
this
to
question
the
too. Look, why are we spending so much money at an extreme time? And Mrs. Lenore, you're actually right. We don't buy it now and have to look at it for another 10 years or something like that. Just like the gopher hose when you have to have $150,000 and it's not going to even happen until 2 years from now. I just want to make sure that my city knows what's really going on with everything and the money-wise. I mean, paper seems to be a big thing that's leaving a trail everywhere. I just want to know that we're not rigging things so it's about to blow up or something because the pockets are deep so the inspections don't go so far. Because a community that works together is brighter than any community that ventures off for its own will and their own greed. And I say that with comfort in my heart to my community because I care. I do. I don't see nothing in here for any rec center. We're getting that one, yeah, for sure. But honestly, your intentions was the beer garden. That surprised me. I thought you were like it was all for like another bigger rec center.
Again, Zavon, you're
No, I'm not throwing it off
topic.
subject. I'm just trying to say, like, look where we're going. Look at our library. Look how many times a person came up here and talk about the library. You know, she's striving too. Those women are up here striving, trying to get that library going. We ain't said nothing about it. No, honestly, and if you are talking it behind, I mean, I like to know about it too, because we need an all-glass library, like a bad one, like in Berkeley. Ooh, or like in Carmel. They got a bad one too. Come on, man.
Sir,
We're going to bring a
please,
clientele
are you
here that's
done
going to be a
with your-
demographic that's going to make things pop in. For real. Because Los Baños
Savon.
has more things to offer their community. And if they beat us like that, we're going to be a
Okay,
drive-through
once
community.
again-
I'm just saying.
Savon, please.
Okay.
I have no other speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
You have another speaker?
I have another question for Mike. Please.
Vice Mayor Richard?
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't finish. A couple questions came to my mind. Was this the low bid item, or is this the only? I mean, how many different of types of these, and what's
Our
what was-
contractor did the research
Okay.
and provided me with their recommendation for what they thought was the best product.
Only one product, though.
Only one product.
So what do we have any idea what the cost of the other products?
That
would be?
information was not provided with me.
Okay.
I
I
fully
really-
intended for him to be present tonight, but he's taken ill.
Okay, well,
So
that happens.
he's not here.
Well, that happens. Under those conditions, I think I'll support the mayor's request that we delay it. I would prefer to give you a check for the proper amount. You know, it might be a little more than this, and say, don't spend any more than X, Y, Z, but get the right thing. I'm concerned. I'm concerned that we may be penny wise and pound foolish. Sometimes people say, well, you're paying too much, but sometimes you pay too little for another $20,000. Maybe you get it something that's much more efficient, that we know that the parts will be there or whatever. So it's this is tricky because it has to run all the time, and I know you know this. I'm just venting my brain here. So I'm going to support the mayor's proposal that we, whatever it is, whether we put it to a date certain or just put it forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I say just, and I don't want to make it complicated, because I feel like the council absolutely is going in the right direction on this particular matter. Just so that the audience knows and how I don't ever want it to appear that something is just popping up all the time every single month. There was a site visit, and this scope of work was actually written in November of last year. And it takes a while to put everything together and get the scope and the bids together to actually put something in front of you folks. So that's the key thing here. We'll ask Veolia, because I noticed that their bid was only good till June 30th, and we understand that we're running up against June 30th right now. So we'll see if we can get that extended to the first meeting in August and get you some more of the information that you've requested. So.
Yeah, thank you for that.
No
And
problem.
really, I just want to go back and understand what the issues were, and I remember the conversation about if we do this again with the new company, we'll make sure we don't do something. I don't remember what it was, but I remember it being very important to the entire system. And I do remember the manufacturer being out of the country. I think it was China or Taiwan or something.
Korea.
Korea. I was getting closer and closer. But it's very important where this new company's at, the parts, the length, the efficiencies are all part of the point. And thank you, City Manager, for pointing out something. I think it's important for the audience and city to know. These things just don't happen automatically. They take months and months and months to get to these points. And what we're trying to do is making sure we don't have the breakdown, and we're doing a smooth transition before we have a breakdown, so we don't end up having to shut down the sewer plant. It's just not a position we want to be in. So it's being very proactive.
Not again.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments? And it was your motion to date certain?
No, it was you gonna make a
Oh.
motion. I said.
Okay,
I
I'll
would
make a
support
motion
it.
to move this to a date certain of August 6th. Is that the next?
It's the
No.
5th.
Oh, August 6th, yeah.
I
Isn't
think I
it the
see a
5th?
holiday. Is that a holiday? What's a? Oh,
Canadian.
It's the 5th. is the
as long as
holiday.
this company's not from Canada, we'll be okay on the 5th. The 5th.
First meeting in August?
First meeting in August. Okay, is it?
I'll
that's the
second
motion?
that if it needs a motion.
The motion, there's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you for the update. We're going to move to item A13.
Narrator.
This is an item I pulled also, try to get a better understanding of what we're doing here. This, I know goes with the industrial ponds now we're talking about.
That's
Not
correct.
the domestic. This is only used for the cannery season.
And then a little more after that, but that's the primary use, is to treat the cannery waste.
Yeah, we've had,
We just executed their discharge permit last Friday. So this is an option we have to go ahead and replace 2 of the aerators that throw the water up in the air with 2 of the subsurface aerators, and all the electrical, associated electrical work. So I'm putting it out there as an option for you to do. It'll minimize the risk of odors. And since we are going to continue to use the facility, my recommendation would be to go ahead and let's get to work upgrading the aerators.
okay, Vice Mayor Richmond,
Do we have subsurface, some subsurface aerators in there now?
We have had 2 for several years.
Is this the same brand? Have they been satisfactory
They have.
operating? And is this the same brand, so
They
that
are.
we can save money on spare parts?
That's correct.
I think that's very smart, and I think that's a good decision. And the odors are not acceptable, and aerating this properly is one of the key issues. We know that. Therefore, I'm going to support this. Thank you.
the question I had for you is will these be paid for by the user of those ponds?
With their current discharge permit, no, but future discharge permits, I am guessing the revenue will go to that same fund. So ultimately, maybe, that has yet to be negotiated, but it is coming out of Fund 660, which is the industrial account.
Right, so my concern is making sure we have that longer-term contract in place before we're purchasing more equipment for those ponds. So would it be better to wait till we get that contract in place? Basically, I mean, reality is they all should be subsurface, what we should be doing.
So
So I'm just wondering, making sure we have a long-term contract, otherwise we're gonna have pumps that aren't being used.
going into this season, I have 18 aerators that are operational, and I have an additional 2 spare aerators for each horsepower size that are all ready to go, drop in the ponds if there's a problem.
Right,
So
we're good for this
that's
season.
covered. But these aerators are 30 years old, so they break often and frequent. This probably isn't even going to help us for this season, to be totally honest with
I
you.
know
It's
it's
going to
not.
be a 6-month process to get them installed and everything else. But it is my recommendation that you get that ball rolling so that at least there's positive thing. If we do not have that long-term contract and we're still going to need to aerate those ponds during summer, we won't have to do as much aeration. So on the other side, having 4 of these aerators should handle the load just the temperature is going to bring during summertime, so that we don't have to do a closure of that pond.
I understand. The issue I'm saying is, let's work on the contract first to make sure what we're doing, so we have a better long-term plan on what we need for motors and pumps out there. If, for whatever reason, the contract does not continue, there are pumps there now that are gonna work for a while. So I wanna make sure we're not just investing in something and then find out there's no longer a contract. And I know the client wants a long-term contract, so let's put that together. They did a lot of great work this year, making sure we're bringing everything up to par, so we have a better season this year. But I think it's probably more important to start with the contract, know where we're going for the future, rather than getting ahead of ourselves on the other units. That's my opinion. Councilmember Lenore?
Since you brought the cannery into it, I'll ask the city attorney, do I have a conflict? Because normally I'm not in talks regarding cannery. So you're talking cannery and season and contract, and normally I'm not in the room.
I think we're talking
I don't
domestic
wanna
ponds.
step out of
or
bounds.
industrial ponds here.
Yeah, but the
I-
major
yeah.
user is the cannery. Jason,
City, sure.
do I have
You
a
don't want legal
conflict?
advice from me.
Do I have a conflict considering normally I'm not in closed session regarding cannery? So
Sorry, I
now
was-
you've brought the cannery up.
Yeah, I was pausing to consider that matter.
Okay.
Councilmember Lenore, my answer is almost always going to be that if you think that there might potentially be a conflict, that there's at least the potential appearance of a conflict, and recusal might be appropriate.
That's what I'm thinking. Well, because
Okay.
you brought the
You-
cannery up.
Yeah, I
And
understand.
I'm sensitive to, I'm next to the
Okay,
cannery.
no problem.
Do I step out now?
You can step out.
Okay. Wanna
I'll
make
wait,
it-
I'll wait till
don't make any
Councilmember
trouble,
Lenore leaves before I ask my question. He has a question, and I've already had the turn.
Councilmember Sendes?
Just curious, how many aerators do we have out there now? What's the life expectancy of them? Where are they at? And I think that was it.
You have 18 aerators that are to be in the water. You have an additional 8 aerators on shore, motors and propellers that'll need to be put on the floats if they develop a problem. Usually during a season, we suffer breakdowns of about 8 to 10. There's a 2-week turnaround on the breakdown to get them torn down and rebuilt. The current ones age anywhere from 15 to 30 plus years old. I think I answered all your questions.
And we do have other provisions going in place to help with the odor as well, right? As far as like the chemical breakdown and whatnot.
The monitoring is a lot tighter on the discharge products. We can shut them process down quicker if we see something going sideways. But as far as any magic product we're putting in the water to prevent any issues, that's oxygen. I mean, that is the plan, is to severely oxygenate those ponds this year.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
I'm sorry to have to go over this again, but I want to make sure I get it planted in my mind, so please accept my apology, because I don't have it in writing. When you're operating in normal operations during the canning season, how many underwater aerators do you have operating?
We have
during
2.
During a typical day?
Well, we only have 2.
You only have 2 underwater?
We only have 2.
Okay, how many aerators do you have that are not underwater?
18.
Okay, but the problem with the non-underwater aerators is they're not as efficient. Is that correct? As the underwater aerators? in
They're
oxygenating?
efficient, but their process of oxygenation is to throw the material up in the air, which can contribute to creating odors in the
That's
atmosphere.
right. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I meant. Thank you for clarifying that.
I do want to make sure, when you say they're efficient, the older ones, as the conversations we had in the past with some of the different companies, are not very efficient. It's the sub that are much more efficient.
Right.
Especially the newer generation of those are much more efficient than what we have out there. Either way, these won't be in place in time for this season. Only point I'm making is, let's work on that contract, get a longer term, and then really start making a plan to get more subsurface aerators to replace some of these older ones. That's what I would like to see happen. If it's gonna be replacing all 18, let's put a plan together to do it right, if we can get that long-term contract. I think it's gonna be much more beneficial for us. And maybe we get a better price, and again, we go out and find out which ones are the most efficient ones out there.
May I? I'm
Vice
sorry I
Mayor
wasn't
Richmond?
finished, yeah. I'm not debating through you. I want to make sure I understand. What is the lead time on these order to delivery?
Oh, probably 3 months.
And what is the delivery to install time?
I would not,
Estimated.
even if I had them July
Yeah.
30th. I wouldn't want to shut down a panel to install them this
That's what
season,
you'd have to do.
and that's what we would
So
have
you're
to
not,
do.
so the best time to install them is during the off-season?
That is correct.
Okay.
But
so-
if we don't start
so-
the order process,
so-
we won't have them in the off-season.
All right, right. So what we have to do is we have to get a window that the order process gets started to get them in the off-season, so we can get them installed during the off-season. So I think you needed, if you don't have it already, can you give me that window? When we need to, what is the drop dead date, so to speak, as we used to say in the Army? What's the drop dead date to order them, so we can get them installed during the off-season? Do you have any idea at this time?
Well, at this price, it's 30 days from the time we got the bid, so.
You know,
As far as placing the order, I can get you that information. I do not have it with me.
I would like to know that. As far as this price goes, well, I don't see the price going up just because the calendar turns one day or 2 days. That's my opinion. I think this is the only one at this price is how I used to sell sporting goods when I was in high school. Okay? You get the message?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any public comments?
For resolution number 2019-145, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister appropriating $312,420 for the purchase and installation of 2 new aerators at the industrial wastewater treatment plant. I have one speaker card. Zavon Casada.
I got a perfect solution for the cannery problems. We get rid of it and make it into a place of eateries, boutiques, and entertainment. And we make it look like the meatpacking industry in New York City. We take those places that they hold the tomatoes in, those big cement buildings, and we empty them out and we carry the ghost ship legacy to what will be here, the voyage, and turn those cement concrete things of warehouse that hold tomatoes to places that cater to the artists around the world. Do you know how fast of a blink of an eye the traffic will get here? Just like that little move. Why can't we turn the cannery into something of difference? And we have to rely, every summer it smells in downtown. They ruin our downtown. Now that I'm understanding that the water treatment is for that, it's like, what? We're having all this, no offense, shitty problems because the cannery. Okay, you know a cannery? Thank you, but I'm pretty sure you can find another city to trash their downtown area. What demographic are we trying to go for again, people? I'm trying to wonder. That urban young money that's going all around the tech industry now. We want some startups here too, right? We want some downtown energy.
Zavon, did you have a question
I'm just trying to
about
say,
this?
the cannery stinks up our downtown every year. And bad enough we have those lakes smelling up. I wonder why San Juan hasn't said anything.
have
They're
a
trying to make their
question
thing
about
a
aerators.
plaza-like. Why would you want poop smell all the way to San Juan when San Juan's a beautiful community too? It makes no sense. If the cannery's causing all this, the cannery needs to go. And we need to turn that to a place of innovation. Eateries served to you on a platter, and things of excitement and entertainment that you can go to as a venue of destination.
Do you have a question?
I have a question. Let's put Hollister back on the map or something, please. We're losing all the precious areas of property to tract homes. I mean, come on, Mayor. From the man that said to turn that piece of property to the beer garden, I think you know where I'm coming from. The beer
Yeah,
garden.
I don't know. So are you done?
I'm sorry. Yeah, Mayor, come on.
Thank you.
Imagine that. New York
I have
City,
no more
Thank
speaker
you.
cards, Mr.
No,
Mayor.
no,
just like that.
There are
Mrs.
no
Zavon,
others.
You're out of order. So, just for the public's knowledge, so we're not confused, the city does not own the cannery.
In 2020,
The city can't tell the cannery to put restaurants or any of the shops. The city would have to spend $20 million to buy the property at least. It's not something we do. They own that property. They decide what they want to do. If they cannot stay up to our standards, we implement new rules. Mr. Zavon, please. It's very important here. We have audience here. We have people at home trying to watch a meeting go through. So let me explain what's happening, please. So it's important to understand, we're trying to make sure the cannery is doing their part to make sure there's no odors. This is not a domestic waste plant. There is no waste, human waste flowing into this plant. This is all tomato waste, just so we understand what's going on here. And this is a long-term project. This is an employer that employs close to 400 people in our community. So I'm going to go back to what I originally said. What I'd like to see happen is a conversation about the long-term contract to make sure they're going to be here with us, So then we start moving towards replacing these aerators to subsurface, rather than just doing two, start working towards the goal of replacing them all. They're more energy efficient. So I'd like to, Savon, please, again, Savon, you're being out of order here. We're asking you to please come here, participate, but please have respect for the rest of the people here. Okay, well, please have respect for the others here.
Downtown area smells bad.
So, Zavon, please, thank you. If, I would like to see us having that conversation as we're working towards this contract, personally. Is that something the other council members can go with?
Yeah, I could definitely support that. You said we have a 30-day agreement, so can we do it before the 30 days, or is it gonna take longer than 30 days? Well, it's gonna take longer because we're breaking, right? All right, I mean, I could definitely support it. It doesn't make sense, we're not gonna be able to do it before the season anyway, so I'm not opposed to waiting.
Let me make a more solid recommendation, since it came up, and I just don't want to get off the agenda and violate the rules on agenda-wise. But I do believe we ought to ask that Mike come back and give us a progress report on contract negotiations at some particular time. At the same time, I would like you to, I appreciate the work you've done on picking the right items. I think you probably picked the right items and getting good pricing, but I think you need to come back with various drop-dead dates. It doesn't have to be just one. This is the one to get for sure at this date. It'll be probably 3% more, 5% more, whatever, and we can pick a date. But I think we ought to move to contract negotiations, and I do agree on that. I do think it's going to be difficult. It's going to be long, unfortunately. It'll probably be a lot slower than we think. So I'm prepared to take a whole series of progress reports rather than demand some kind of magic date. So if the city manager agrees, I hope we can establish some kind of a rapport where we're getting consistent contract reports. And since it's contract reports in negotiation, it may have to go to closed session. I guess only our city attorney could tell us for sure, depending on what we talk about concerning that. It is a contract and it is a negotiation. So,
Yeah. We'll look at.
But I can assure you this: if they stay here and stay in business, you're going to get all the aerators you need. As far as I'm concerned, you will have my vote to get all the aerators you need when you need them.
And I would like to add just one thing, and Mike didn't really necessarily hit on it, and that's okay, is you know, as our infrastructure, the aerators age out there, not only at the domestic, the industrial, but also at the domestic. I think our intent is always to move towards these horizontal aerations,
Yes,
even at the
absolutely.
domestic. So I want to make sure that the community and the council both know that, you know, if we're going to be making a purchase of whether it's 2 or 4 or 6 aerators, even if the cannery doesn't sign a long-term deal, it would
Yep.
still benefit the city tremendously to have those aerators set at the domestic plant. It is, obviously, it's a little bit more efficient, and it's probably a better way of just doing business. So,
Is it the same product?
yeah, it's
Terrific.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Oh, in fact, you may justify a spare right now if you just take a look at your
Yeah.
count up what you got.
What I would recommend here is we send this back to the ad hoc committee for this, to be involved in some of these other brands out there, and more information as far as what's going on with the future. So I don't have a date. I do want to do this after the canning season. When does the canning season close down?
Oh, they go from roughly July to October?
October?
Yeah, they're done processing probably about midway through September, though, I believe.
I believe,
And they're
yeah.
completely out in October.
October,
October 1st.
can we set a meeting date for October, third
Sure.
Monday of October? What would that be? We can discuss this again.
Oh, wouldn't that be a little late if it's after the
Well,
canning
yeah,
season?
I wanted to be
We
clear,
wanna get
is
it
that,
before the
We
canning
have the
season.
7th or the 21st.
21st?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I'm confused.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we talking about a date to discuss the long-term contract, or are we talking about the date to discuss the aerators?
Well, I wanted to put this item to that date, but I
Oh,
wanted.
this, the aerators,
Exactly,
okay.
but I do want to have other ad hoc meetings with you in the cannery
Yeah,
in the meantime.
yeah, we need to get the
Okay.
contract going right away.
Okay.
So we're going to table this to a date certain of October 17th?
For this item, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, is that all right? There's a motion, my motion is to table it to a date certain, October 17th? Is that what I heard you say?
Actually, I have the 21st. Hold on a
21st?
second. Yep, 21st.
October 21st. Okay. So motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Did you get, Cap?
We're going to move to item
Appreciate it.
A14. We had a comment from the public.
Zebulon Casada?
Okay, just make sure I got the numbers. So, 60,000. Okay, my name is Yvonne. I'm a driver. I'm a go-getter. I'm a brilliant successor, and I live in a community full of champions. Just want to say it real quick. I like to say that, you know. Just like to say that. So, I mean, how many do we have now? I'll just do it in, question format. So, how many do we have now? Why do we have, why are we have to need so many more now? And, why does it have to be 20? And, why does this have to be on the agenda? I mean, and it has to be 20. What are we talking about, Mayor? 60,000 for radars? Where are they going? Are they even going in there, though, Mr. Mayor? Like the hidden ones, right? Yeah, they're on there, don't trip. I mean, can we get a map or something? Have somebody come in, okay, these is where they're going to be at? And so we can have an app even for it. We can design an app and get money from the application and put it in our general fund, since we like to, take everything from the general fund, which is our parks and recs and everything that's supposed to be cool about the city. We like to take all the money from there. Mayor, I want to know, how do you see yourself upon adding something like this to the agenda? Do you just feel excited about it? Or when you see it, you're like, yes, dude, 20 additional radar speeds, yeah. Come on, Mayor. Don't you want to be what are we going to talk about that cool 7th floor all glass rec center that's open 24/7, 7 days a week, no matter rainstorm or mountain slide? It's there. And you can practice whatever you want on every different floor. I told the idea to somebody, he said San Francisco would love it. Why can't we build it here?
Any more questions on
Why?
this item?
I got a lot of, no, not questions, solutions. Questions are time taking, solutions are now.
They are taking time, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mayor. Beer garden.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
may I make a comment?
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Could you please answer, excuse us, let me get you an answer. Thank you. Could you please answer the question from the public, how many do we have now?
We currently have 5.
I asked Mike to make sure he put plenty of these on. I'm sure I'm not the only one. The reason is, we've got some up, we've gotten mixed reviews, okay? I've had several people call me and tell me how well they're working. People see these radar signs and they slow down.
Yeah.
You've seen these signs. They say the speed limit's 25 miles an hour, then it gives you the speed underneath. There's also a little light in there. If you're going over the speed limit, the light comes on to warn you that you're going too fast. So we've had mixed reviews. We've got people who say they work well all the time. We got people who say they work well some of the time, and then they got people who say they don't work after the third time. The problem is that to put a traffic department in, we're still waiting on the final report from the folks who did the staffing study at the police department. But we know about what it costs to put a traffic department in, and it's a heck of a lot of money. And even if these don't work all the time to get people to slow down, if they only work part of the time, they're on duty all the time. So they're there. And so if we can get one person to slow down out of every 5 who's speeding down these straight roads next to the schools, in my opinion, they are well worth what we pay for them. And although the chief won't like this, one of the good things about them is they don't go on retirement when it's all over. Okay, they just keep working as long as you keep the batteries powered up. So they work all the time. I think they're reasonably effective for people who are just not paying attention. For people who intend to drive 50 miles an hour in a 25-mile zone, they don't work at all because people can violate things. But many of us are not paying attention. We don't realize it's a school zone. We're not looking up, and they flash up and they say, you're going 35 in a 25 zone, and a lot of people slow down. And I think they're well worth what we pay for them. So far, the mean time between failure has been a long time. They don't break down very often. They work effectively in areas where the road is too narrow to put the portable one that the chief has. Chief has a portable one on or the Public Works has, the chief, Public Works together, chief has one on has them on a cart. You've seen it parked around. The problem is it's pretty wide. And so it becomes a hazard all of its own when you put it on the roadway in front of somebody. So I think they work well. I understand this is a lot of money, but when you buy something, it's all about what you get for your money. It's not always about what it costs. So I'm a great supporter of these, even if they only work part of the time. And I appreciate you putting on there my request and whoever else asked you to do it. That's the answer of why we buy them and what they're for. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez?
Mr. Chambliss, it says we purchased 5. How long ago did we purchase those 5?
Last year, maybe 8 months.
And it says they were intended to be rotated throughout the city. I'm assuming that we have not rotated them through the city?
Oh, we have.
We
and
have.
It unleashed a torrent of complaints about why did you take my radar sign down?
Yeah.
That's a component that I really like, actually, is that it's not something permanent and that we can rotate them throughout the city. So I really like that. And if we were not rotating them, I would just like to see that we do rotate them throughout the city. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lenore?
I'll agree with Councilman Resendez. I think 20 is not enough for the whole city, so we probably should rotate them, and they can always come back to that neighborhood. I want to thank, Chief, is it you that brings the radar trailer, the one on the trailer? Okay, well, I appreciate the one you put on the corner there at Hawkins and San Benito. And Marty's right, sometimes you just don't realize how fast you're going, and you do see that, and it's flashing, and people are slowing down. I see them, it's flashing, and they slow it down. So it is working there, because it's a transition from 30 to 25. I really appreciate it, and I love the other radar signs. But I do want to see them move. I think because we can't buy them for every street and even every problem area. If it's not too time consuming for staff, maybe they should move a little bit.
Well, so again, thank you, and I think Councilmember Richmond brought this item up. Mayor doesn't bring all these items up as some people might think, and I appreciate this being brought up because it's very important. We have people speeding throughout the city, and I think it is a great way to slow people down. I'm curious, once we put these up, what the effect is, if we can do some kind of a study or understand how much of a difference it made. And I would not say take them down or move them somewhere. I would say add more to it. It's very important. Like the lighted crosswalks we're starting to do throughout the city now. I appreciate all the work everybody's been doing on that project, and we're starting to see crosswalks that are much safer than they were in the past. So this is a great start, and I appreciate this being up here and going through it. Okay, do we have any other comments, questions?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Okay. All right, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2019-146.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We'll go to item A16 now.
That was 16.
That was 14.
That was 14.
Yeah.
16. Okay.
I pulled this,
This is
and for
expensive.
the reason I'm trying to understand how it went from the $500,000
$900,000.
estimate to close to $1 million on this. Was it timing? Was it, we didn't get the numbers correct? What, the understanding of the project, or what was it?
Yeah, it's a combination of the both. Mostly, I would say it's, there's some speculation, but it's the bid climate right now. Contractors are really busy, so it's indicated when you see bids that are coming in this high. We did have the engineer's estimate. We had it reviewed during the bid process, and the engineers stood by their estimate. That's just, it's the bid climate. That's where bids are coming in like.
The reason I'm concerned about that, I know prices are going up, and I see this happening everywhere, but usually you're seeing 25, 30%. This is much
No,
larger
I
than that.
would agree with that.
So-
After we received the bids, we sent it back to the design engineer to have them QC not only the engineer's estimate, but the bids that were received. And they admitted that there were a couple of things that they underestimated. But I would tend to believe that it's more the bidding when the people are busy.
Yeah, yes, they are. My question, is there another design we could look at that would help cut this cost down? I mean, jumping basically to $1 million from 500 to 600,000, it's a
Yeah.
big jump. Is there something else we could be doing?
I don't think so. I think that the components that are built into this are things that are needed.
Maybe you can explain what this is, by the way?
Okay, sure. This is a sanitary sewer lift station upgrade. It's on the domestic line. Takes sewer from the industrial area, receives sewer from the airport lift station through the GLP and onto our domestic plant. The upgrades are going to be additional wet wells, a portable generator, some electrical components, and some other things that are built into it.
So the lift station, so when we refer to it as GLP, we refer to it as GLP because it happens to be across the street from the business that used to be known as GLP. For years, it underperforms. You'll see the VATCon out there on a regular basis, pumping a lot of the waste that's in there. There's a huge odor control problem that exists out there on a pretty regular basis. So as part of, I think, your sanitary sewer master plan, that was one of the first projects that was identified in there to get that replaced and fixed. So I don't know if there's necessarily another way to do it or a cheaper way to do it. As Danny said there, I was just looking, I thought that we had included the letter that, the quality control assurance letter from Wallace that they did on the actual bids. I had read it, and it basically was the same thing, as a lot of it had to just do with the bidding climate right now, not necessarily with anything other than a highly competitive, we're competing against a lot bigger projects, so.
Did, the number of times we have to go service it, how often is that?
It's Michael gave me a better understanding, but I know that I deliver breakfast jacks out there on a pretty regular basis to the guys that work on that. It's probably every few days.
And I know we've been talking about this upgrade for quite a while,
What's
so
that?
I was just surprised.
Is it daily at GLP? So now it's a daily thing.
It's a daily issue
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
I think I saw them recently.
You'll see, yeah, and if you ever see the red light on, there's a green light when it's operating well, there's a red light when it's not, so.
But what is causing the problems with it right now?
I think the pumps are just old and it's just an antiquated sort of system. It's been out there probably in use for,
A long time.
30 or 40 years probably. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, do we have any public speakers on this?
No, Mr. Mayor?
I just want to say one thing. We're talking about sewer again, right? So to do sewer?
We're talking a pump line, yes.
Feces and stuff like that? Okay, I was making sure. That's the sewer talking about. On the agenda.
This is, again, a project we've talked about for quite a while.
Yeah, it's included in our master plan.
We know it needs to be done, and obviously they're there on a daily basis past that point, so.
Do you go out there?
Okay.
Do you go out there, check it out, and see how it's running? Get your hands dirty a little bit?
Is there any other comments? Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-148 to accept the bids and award a contract to SW Construction and authorize the city manager to execute a contract and change orders and approve the supplemental appropriation for the GLP lift station upgrade project.
I'll second that.
There's a motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right,
Thank
motion
you.
carries. Thank you for
You're
the
welcome.
information. Okay, we're gonna move to public input. We don't have any more students. We're on break now. This is time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have speaker cards?
Mr. Mayor? We have written correspondence from Joseph Thompson. My first speaker card is Crystal Lamonto.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Lamonto, County Superintendent, and I'm very excited to be here to give out 2 recognition awards. As a City Council, although we do have some new members, when we first talked about this, when we brought forward our Building Bridges to Literacy initiative, the City of Hollister has teamed with us with our Footsteps to Brilliance app that is free to all families across San Benito County. And so what we want to do is recognize our partners, because the San Benito County Office of Ed was just recently awarded from Footsteps to Brilliance, which is the large corporation that we deal with. And back in April, they attended our board meeting, the San Benito County Office of Ed board meeting, and we received the Leadership Award for Innovation for our early literacy initiative. We are the first county office across the United States to receive the award for all that we've done for literacy. Thank you, I appreciate that. But I'm here, as you know, San Benito County Office of Ed, myself as County Superintendent, could not accomplish this by myself. Pretty incredible the amount of support that we've had across San Benito County with all of our partners. So there's 2 agencies today that I'd like to award, and first would be the Hollister Police Department. As you know, Chief Westrick, when we had our kickoff literacy summit, Mayor, you were there as well. He was our literacy ambassador that swore in all of our literacy ambassadors, and also with his all of his patrol, they have cards when they go out. If they see a family, they give the cards to the family to engage them to go and access the free app. So we're very appreciative, Chief Westrick, for your support. So we're going to give you a copy of the award that we received, and then also this certificate with Partners in Excellence for supporting literacy across San Benito County. So thank you.
All right, PG.
And then the second award will go to the City of Hollister, to our City Council, for your support, not only as partners, but monetarily. This was expensive to bring to San Benito County when I first presented. It's been about 1.5 years. It'll be 2 years coming up of full implementation. So we want to recognize you as well for being partners with literacy. As you know, literacy is the key to student success. If students are not reading by the time they're in 3rd grade, the likelihood of them really catching up is pretty difficult. And so for us as a community to bring literacy to the entire community, accessing 1,000 books in English and Spanish for our families for free, we're very, very excited. So thank you so much for being partners and being a part of what we consider a solution as we move forward. So thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Crystal.
May I get a picture of all of you guys? Do you mind? Can I interrupt and get a picture?
Absolutely.
Good thing you didn't start the clock, because the other day she struggled with getting it done in 3 minutes.
Well, that's because I
You
had
wanna
like
get a picture
5.
down here?
Yeah, if you guys don't mind.
That's good, yeah.
Absolutely.
Is this gonna be a selfie? I don't know.
Come on,
Yeah.
come on.
No? Sorry, I'm interrupting your guys' meeting, but it's important.
This was a very important,
Yes.
incredible thing you did put together. You led this, so
Well, I appreciate that,
thank you so
but
much.
it takes a village.
It does. It
Get
does.
over here and hide behind the chief, who looks so good, who looks so good in his great looking suit.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our
Okay.
next speaker, Elaine Narisco.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Celine Narciso, and I'm here with San Benito County Public Health Services. I wanted to say thank you for allowing us the opportunity to express our concern with the delay in addressing flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes here in our community. We were assured that the issue would possibly be on the June 3rd agenda, the June 17th agenda, and now we hear that it might be on the August 5th agenda. While we've been waiting around to just get on an agenda, our neighboring counties have actually proposed, have voted, and have passed a ban on these flavored tobacco products. We really appreciate all the work that the ad hoc committee has done and all the effort that they've put into this issue, but we just want to remind the council that flavored tobacco is still a problem here in our community, and the longer that we're taking to address this issue, the more the disservice to our youth is going to continue, and the more youth are going to become addicted. We do understand that the agendas are impacted, but we also fail to see how anything on these agendas can take priority to the health and well-being of our youth. Thank you very much for your time, and we sincerely hope that it's on the August 5th agenda.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, please? May I ask a question, please, before this member of the public leaves? It's just a question about when is Dr. Newell leaving?
Dr. Newell is leaving at the end of this month, actually.
The end of this month.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
I'll be giving a report.
Zavon Casada.
I'm so new to this. And this is my time that I get to speak about something that's not on the agenda. Something that I see before me. A group of champions. Champions together that put the community and the unity of one.
Mr. Zavon, you're supposed to address the council, not the public.
Something to move forward with.
Mr. Casada, the issue, look.
I thought I could speak about anything.
You're
To
here
us.
to speak to the council.
Oh, to the council.
On
Yeah.
anything you want to the council.
Really?
Yes,
At the council.
not to the public. You want to
Not
speak
to the public. Not to
That'd
my
be somewhere
community.
else. They can
Maybe
see you,
somewhere
they
else.
can hear you, but please address the council. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it seems like I've been addressing you every single time I come up here, and nothing is getting done. It really is
keep
not,
doing
Mayor.
it.
The beer garden, honestly, come on, that was like a low blow to the city. I just can't get over it, because, you know, Mayor, I did look at you in a way of maybe some leadership, maybe need a little dusting off or something, you know, get those edges out or whatever. But I just see, I don't know if you can ever lead a city. I'm sorry. No disrespect or nothing to you at all. But if you think 2020, you're going to take it another time, you're not. Because I will put everything and every drive I have and every idea that'll bring the youth together. And we'll have festivals all year long. And the 4th of July will just be something we have historic. It'll just be another festival, but not the biggest. And we'll bring destinations here that people from around the world will want to come and visit. And visit, they'll come. But if we keep going the way we are now, we're going to be talking about more sewer things on the agenda and less things about we can be doing about innovation or what kind of festivals were coming this year. That cannery idea is good. You can call it the foods. It'd be all glass like that so you can walk across it. Industry packing and meat packing. Come on, in New York. You guys ever been to New York? Meat. Come on. Those things full of tomatoes now. You put a bunch of artists there. They can live in there like an indoor art gallery like they have inside San Francisco and Santa Cruz. Or am I just thinking too small, too big, or just too out there? I come to my community with ideas, and I'm always out there talking about them too. I'm trying to get into a room to speak to, motivate, follow believers like me that are champions, ready to be awoken, and not let their deal of paper that had them at a sense where they were comfortable enough to say they were at their dream already, and they didn't need to move to the next one. For what? This one's cool already. I'm making it cool right here. I got my car, I got my plane, I got my haircut. But your purpose? What got your purpose? Paper? It took a man in San Francisco to dare another friend. I think I dared you too, Mayor. Hey, let me go in the vault to do some innovative speaking. You got all mad and you erased it. Dared him to put people in his home, $1 million home. Poor people. He did that. It changed his life. Now he's doing it as more as possible as he can and getting his hands deeper into something of what his purpose was first for, to change the world.
Okay, next speaker.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go to City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one very important topic to discuss real quick. I didn't realize probably the importance of it until I went to a meeting just earlier today with some of the folks from Emergency Services related to the PG&E Community Wildlife Safety Program. And I think it's very important that all of our community members at least sort of try to keep up to date on what's going on with those projects and or the possible shut-off of energy to our community. And many, like myself, I didn't necessarily believe that it could actually happen in Hollister, but the reality is that we have several transmission lines that run through our county. They may not be in the highest of fire areas, but they are in Tier 2 areas, which could be subject to these shutoffs. So if anybody wants to get additional information on them, PG&E is requesting that you can go to pgne.com /wildfire safety, and they'll be updating their website. And I will do my best to update the council and the community through Instagram and other social media forums as soon as that information becomes available. But it's a much bigger problem, I think, than we had anticipated. And I just want to let you know from our critical facilities, we do have generators on all of our facilities here at the City of Hollister. We are coordinating with county and other agencies to make sure that they're up and operating too in the event of a shut-off. But again, it could have a pretty big effect on some of our residences for a number of days, quite frankly. So we just need to be prepared for those issues. So again, PG&E /wildfire safety. Please try to get yourself a little bit informed on what could potentially be the issues there. So thank you.
Bill, if I can ask real quick, if we can get more information on what triggers it, I think it's a wind event that triggers the shutoffs.
I'll paraphrase. There's essentially 5 things that play a role into whether it's heat, humidity, wind. Where's Mike? He was paying attention too. And one other thing, it's basically weather-based, but
right.
And power doesn't necessarily go on. They can turn it off relatively quickly, but they don't turn it on as quickly. It goes back on in segments. So some of our outlying residential areas could take a much longer time to actually turn back on because they go out and visually inspect when they turn off.
So the whole line.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lenore?
I'm concerned too with industrial area. That could affect them as well, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It's going to
not
affect
good.
everybody.
On some of
Yes.
those, it's a flat-out safety issue. I guess they're probably prepared for that type of situation, but not a long-term 48-hour turn-off.
It could be longer than 48 hours.
We should probably reach out to them as well as you've said it here. Maybe on the website we'll note that it could affect industrial as well as commercial.
Yeah, the
All right.
power doesn't
Doesn't just do residential.
Nope. It's not prejudice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Don't forget the people with home medical devices that although you may be on PG&E's emergency list to keep you running, if they turn off the main transmission lines, they're not going to keep you running because there'll be no power for you. Just want to remind people who have home medical devices that they rely on regularly for their health or safety, that when the power goes, if you don't have backup power, you may be out for a couple of days and that may not be acceptable. I don't have a good answer for you. I'm not in the generator selling business, so I don't want you to think this is anything I put forward. However, you should know there are generators available if you can afford it. It's a pretty expensive proposition that you can put in emergency generators that run on multiple fuels, including natural gas. If you don't run on propane, come off your natural gas line, and I'll run on that. Some of them run on gasoline, some of them run on diesel, some of them run on propane. It's not $5 and thank you very much. It's a lot of money, and it's a big proposition, and the electrical hookups need to be done by professionals who know what they're doing, because all these new safety devices in your house sometimes will trigger your ground devices to save you from being electrocuted. Some of them don't like to be running on generators, and they will trigger off and turn off your power. So be aware that that's coming. If you use batteries for oxygen generation, especially those kind of things, and you can get some spares, try to keep some spares charged up all the time with a trickle charger. At least give you a couple of days worth of something to do. Thank you.
Okay.
And one other thing, and maybe, Mr. Mayor, you can help me get the message out as well. As even folks, as Marty was kind of alluding to, even folks with solar systems or rooftop solar systems, that won't work either unless you have a cutoff switch and battery backup at your house. And I know that's been an issue because some people think that since they have it on their roof that somehow their power stays on, and that's just not simply the case. So make sure you understand your solar system if you have a rooftop system at your house, and again, just be prepared. So.
Thank you very much for the update. All right, we're going to move to item E1, public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The item before you this evening is the second part of the 218 process for the waste hauling franchise agreement. I think Kevin is here as well as Phil Cochet if you have any questions. The protest period has expired. I believe at the time of the writing of the report, we had 127 protests. I got a couple more, I think, on 8 more on Friday. 144 total now. Sorry, 144 total now. And as of Friday night at 5 at the deadline, we needed several thousand. To be honest with you, we're a long way away from reaching the period of where there could be a potential protest vote. So again, if you have any questions for staff, I'd be more than happy to answer them. And again, we have representatives from CSG, Integrated Waste, and also Recology's here.
Thank you. Any questions from council? No? This time we're going to open it to public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Zavon Casada?
He stepped out.
Imagine that. Okay. this
I have
time
no
we
speakers, Mr.
Close
Mayor.
public hearing. Okay. Any other questions or comments from council? Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion, resolution 2019-149, resolution of the City of Hollister approving the solid waste collection rates effective July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020, period.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Aye. 3-1. Go to item E2.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This next item is the last step in order to continue with the levy and collection of the annual assessment for the Landscape and Lighting District. This resolution confirms the boundary and assessment and ordering the levy and collection of the annual assessment for the Landscape and Lighting District 93-1 for fiscal year 2019-2020.
Okay, is there any questions?
I have a question.
Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you. What is 93-1? What is their annual cost for landscape and lighting at this point in time?
So it didn't increase. So back in 1993, that's when the first resolution was adopted, and that's why it's called 93-1. And the rate at the time was $250. And there's some sections where some districts had different rates. It didn't have an escalator. Essentially, the properties that were annexed at the time, they continue to pay the same every year. And then the city, many years down the road, decided to create a new CFD. So essentially, this levy has not increased since 1993.
This is the old levy?
Correct.
And it did not have a CPI
Correct.
index? Well, that's a bargain. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Leonard?
I'll even clarify, Marty, that we're getting smarter as we go, because the first landscaping and light, no, the first Mello-Roos didn't have, it had a sunset. It sunsetted in 20 years, like as if the impact was just gonna go away. So we don't do, that would only happen once. We don't do that anymore. And we've had grown in these CIPs, I mean, on the landscaping and lighting and the Mello-Roos. So I think staff's really come along, and we did see that we didn't do that right. And it's nice to see that we have an inflator now for the landscaping and lighting.
Okay, any other questions, comments? All right, this time we're going to open a public hearing. Do you have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. This time we'll close public hearing. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-150, confirming the boundary and assessment of landscaping and lighting District 93-1 and ordering the levy and collection of assessments for fiscal year 2019-2020.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move to item F1.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor. This item is the second reading of Ordinance 1176, which amends Title II Administration and Personnel. If you'll recall, you heard the first reading of this at the June 3rd City Council meeting, and this is amending 3 sections of Title II, which reflect the new bylaws for planning commissioners, including that their terms match their appointing council member.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we read by title only, waive the full reading, and adopt ordinance number 1176, amending Title II Administrative and Personnel of the Hollister Municipal Code.
Second.
The motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move to item F2.
Good evening again. And this is an ordinance 1177, which has the second reading of amendments to Title 17, the zoning code of the municipal code. Just briefly to go over what we talked about at the first reading on the 3rd, we are proposing changing residential housing definitions and permit regulations, reducing the minimum lot size for ADUs, allowing outdoor vehicle sales in downtown mixed use outside of the historic districts, correcting 2 minor errors in the sign guidelines, clarifying open space requirements for residential development, correcting densities in downtown mixed use and neighborhood mixed use to match the general plan, and the engineering department is amending the stormwater management section to reflect current California stormwater regulations.
Okay. Any questions? Do we have any speaker cards? Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt, read by title only, ordinance number 1177, an ordinance City of Hollister amending Title 17 zoning code, the Hollister Municipal Code. And I'd like to repeat on this one, read by title only.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move to item F3.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Socorro Sendejas. I'm one of the assistant engineers for the engineering department here for the city. On January 3rd, 2019, the City Council held a public hearing to introduce ordinance number 1178 and directed staff to schedule a second reading for the ordinance on June 17th, 2019. This item is the second reading, and this item is for the second reading and the adoption of ordinance number 1178. Ordinance number 1178 will approve amendments to Title 16 subdivision to comply with state and local regulations, and for consistency with the City of Hollister's Parks Facilities Master Plan and the City of Hollister's General Plan. Staff recommends that the City Council read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt ordinance number 1178, an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Title 16 subdivisions of the Hollister's Municipal Code.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Do we have any speaker cards? Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt and read by title only ordinance number 1178.
There's a motion and a second. All in
Second.
favor? Oh, second. I'm sorry. Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to item F4.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is for the adoption of ordinance 1179 in second reading. If you recall, on June 3rd, staff came before the city council and once again presented all the changes to the ordinance. And obviously we went over all the changes. However, the biggest one that we are doing was the recreational use. And the city council directed staff to make an amendment for to make a change for the nursery from 40% to 25%. So that's the only change that has been done since. And this would be, again, for the second reading and adoption of ordinance 1179.
Okay, thank you. Is there any comments, questions? All right, do we have any speaker cards? Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we read by title only and adopt ordinance number 1179, ordinance City of Hollister, City of Hollister, amending City Code Chapter 5.42 related to cannabis facilities within the City of Hollister.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Roland.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to item F5.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. This is an appropriation request from the city clerk's office. We have determined that our deputy city clerk is going to be going on leave, an extended leave. We did not anticipate this when we planned for the budget in 2018. And so I am requesting an appropriation from the general fund reserves in the amount of, I'm not able to get this,
$10,375.
$10,375.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments from the council?
The only question I have is, are you pretty convinced that you can get the help you need for that kind of funding?
It's our administrative services director gave me that number. The person that I have in mind has already interned for us twice, and so she has an idea of what the city clerk's office
Good.
does. So I think the transition should be pretty easy.
Okay. Any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards. Mr.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2019-151.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. I'm going to go to item F6.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Tonight I'm bringing forth a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the submittal of an application to the California Department of Housing and Community Development for funding under SB2 Planning Grants Program. The Planning Grants Program, or what's titled SB2, was passed on September 29th, 2017, and it helped create a permanent source of funding for affordable housing. SB2 established a $75 recording fee. So on specific transactions, they have an additional fee. And the collections begin on an annual basis, and they started January 1st of 2018. This first year, 50% of the funds will go towards planning grant programs. The other 50% will go towards homeless programs. And the following year, then moving forward each year, 70% will be used towards affordable housing, 15% towards middle income rental, 5% towards production incentives, and then 10% towards farm worker housing. And the goals of the grant program are to facilitate housing affordability, ensure geographic equity, support local governments, promote development, and streamline approval of housing and accelerate housing production as well. Each jurisdiction in California is eligible or able to apply for the grant. It's a minimum amount of $25,000. The maximum awarded is $625,000. Because Hollister is considered a smaller jurisdiction, the maximum amount that we can be awarded is $160,000. The application process began in April 2019, and then will go through November of this year, so the end of November 2019. And then the funds must be used by June 2022. Some items to allow a jurisdiction to be eligible is you must have a compliant housing element, submittal.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you're gonna name the things and we have them all.
Yeah, I just wanted people to know, and then just to
Excuse me, I'm sorry, ma'am.
go ahead, and then just to have like proper annual progress reports and have what you're applying for be a priority of the state. So basically, I'm just asking to be able to apply for a grant on behalf of the city of Hollister. One item that we are recommending is to be able to use the funds towards creating a specific plan for North Buena Vista, North Hollister area, to be able to not just create a specific plan, but create a vision for what we want to help implement in that area as well. And it is part of our general plan to be able to seek more information, to be able to have guidance for our staff to be able to understand where we're moving forward as well. And then with the grant application, I know previously there has been questions towards an inclusionary housing ordinance. One of the reasons why, as staff, we're recommending to use the funds for a specific plan is this is the first year that it will allow more flexibility. And I did make an error in my report. I wrote that the grant can't be used for administrative costs, but actually only 5% can. So it doesn't really allow you a lot of staff time to be able to put towards something like an affordable housing ordinance, which will be predominantly staff time. So if there are any other questions or any other recommendations, I would love to know them.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you. Do you know right offhand, is there a matching, some percent matching funds to get the grant? Or is
No,
it
there are no matching funds.
No
So-
matching funds.
And that's the great thing about this SB2 bill is it's continuous funding.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Lennar?
Specific plan in the Buena Vista area, I like it. I know people think, well, I'm pro-growth, but I'm really pro-planning. This is a wonderful tool to be able to study that area and make recommendations. I'm very pleased on that segment of the grant.
Great, glad to hear. That
Thank
was
you. Councilmember Resendez?
Are there any other areas in the general plan that can be looked at for this, other than Buena Vista?
That was our staff recommendation, given that there is a lot of development occurring, not just there, but towards Fairview and moving towards Chapel Road as well. So that was kind of our focus. But we can definitely be able to review other areas. That's just something that we wanted to recommend.
I'm all for affordable housing. I just have some concerns about putting it always on that same side of town. I think we need to move forward with a more inclusive model and not just have affordable housing on one side of town.
Yeah,
that would be my concern.
And exactly. And so with this specific plan, it'd be able to create more comprehensive view and not just towards the production of affordable housing. That's just something that with this grant, the first year is really towards providing funding for planning services so that you can plan it and then the following years implement it using those additional funds the following year. So
All
it's
right.
not just slowly towards the production of affordable housing, but the state and the housing community development wants there to be a nexus between creation and showing that you're making it a priority.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lenore, you
I
have-
definitely agree with Roland. We've said this from the planning commission way back when, was we don't want it in one area, and we were pretty adamant about that. I think Barracini and another subdivision next to that brought about a nice product over there, and I look forward to more integration. Yes, we don't want it all in one area, but around here, affordable housing is not really affordable housing, in my opinion. And I think that we've come a long way, and I have to explain to people all the time that it's not the low-income housing of the past. They build it just on a little higher density, a little smaller lot. They call it affordable. It's a stretch for me, but certainly, Roland, I do want to see it mixed throughout the whole city. So that's good. Thank you.
My comment was going to be directly about the inclusionary housing. Something I heard recently, somebody said, well, the city's never asked for it. Well, I know I personally asked about 100 times. So it's not something we can put off any longer. It's something that should have been done several years back. Whether we have a grant or not, we need to get focused on that before we're approving anything else. We need to get focused on these things.
I definitely agree, and I apologize. I don't know all of the information because it is part of the state budget time as well. But they do anticipate a different grant to provide specifically towards those types of policies. So it'll give cities and other jurisdictions more flexibility. Where with this one, it allows flexibility, but not enough administrative flexibility.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-152, authorizing the submittal of an application to the California Department of HCD for funding under SB2.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to add to that, if we can just focus not just on Buena Vista, but the other areas, if that's all right with you, Carol, if I could make
Yes.
that friendly amendment.
Yes, I'll make that, I'll accept that amendment.
And I will second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Move to item F7.
Last time tonight, I promise.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Christine, I have the picture on this one. This one comes with a visual aid. So what I'm here tonight to request is a supplemental appropriation of $500,000 from the Park Development Fund to do improvements to the Valley View Park in preparation for the expansion of that park. When we were meeting with the developer and looking at the needs of that area and that park, it was decided what was needed was a large grass area where kids can play, run, chase kites, kick a ball, or hit a ball. And what we requested was a small baseball diamond to be added. And a lot of turf, level turf, because that park is rolling hills, and then the whole back of it is rubber chips, because with the whale, they ran out of money for landscaping. So what this item will do is it will provide us with enough money to replace the filter equipment with new updated filter equipment that meet the current codes inside of a building, not underground in a little clamshell hatch. It also, it doesn't work on those. It also, the laser works? It does? Oh, the clicker does. There's only one slide. The other thing it will allow us to do is go ahead and landscape that back side so it matches up with the turf and it doesn't look funny.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Simmons?
I thought the last time we had talked about this park, you said you were looking at putting like a roller rink or something different in that area.
Well, we did. It's right, if you look at the north corner of the old park, you'll see the basketball, hockey roller area that we installed.
All right. I'm all for the parks. I don't mind spending money on the parks. I just think that we need to see something different, something a little bit more progressive. I know people are talking about wanting something for them to ride bikes, skating. I'm a little hesitant on putting another baseball diamond, specifically if it's just one. I think that we can use that area in a different fashion and look at maybe doing a BMX dirt park. There's some requests for that. I just think we need something different than the same old thing for the kids to have here in our community. If the rest of the council agrees, then I would like to move forward with that. And if they don't, then I'll support what they want. But I just think that we have an opportunity to do something different. I'd really like to see something different for our community and our kids to have, rather than another baseball field or diamond, because we have quite a bit of those already.
City owns two. They're at Dunn Park.
Yeah, you can't access most of them.
Those are the only two we own.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, I have
Vice Mayor
several.
Richmond?
This happens to be in my district. It's very hard for me to tell. When you look at the approved development there, which is, I think, Roberts Ranch, right?
That's correct.
225 homes. And you add this on, is the net space per capita or per resident, not resident, per residence? In other words, a home. Is the net space per home actually going to increase or be about the same, or do you know?
I do not know. That would be Development Services Department question. I
Okay.
can tell you that this does differ from the master plan of the park. Originally, the master plan of the park was to mirror the park, double
Right.
the size.
That's why I'm
But
asking.
now there's that linear frontage that runs kind of to the right and up.
Right.
And that took up some of the acreage of the park off that original master plan.
Took it off.
Well, I mean, it moved the acreage on that linear.
Okay, it
path.
provided it as a linear park rather
That
than.
is correct, rather than one big.
And what is the function of that linear area? Is that going to be like a trail? Is that a bike riding
Yeah,
area?
it ends up connecting to the spine road of the Award Home subdivision.
Okay.
And eventually meets up at sort of the retention basin area of Award Homes subdivision, which will also have some recreational opportunities there.
Okay.
So right by the St. Benedict's Catholic Church is about where that ends.
Okay. Without crossing airline, or?
It crosses Union. It basically goes right from about that point
Yeah.
due north all the way to the church.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, I like that idea. I like linear rather than pocket parks, because I think what happens is the pocket parks tend to isolate the communities. You know, they will get walled in with sound walls and so forth, and they tend to isolate it. And you can't go from one to the other without going out the entrance. I hate that. You gotta drive, bike 6 blocks to get out the entrance. So I do like that function. I have no particular preference or non-preference for a ballpark. I would take a good hard look at whether or not you'd be better off with a ballpark or a soccer field if it were me. These days, people's taste and what they want to do for recreation has changed. The advantage of a soccer field over a ballpark is if you're not playing soccer on it, you can use it for lots of other stuff. It's open space, basically. I won't try to dictate what that should be, but I do think you should take a good hard look at it. I'm certainly in favor of upgrading or fixing the whale, the water facility. People love that facility, and it gets a lot of use. And this is where I should actually record this speech so I can give it every week or 2 weeks when we meet, concerning the whale and the fact that you've got to upgrade it. Nothing lasts forever. We've got a lot of people in town here, good people who love it here and have supported us with their tax money, who believe that because they put 100 feet of road in 35 years ago, they're entitled to a good road forever on that same 100 feet. But nothing lasts forever, whether it's a road or it's a park or whatever. All this is subject to wear and tear, and the problem is upkeep. And if you don't keep it up, what you wind up with is junk. That's the truth of the matter. So upkeep is really, really important, and I'm glad to see that you're going to work on that water facility. It's very popular, and it does need to be some upkeep. So, in general, I'm in support. I'm willing to also compromise. I'm not going to demand any particular way to lay out that ball field area, but I do think it would behoove us to look at how many people want to use what. Ball fields are very hard to put together for throw-together use because they require, typically, depending on if it's t-ball or baseball or softball or underhand, it's a team sport. It requires 10 people on a side, 12, requires some umpires, requires a tee, requires a bat and a ball and whatever. Whereas an open field or a soccer field, you can do anything you want with it. So I'm okay with that.
Okay. Councilmember Lenore?
The two baseball parks we have, Dunn Park and,
Dunn Park, there's 2 fields at Dunn Park.
okay, so we did
But look-
take a loss on, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, let's not forget, we have the partnership with the schools, and we have baseball diamonds.
Yes, we
throughout
are
with that
No,
partnership.
I'm gonna talk about that.
Okay.
All right, because I did, I did Little League from the little guys all the way through Babe Ruth. It's baseball country, and maybe not everybody plays it, but the bulk of the kids in this town, they like baseball. We lost the field on Park Hill. No more baseball field up there. So that's, well, it's not.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about that one. There is
Yeah.
still one up there.
Yeah,
so
but
we
it's
have
not
3.
in good usable shape. It's not in
It needs
usable
some help.
shape. So my question is, if we do this ballpark, is it gonna be maintained where the gopher holes? When you say turf, you're talking about real grass?
Yes.
So you have gophers, you have squirrels, and I don't want to see another Rancho San Justo where you're out there breaking your ankles. So you're right, baseball fields, they come with maintenance. If I'm not assured that the maintenance will be able to be maintained when the turf starts deteriorating, irrigation starts breaking, I'm not sure, but we do have a lack of baseball facilities that the city owns, because the school ones are behind a gate. Can't use them. Vets Park's behind a gate. You can't use it. You might see a lot of baseball going on, but it's not open to the public.
It is, they are now, that's part of the agreement.
The Vets Park is?
No, not the Vets.
And the schools' facilities, Mays and Gavelin, are always open to the public?
We lease each site for $50,000 a year per site.
Except that where they're in school, you can't touch it.
That's correct.
So that's,
If I may direct the council back to really what the item is, and
Right.
not necessarily about whether or not we do a baseball field on the Roberts Ranch Park
Okay.
or not. I mean,
Thank you.
I hate to be the stick in the mud, but
That's all right.
we have had various commissions and committees look at it, but if it's the council's direction to focus on that at another time, I'd be more than happy to do
well,
that.
but you put a plan in front of us. Okay, so are we considering that or not? Oh.
Never
Oh.
do that again.
No.
Trying to show the transition, and it's not
No,
working.
That's fine. I'm looking at the plan that's in front of me.
Councilmember Sanders?
I'm going to try just to explain to you guys that other communities have these. It's just dirt mounds where kids can take their bicycles to. People travel from other communities just to go to them, and there's a lot of interest from the public on bringing one here. I tend to keep my pulse on what's going on in the community, and I can tell you that there's a lot of interest. And I think that if you guys would please entertain the idea of looking at what the cost is to put in this type of bicycle or this type of use for the park, as opposed to another baseball field. Another thing is, if I'm not mistaken, over at the Brigantino Park, for the phase 1, we do have money allotted to put in some baseball fields there. Correct?
What's it
Or
Valley View?
incorrect?
The
There's no
BMX?
money budgeted for
What is that?
Okay.
Brigantino improvements.
So I'm mistaken. But it's basically dirt mounds, and if you guys could at least entertain the idea of looking at what the cost is for that park versus this park, and then we can come back to that discussion, I'd really appreciate that.
Here's what I would recommend here. I think Bill pointed out a picture was put in that probably shouldn't have been put in yet. It's early in the conversation. As I always say, let's make sure we're contacting the neighbors in that neighborhood first and making sure what they want, it's their park. Then we go out from there and start asking a few more questions to get input from surrounding areas that are gonna come use the park, not as often, but they're gonna come use the park. Let's definitely not get ahead of ourselves. We still have work on several other parks we haven't finished. Dog park, talk to you later about that.
The budget is approved for July 1.
Okay, so I think we can work with this by working with the neighbors.
I have a comment. But this park is
Councilmember
being,
Lenore, go ahead.
this park is being provided for the Roberts Ranch side. Those residents are not there yet. So you're not asking anybody that's bringing in this park right here. It's the other park belongs to those development. This is brand new development, so you don't have anybody to ask.
You still have this existing neighborhood.
Yeah, but this subdivision is paying for this area.
Let's not try to decide the project right now.
Okay.
Yeah, let me make a proposal that we authorize the money. And what we do with it, except for fixing the rail, fixing the whale park, we know we're gonna do, and we'll do something there. But let's get the budget established, so Mike can say, here's what I can do with $500,000. I mean, when I voted for the master park plan, I said I intended to budget it. I didn't vote on it so we could put it on the shelf and never take it off again. So I'm going to propose that we actually authorize the budget without designating exactly what the park's gonna be, and let him see what he can come up with for $500,000. That's
Okay.
my opinion.
Any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
I do. Zavon Casada?
He's gone.
No.
Let's wait for Zaman. You gonna come back tonight? No? Okay.
Anybody else?
No other speakers?
No other speakers?
Okay.
So I'm gonna make a motion. On resolution 2019-153, the city of Hollister creating $500,000 capital improvement budget for Valley View Park improvements, and I do not have to designate exactly what those are.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you, Mike.
5-0. All right, why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Just give them the money. That's okay with me. Dirt's okay. Look, I'm not gonna play on it. That's fine. They can have that.
Well, okay, I'm not.
I can assure you, I'm not gonna be out there.
And then Savon get up.
Got my word on
Wait,
it.
another one. There's still plenty in there. help the seniors and work in conjunction with Jóvenes de Antaño here locally. So I did do a little training on that. And the good news is, so here's the good news, and I have to utilize my phone because there's a lot going on, and I have it right here. So for years, the funding has been flat for the seniors here in San Benito County and Monterey County, Santa Cruz County. So we have a good report. I mean, it's been flat for several years, and we have a lot of seniors, particularly in San Benito County. It's a large amount and growing every year. So in the governor's budget, I don't know if he's adopted yet, maybe it's June 30th, but it made it to the governor's desk. The conference committee provided $17.5 million in general fund annually for senior nutrition programs. So that's in the budget. This funding would be suspended on December 31st, 2021. There's also No Wrong Door. The conference committee provided $5 million ongoing to support No Wrong Door. And I believe that's the seniors that are lonely, model currently used by Aging and Disability Resource Connection. That was $5 million. Fall prevention funding, $5 million appropriation for Dignity at Home Fall Prevention Program, which is tied. Let's see, that measure would require Department of Aging to provide grants to area agencies on aging to provide injury prevention information, education, and services for the purpose of enabling older adults and persons with disabilities to live independently. And this is really important. And we're all gonna do one thing in common, we're all getting older. Multi-purpose senior services program 14.8 for one time for a supplemental rate increase for the multi-purpose senior services program. This is huge news for especially the group that's worked so hard under the leadership of the executive director, Clay Kemp, and he does a wonderful job with his assistant, Patty Talbot. They fight for the seniors, and it's not just fighting. I don't get the impression they're fighting for their job. I get the impression they really love seniors, and they really are sincere with all of their efforts. Great news for the seniors. And I have another meeting in another couple days, I think. Okay, so then we're gonna move on to my committee assignment. Water Resource Association has just recently adopted their operating budget. The city had it on a 2-year cycle budget. So the bill has been paid. What I didn't do is provide you with that tomorrow in your boxes. We'll have the budget for the Water Resource Association. Sean Novak continues to do a great job, water resource education. He's really about education, and he's continuing to hit all of the schools. I suggested that maybe he would do some of the, they're not private, but the religious schools. There's kids there too. They could go in there like they do the public schools to teach them young about water conservation. We might think we're in a wet period, but the drought can come soon, quickly and furiously. So ongoing conservation, please, very important in this area, because we don't have, sometimes we have the drought. We have really good underwater right now. So also I'll report that I'll be attending on July 17th, on my break, on July 17th, I'm going to go to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act meeting at the Vents Building. It's under the Governance Committee. I haven't served on been to a meeting because they haven't had one, so we'll have having our first governance committee gathering, which I will attend. That's very important groundwater study. Number one resource, water. Okay, then I want to move on to the ad. I want to give a report because it came up this evening on ad hoc committee. We hit it fast, we hit it furiously. We worked hard on that. So now the city attorney has drafted a ordinance. I don't know. Government doesn't work as the fastest thing that maybe it could, but I also had a 7-hour meeting June 3rd. So we're conducting plenty of business. And yes, the youth are important. There's a lot of issues in this town that are important, as well as flavored tobacco. So we have a draft ordinance. I think that's great progress. It is going to be scheduled for August 5th. I'm hoping Lane will hear me say that. Honor will be back. I didn't want to proceed without my partner on the ad hoc committee. And we didn't want to split the reading of the ordinance. First reading, second reading. We could have did you, you got a lifetime until the second reading, so it's just not best to do it that way. The public, we don't wanna lose them in the process. We wanna make sure they see the first and the second and come in contact. We've had town hall meeting, I think it's moved along well. I hope that they can understand that the city has a lot on its plate right now. Okay, then the rest are not community assignments. I'll report on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Richmond?
Oh, wait, wait.
Okay, we'll go back to Councilmember Lenore.
How can I do that? Okay, AMBAG. So AMBAG is the one I attend over in Marina, and it kind of floats around, but most of the time it's in Marina. It was a sad meeting. It was a sad meeting, folks. The ocean, it's not good. Plastic. It was a very visual presentation. Again, I got really sad, and we're killing our marine life with plastic. We simply have to do a better job. And yeah, we don't live by the ocean, but we go there. We take those forks there, we take those straws there. And you can see this photo right here. There's a dead whale here. He's full of plastic. Full of plastic. There's birds with plastic wrapped around their beaks. We let out the balloons in the sky, and I did that maybe a few months ago. I won't be doing that again. Turtles with so much plastic in them. This is very visual presentation. I'm probably gonna pass it off to John Chadwell here in the audience. It was a sad report, so we have to do better. There's so many things that we could do better in recycling. And one that came to mention there was contact lenses. There are billions of contact lenses in our wastewater treatment, and they really clog it up. So we're going to ask the optometrists locally. I hope that maybe we can make contact to suggest that they put in a recycling program for contact lenses. It's a little thing, but makes a big statement in the wastewater treatment. Again, styrofoam. We should never even make that anymore, and they're banning it more and more statewide, countrywide. Styrofoam is just not good. You'll notice that the motels do the personal care dispensers because they've gotten away from those little bottles. Those little bottles, billions and billions of little conditioner, lotion, shampoo. So that's why you see the ones now in the public restrooms or even on a cruise ship. I noticed they got the little dispenser. No more plastic bottles. There's so much we can do, but there's more garbage in the ocean than fish, and that's sad. Okay. Then we talked about, then on the agenda also, and we touched on it, the SB2 Housing Planning and Protection Grants Program. One of the things that I did, Mary Gilbert assisted me in making this wordage. It is important. So it's very short too. So the one thing that AMBAG covered, two items that the city will want to be tracking. That's the budget trailer bill language that makes changes to the arena numbers, regional housing needs assessment. The language is not final at this time, but we expect more information in August. COG, the office COG over here is in charge of our arena numbers. They work with the COG board, and I think there's a technical advisory committee in there somewhere as well. So Marty and the mayor will definitely be getting all this information. Let's see. Also in San Benito County and the Central Coast Regional Group that will have additional funding for regional housing needs. That's what we discussed this evening. COG will be the lead on that. We'll follow up in August. And also, we expect more information in August. Let's see, it still ties local roads funding through SB1. Oh yeah, through the housing element. So the governor, remember, he was threatening to put in jeopardy our SB1 funding if we didn't have a compliant housing element. And then they said, oh, he's going to back down from that, but he did not. So very important that we have that certified housing element. The second item that AMBAG covered was the safe vehicle rule. This is the other sad item on the agenda. So California's done all this progressive work in the emission standards. We lead the nation in showing what emission standards, we have high rate of emission standards. So the oil industry has lobbied, and I don't even think it's going to be a vote of the people. I think it's going to be a decision. Lower vehicle emission standards at the federal level. It has a lot of repercussions, including worsening our air quality, and we work on it all the time, as you folks know. New standards are lower than California standards, the new ones are, which is really sad. okay, will affect funding of hundreds of projects in state. Currently, our projects are not threatened, but can be in the future. This is because the Federal Highway Administration or the federal funding for transportation could be impacted, which trickles down to Caltrans, which is our state representation on transportation. Of course, the 25 bypass raised a big flag for me. I don't want to scare anybody, but we definitely need to follow that. I think 156 is good because it's so far into the process, but we're down on the totem pole a little on that 25. Let's see, it's being pushed by the oil lobby at the federal level. AMBAG has reached out to Panetta's office. Unfortunately, it looks like it will go into effect. That is not something Congress is voting on, but something that's coming from a regulatory agency. And last, we had litigation of some kind of grace period. It is expected. We'll have more information in August. It's a very regressive step for the state of California when we should be doing like we were, setting an example. We're about to lose that. And the last thing is that they are considering a draft 2019 public participation plan. And the public participation plan is a required guide for all public involvement conducted by AMBAG. It contains procedures, strategies, and techniques used for AMBAG for public involvement in all programs. It's a federal and state planning requirement. Let's see, and so they're just doing this draft plan now, and it's available on the website at the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, and I think it's .org. And that completes my my report presently, and I'll be going again to AMBAG, I guess, on the 19th, so I'll have more.
Okay. Thank you.
Now
Thank
I'm
you.
done.
There you go.
I had a lot this time.
All right.
So-
Vice Mayor Richmond?
I'm always embarrassed to talk about my one item, which really is not much. So the mayor and I were on the ad hoc committee for finding a firm to help us search for a new city manager, and we independently rated the firms, and he rated the firm that won number one. I rated them a close number two. So I think there was general agreement. They were in the top 1-2. And that was the one that was presented tonight for the city council's approval. So we had an agreement on who we thought was best at doing this. And I have high hopes that that they will find someone who will do us well. And believe it or not, that's the only report I have.
Okay.
I'm kind of embarrassed.
Nothing to be embarrassed.
Council member Lenore has
report
been
much last time, so I
so
didn't catch
busy.
She had it all bottled up.
I had a couple meetings I did.
Councilmember Resendez?
Well, Mr. Vice Mayor, if you're embarrassed, I don't know what words to describe my ad hoc committees because I did not attend any since the last meeting, so I've got nothing to report.
Okay, well, let me see if I can upstage Miss Lenore. I had a LAFCO meeting. All we did there was change our meeting time to the third Wednesday at 3 p.m. and approved our new budget. The interesting meeting I had was with our Mobility Partnership group. That is a group that meets from Santa Clara County and our county COG to discuss the partnership on Highway 25 and the new interchange at 25-101. The group, thank goodness, voted for alternate 2. Alternate 2 is a flyover at 101 to 25. So that way you're not stopping anywhere in between. That is a big deal because the original cost estimate was about 50 to 60 million. The new numbers came in at about 162 million. Part of that reason is because they're looking at extending it over the railroad tracks there so it doesn't get stuck behind train traffic. It's a really big deal, this decision. And it was I couldn't thank our partners in Santa Clara enough for looking into the future and realizing that the best alternative was to keep traffic moving. The other alternative was to basically have a stop sign where the interchange is now. You make a left and go under the bridge. It was a temporary type of fix. And as we realized, we can't use temporary fixes anymore. We need something a little more permanent. So I want to thank them for, it's a big ask of them to go to 162 million. The next big phase of our conversation is the what we call the trade corridor route, and that's where our partnership is trying to work together to bring the 152-25 together and pick a new alignment coming off the 101. There's 4 alternates, one being the highest, the alignment, and the 4th being the lowest. The lowest alignment passes right over our airport area, which I think is one of the best alignments we can have, because that would bring the trade and the commercial business we need to our area. That's a conversation that's just getting started. They're doing some more studies on it, and we're going to be discussing that. But I think for the future of our community, if we're really interested in bringing those jobs, those tech jobs, and some of the industry, that would probably be the alignment that would make most sense for our community, to bring those jobs and have these companies using our great airport that we do have. Unfortunately, on the bad news side, we asked Caltrans to do a study about limiting left turns off the Balsa onto the 25 during rush hour in the afternoon. Caltrans did a study, agreed that something should be done there, but the road is owned by the county of Santa Clara, and they decided against doing any changes there. So it stands the way it is now, and people are going to still make those left-hand turns. Be careful. If you live in our community, please don't do it. Just get on the 25 like everyone else. Don't risk your life on it. It's not worth it. So those are my updates. Shorter.
Did you have a talk with my husband about that? I tell him to stop doing that. They should
I'm
eliminate
probably
that
honking the
south-
horn at them when I'm driving in the
They
afternoon.
should eliminate that south direction.
We-
Just let it go north.
We agree. All right, we're going to go to item G2, informational reports from City Council. Ms. Laurent?
Yes. Excuse me. I didn't know we were gonna be up so quick. On July 11th, I met with Mary Paxton of Development Services. I guess that's still appropriate. She was successor agency, but Development Services, it's all under the same roof there. Regarding the 2015 traffic calming phase 2. I know that I'm not always visual out there in the downtown, but believe me, I work in the background. I would really want to encourage the city to proceed with the second phase, which is the bulbing out, and we just still have not slowed it down enough. And I know some people would disagree with me, but the pass-through traffic really should stick to, Sally East. The bypass would be the best scenario. I still see a lot of pass-through traffic, and I know it's just a natural thing because that's what we've always done. So I'm going to be reviewing that report again. It's been some time since I read it, but I didn't have time to read between this and now all this reading. So I continue to work on that, and I have ideas, but the problem is funding. So it was like $3 million, but I'm on Marty's page. Why do we commission a study? Pay for it, public hearing it, review it, and then we don't have any money to implement it. Downtown, we have only one downtown, and I really appreciate all the other commercial areas, and now we're getting a new one, but you only have one historic downtown, and that's what kind of sets it apart for me, and I hope that we can somehow implement some of those measures. I'm going to report back with that once I review the report again. And maybe meet with Mary again. She's very, very gracious to meet with me. And the final thing was I met with city manager and Mike Chambliss regarding Dunn Park and homeless, and also the sound wall, in particular the sound wall coming in from the south end. It's, as you see, not good. They're going to cut all the suckers, trim all the dead bushes. The problem is the irrigation is not really functional and beyond repair now. So those are the kinds of issues you have when you have a sound wall. And at first you gotta have the water system that's good for it. The wall is crumbling. It's the worst wall I've ever seen. So we're gonna attempt to address it, at least get it all painted the same color. It's an eyesore. It's an eyesore, and I've been riding them on it. And don't think that just because I work with them that I don't give them grief, because they get plenty of grief from me. And then the homeless in Dunn Park. To tell you, as I stated, I've learned a lot about what you can and cannot do in enforcement of homeless. It's been an eye-opening experience, but I know that if I lived around there, I would be livid. It is not good. And I guess they have the right to put a blanket down and stay in the park, but the overfull shopping carts and the makeshift tarp tents, and they just don't belong there. We're going to have to, I'm going to talk to them about, maybe Chief Westrick will assist me in getting a little bit of compliance there, at least to get the carts out. Because you do have to be sensitive to the homeless. They are other people in our community, but we're really stuck between a rock and a hard spot. So I want to ask for this, Mayor, a future discussion item for the City of Hollister City Council. I would like to discuss a day facility, because I think that's the only way we're going to get a little relief from camping in the park. Maybe not everybody, but some might welcome a place that they can go in the day where there are services, where they can go and hang out, and because they got to move from the Rose Garden in the Dunn Park. We have to address it. I'm sorry for the homeless, I really am, but that is in the oldest park we have in Hollister, right there, surrounded by residential, and the kids are trying to play, and no, it's got to be something done with it. So I drive around that park every day, night and in the day and the night now, because I need to make sure I'm monitoring it. And also, we discussed the recreational facilities. Please drive Dunn Park. You now have ping pong table. You have a couple of cornhole. That's the beanbag toss. You got benches there with tables. 4 new art benches. I don't know if they're all in, but I think a couple of them are. So we have a good feeling about Dunn Park. I've talked with Councilman Resendez. We're on the same page when it comes to utilizing the park. We'd like to see more utilization, because that's really how you take over a park, is by using it. So I hope that people will come out and play ping pong and some beanbag toss. Going to have the movies there. So those are the things we discussed. I'm on it. Don't know that I have all the answers. I know that I don't have all the answers. But for the people living around Dunn Park, I want you to know that I got my eye on it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you very much. I'm going to jump the gun on some stuff on transportation also, and the reason is I know that most of you do not attend the Council of Governments meeting, the Council of Governments being our regional transportation authority. Their meetings are in the mid-afternoon. A lot of you who work can't get there, and I know that the public is very interested, so I'm going to jump the gun a little bit. And one item is that the director, Mary Gilbert, and I have talked about putting a people-friendly version of the Caltrans report out every month, so that people can actually see where we are on these various projects we keep talking about. It's easy to talk about them, it's hard to keep track. I lose track myself whether or not we've done item A, item B, item C. I get kind of lost in the shuffle. So I've asked the director, Mary Gilbert, if she would, executive director, if she would work on that. She told me she would. I talked to her as recently as today, and she said she's working on that. And so you can expect in a short time that you will get something through your news organizations that will be a chart that will show the project and show in kind of terms that are used by normal people, not technical terms used by the people who design highways, where we are in the project. So you get some idea what's approved. I'm sure the message that the mayor brought about the VTA and the overpass will be in there in the near future. I think that's very important. Also, another item which will not be on the agenda because there was not time to get it on the agenda, was very interesting. A resident of Hollister, it just goes to show what the public can do, did some phone calling around trying to find an alternate to the infamous roundabout proposal for 25-156 that everybody hates so much, and came up with a very interesting item that's apparently being used in Minnesota, which is traffic lights that are smart in that they don't just tell you that there's a vehicle there. They tell you what the vehicle weighs and how fast it's going, and basically uses a complex mathematical formula to determine when they should turn red, because they know that a big fat truck stuck at the stoplight takes forever to get back up to speed. So this is a very interesting proposal. I had never heard of it. And he had talked to the Truckers Association, said, what are you guys running into that you really like? And they said, we're running into this thing. And I went and did a little research, and I found a technical paper on it done by UCLA, by a couple of professors at UCLA in Los Angeles. And I forwarded that to the executive director of COG as one of the possibilities. Because apparently, we thought there was a setup similar to ours in Santa Barbara County that we could go look at, and she has informed me that that setup is not really similar to ours, that ours would be the first setup with a very heavy truck traffic in one direction and very heavy automobile traffic in the other direction, opposing each other. I don't like to be first under those circumstances. You know, I'm superstitious. I would like to get something that's developed that we know that works, rather than be the guinea pig on whether or not that works. So it's a little boring perhaps because it's technical, but the truth of the matter is, just goes to show you what the public can do when they put their mind to it. So I want to thank the gentleman who did that, and I will mention by name at the COG meeting, and I will send the paper around for everybody to look at. I think that's about all I have on my personal issues, except this. All the things we do are complicated by a whole series of laws in the federal and state government, and our local laws, and we don't have the kind of freedom of action that many of you think we do, that we can just do what we want. So. When something looks like an obvious answer, please bring it up. But if we say we can't do it, please have some understanding of why. It has nothing to do with our political outlook. Sometimes it has to do with the rules we have to operate under. Our money is not money we can put anywhere we want against any project. In many cases, our money is designated from the state, federal government, where we got it, or even from the taxpayers, where we get it. And the taxpayers say we want to spend on this, and we say okay, and we get it under those circumstances, we have to spend it on that. We can't just take it and do what we want with it. So just have a little sympathy. Don't feel sorry for us, but just have a little sympathy for the fact that we're not 100% free agents. We can't do exactly what we want. And I appreciate your support, and I especially appreciate the support of so many people that have talked to me over the last week and a half to tell me how much they support the city council and the fact that we're trying to do the best we can. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez.
All right. On the 7th of this month, I met with our two friends from the library that usually come here, and to me, it seems like they're trying to lobby support from City Council. I'm not sure if they had a conversation with you guys, but they'd like an updated study about whether the city supports a library, and if so, what capacity, what type of library. I don't doubt that the city or the residents want a library. I think everybody wants a new library. I'm really concerned about the funding aspect behind it. Also, I told them this, and I'll tell the public this as well. Their last study was done in 2016. I have some reservations about doing a new one, especially since we funded the last one. I said if they can get some funding, not only from the county, but if they can go after some grants or something, then I might reconsider supporting that. That's the conversation I had with them at the library. Coming up this Thursday at Vets Hall at 6:30, we are going to be meeting with Mary Paxton and the engineers, Kinley? I forget their names. Kimley and Horn, about traffic calming on Central Avenue. Mary and her staff were so kind to put out canvas flyers out to everybody that lives off of Central I've got some flyers I'm going to personally deliver. I'm trying to spread the message on a social media as much as possible. So if you guys can all help me, John, maybe you guys can put something out and with the flyer and whatnot. But we want to get as many residents out there. Last time we had a discussion about the bike lanes. It got pretty heated, and people were really passionate about wanting to slow down the traffic. So I'm pretty excited that we're going to finally have that discussion. I'd like to see as much community involvement in the process as possible, so we can come up with some solutions together. What else? 6:30, just like Raymond was here earlier talking about that Hollister is going to have its second annual LGBTQ plus Pride celebration. Last year was the first annual that him and his group put on. I attended with my family. It's just a really nice environment, very welcoming. Everybody is welcome to come. I plan on going again this year, and I'd love to see as many people from the community out there. So that's over at the Esperanza Center, right on San Benito Street. I think he said from 12 to 2. Very family-friendly environment, and I'd like to see, like I said, as many people as possible out there. I'd like to agendize for this upcoming city council meeting a discussion on adopting a campaign finance reform policy. I think I spoke to the city manager about that, so I'm looking forward to having that discussion. And then last but not least, I'm going to get on my soapbox. We had a very, very tragic accident here in our community. And I just want to remind people, please do not, whatever you do, do not take any type of substances and get behind the wheel of driving. You're not only putting your life in jeopardy, but let's make some smart choices, not just in our community, but all around, because you're putting other people's lives at risk, and it's just not worth it. It really is not worth the risk. So please think twice before making those decisions. Thank you.
Is that it? Bill, the things I have are the general plan update. I mean, this is a conversation we've been having for several years, and I still don't have a timeline. This has got to come, we need to start this thing. It's been way too long.
So my understanding is that the general plan committee asked to have go back out for an RFP on some of the, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know where that status is, but I'll try to get you what the status is of that project.
Okay, please. This is one of the most important things we have to do in this community. I've been asking about this for over 2 years now. I still don't have a date, so this is the point where enough's enough. Okay. The other thing that bothered me recently, I heard somebody say, well, the city doesn't have a low affordable housing program because nobody's ever asked for it, which is absolutely not true. We've had this conversation many of times. And again, it's one of these other items that we need to be working on. We can no longer just keep saying, well, we'll take care of it next time. This is something we need to have in place. It is not fair that the only areas that are getting affordable housing is just on the west side. We knew this years ago when we talked about every new community should have affordable housing, inclusionary housing, mixed right into the new neighborhood, so we can do it right. And we're just not doing it. We need to jump all over this, not make any more excuses on this either, and put something in place. I'd like to see something at least 20%, but we need to have this conversation sooner rather than later.
Jamila and I spoke, just real quick, Jamila and I spoke about it just a couple of weeks ago. I think the county is probably a couple months ahead in adopting their ordinance. I think that the Board of Supervisors are still making adjustments, but one of the comments that we had, I think during intergovernmental is sort of have a somewhat of a united front when it comes to adoption of the inclusionary housing ordinances, just so that kind of everybody's playing on the same level field. I haven't actually seen what the county's looks like as of right now, but I'm sure if it's been vetted at least to a certain spot, it would be okay to use that as a starting point.
Well, I'm not sure what the county's doing either. I do know that they keep waiving it and accepting in lieu of fees instead. So that doesn't work. When you accept $900,000 for a project that 200 homes are being built on, should have at least 20 at the minimum units, that doesn't work. There are examples in our area, Morgan Hill has them, and this is not hard to put together. I know it's going to take time, but enough is enough already. It's just not fair to our community. We're pushing people out of our own community and then saying we'll figure it out later. one of the dog park question was answered earlier. I thought I heard Mike say July
July
1st.
Yeah, the July when our next budget cycle hits, the CIP rolls over and he can go do that.
I thought we had approved it for this cycle.
No, it was in 1920. I'm sorry.
Okay. So
At the airport one?
Yeah.
July 1st, I'll be out there.
July
watching for
July
equipment to be rolling in. One of the other things that came across at one of my meetings in Gilroy with the Gilroy council members and was how they are now having problems in their downtown area because residents are moving in the area and complaining about noise from the entertainment of the local downtown establishments. And his recommendation was, if you don't have it yet, put a downtown entertainment zone in place, or you're going to start getting sued by people that are hearing music past 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So it's something we need to be looking at for our downtown area if we're ever going to be more inviting for some of these restaurants and different nightclubs to come in. Otherwise, if we don't have it in place before people are in the area, we lose.
Don't move there.
Well, that's the whole point. If we don't do this now, and they do move
You don't want to be
in,
downtown where the noise is, don't move there.
but this is why we have to have a policy in place. So they're going through this issue right now, and their recommendation was move on it before you have the problems they're having.
And I apologize. It's basically an entertainment zone within the downtown.
Basically, so that later on somebody can't complain that, hey, it's 11 o'clock, it's noisy, shut the music off.
Okay.
If they're not warned about it or I guess the issue is if you're not notified about it before you purchase a property.
So it's kind of a disclosure statement on the area. Okay.
Yeah. You moved into this area.
Yeah. All right.
Get to like the music type of deal.
It's too bad we have to be there, but I guess I get it.
It's absolutely, as they pointed out, very important to do this.
Okay.
Don't make the mistake. Councilmember Lenore, I absolutely agree with what you're saying about the homeless stay facility. It's
Yeah.
something I've been trying to push for quite a while. It's going to be very important. One of the areas where we did drop the ball with the homeless was after we got to the point of approving the shelter, we decided really not to fund it at the levels it needs to be funded at. And that's what it comes down to. And
We need to partner with the county on the day facility.
they're with us. So I'd
That'd
like
be
to
great.
invite you and set up another meeting with them, but something we're
Sure.
going to need to talk about.
Anytime on that issue.
Okay. That's a very critical component, so thank you for bringing it up.
I would also, if I can interject something to help you along, I hope you find it helpful. You may not agree. I think we ought to really look seriously at getting a private facility, because one of the major problems with the government facility is that if you have a government facility, the first thing you're going to say is no alcohol and no drugs. And when you say no alcohol and no drugs, a reasonably high percentage of the homeless who have issues, substance abuse issues, won't go there. They will go somewhere else. I think we know that from hearing 100 briefings from HHS.
I want to be careful we're not straying
Yeah.
off into the subject, and I
No,
appreciate that.
you understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I don't want to stray off on the subject, but I think we ought to not forego private facilities. We ought to, public facilities are fine, I support them, I supported the shelter. I'm just saying, don't forego it.
Just so you're aware, the facility is ran by a private company.
okay.
Okay.
See it.
Okay, and that's all I had. All right. City manager?
I just want to let everybody know that we have a meeting next Monday night. It'll be hopefully your last of the third meeting a month, and we'll adjust accordingly. So.
Okay. City attorney?
No statement, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Chief?
I have a few things here. Last Tuesday, Hollister PD, along with San Diego County Probation, the Sheriff's Office, DA's office, did the Special Olympics torch run. I had the honor of being the coordinator for this county. And with those efforts, along with the other Northern California agencies, we've amassed about $144,000 to help Special Olympics have their summer games this next week in UC Davis. This last week I was in Bishop as a volunteer for the California High School Rodeo Association. I'm actually the vice president now. And I'm pleased to report that three teenagers from Hollister are going to the national rodeo, which is a really big deal, actually. And we should be really proud of those kids from our area here. They were actually the only ones from our area that actually did it in our county, so it was pretty impressive. The parade for the Saddle Horse Show is this Saturday, 11 a.m. downtown. And of course, the Saddle Horse Show is the 28th, 29th, and 30th at Bellotto Park.
Excellent, thank you, Jake. City Clerk? Nothing? Okay, we're going to move to item G3.
Finally.
Jóvenes de Antaño.
Good evening, everybody, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to be in the agenda and to talk to you a little bit about agency. I had Christine pass out some information for you. I'm just going to follow through the information I gave you and just update you on some of the, who we are, how we got here, and where we're going. But anyway, I wanted to do this also because we have some new council folks on the council. And maybe they are familiar or not familiar with the services that we provide and why we're there and how we became about to providing services for the elderly. But anyway, Jóvenes de Antaño, I'll now say JDA Senior Services, as a nonprofit, we've been here since 1975 providing services for the elderly. Last month, it was our 44th year providing these services. And we are one of the there's hardly any nonprofits throughout the state of California providing these services because of the funding that has become lesser and lesser every year. And we were able to survive in this community because of the support that we get. A lot of agencies went under the city or under the counties, but we're still able to hang in there as a nonprofit by living in your facility at the community center. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know that we organized, got ourselves our nonprofit status in 1975, and because we found that there was a need for services for the elderly. And I got a wind of somebody in Santa Cruz that was going to be applying for a grant to the state CDA. It would include Monterey, but it did not include San Benito. So I got on the bandwagon and was able to communicate with Mr. Aldo Ludovico, and so he included us in the grant. So it was hard to get that grant approved, but it finally got approved. So we've been working under that from the California Department of Aging since then. And the only thing is that every year we get the same amount of funding. We get 85 funding, and we're grandfathered into that amount, and it doesn't increase. So, and it doesn't deal with inflation, of course. We can't keep up. I don't know, by the grace of God, we're able to provide these wonderful services to the elderly. And there's a big need, Our elderly population is living longer, as you all know. I gave you some information on that. But anyway, our goal and mission is to provide services in the community for our seniors in San Benito County, which includes the city of Hollister. 80% of the folks that we serve live in the city of Hollister, but we do provide service throughout the county. And I just wanted to share with you a little bit of why we're at the community center. Before, we were on Hawkins Street, and we converted this old laundromat into a senior center. So we were there for about a year while we were organizing and everything, and we got together and then we moved on by then. Anyway, the city was in the midst of applying for some funds to make the recreation center up where we're at right now. So then I got involved in that, and we were able to be there because the county provided match money on the condition that we would be able to use the facilities. It was a challenge, big challenge in those days, but we're there, and I really appreciate that, or else we would not be able to provide the services at the level that we do right now. But anyway, our funding is diminishing like everybody else, and we're every year, like Lenore said, we get flat funding. It does not include inflation. We're not able to give our staff COLAs. Like, we haven't got a COLA, I think, for about 8 years. But anyway, our staff, we have devoted staff that work they have 25 employees, and most of the employees are part-time. Like all my meal drivers are all senior citizens. They love the job. It's only 3 hours a day, but they love it. They love delivering the Meals on Wheels and also communicating with the elderly. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know that I also gave you a list of all the different services that we provide. We started with a small congregate meal program. Then we started delivering about 50 meals to the homes for Meals on Wheels. So when funding became available and working with Santa Cruz County, we were able to access money. Before it was 3 counties. It was Monterey County, Santa Cruz, and San Benito. But Monterey split up by himself because it was the area was too large. So we decided to stay with Santa Cruz County. And we've been with Santa Cruz County under the PSA, AAA, Area Agency on Aging. They're the ones who fund us. You know, they're the ones who receive the bulk of the money for the aging programs in both counties, and we get 25% of that funding. 70% goes to the county of Santa Cruz. And to even get the 25% was a challenge because they wanted to reduce it, but because there were no services in San Benito County, we really had to, I'll say, fight for it, and we've been at that level for a long time, and hopefully it will stay there, because the board at the time at the Seniors Council was very generous, and they understood about that there was no other services here for the elderly in San Benito County. Okay, and then also I wanted to go on to page 3, because I'm here to ask for support. We need your help. So that's why I've provided all this information to you. And you know, by the way, we're the only nonprofit in the county, state of Hollister, that provides these services for the elderly. If we cease to exist, somebody's going to have to pick up those services, or the money's going to go someplace else, and we don't want that to happen. It doesn't, you know, it's very important that these funds continue to come into this county, because the need is needed here, and it's getting. The need is getting more and more because our elderly are living longer, you know, and I give you some information on there in terms of the growth and all that. It's just part of a supplement information I gave you. So anyway, I want to go to page 3, which is the pie that'll show you where our resources come from, all the funding that we get from the state and federal, number 1, and then number 2, local government, which includes LTA. We get funding from LTA, and also all the match money we get from the county to provide the services, and local contributions. Those are contributions that the elderly provide. Like, for example, for Meals on Wheels and Congregate Meal Program, we can't charge them for the meal, but we can suggest a suggested donation of $2.50 a meal, and nobody will be denied a meal. But we do get some funding in that area, even though right now it's really low during these economical times. And then also the grants, we also get grants, $23,500. That includes the foundation, United Way, and also the emergency food program. These are small grants that I get, that I apply for every year. And then also the in-kind that we receive, the contributions, the $41,000 that includes $40,000 that we get from the county. They provide $40,000. I've been getting a match money from them since the maybe mid-'80s. We were the first organization to win and ask for funds, and they didn't know who I was or what I was doing, and it was a challenge at the time, but we got through. We finally made it on the map, and not only there, but also with the city of Hollister, hopefully. But anyway, that's the total amount of funding that you see there. I'll show you where the resources come. And of course, the major part of our funding comes from federal and state funding, which is getting, you know, this year is going to be the same amount, more or less, that we got last year. Okay? And then also, I gave you, I gave you a copy of the letter that I sent to the county, because I'm required to report on the funding that we get. And we get those $40,000 every year. We're finally in their budget. They put us in their budget so I don't have to be included in competing with other organizations, because they're obligated to provide the match. Because if I don't get a match for the funding, you know, we'll lose the grants, and we don't want to lose the grants. We need these services for elderly here in the city of Hollister and the whole county, which includes the city. Anyway, I didn't want to take too long because I know it's late, and if you have any questions, please chime in. But anyway, I wanted to also go over our budget real quick, and that is on page I don't know why I skipped it. I shouldn't have skipped it. There it is.
Four.
Page 4. There you go. This is our total agency operating budget. And it shows you all the income that we receive from all the sources that I mentioned and they're in that pie that you saw of all the grants that we receive, contributions, etc. And then it shows you all the expenses. And this year we're running a $51,000 deficit. And in order to balance out the year, I would have to raise that money, and it's very difficult. You know, right now there isn't any new monies out in the state level except for the 17.5 that Carol reported. We don't know how that's going to go, how much of that we're going to be, but our funds are going to be sunset. They're going to sunset in 2 years, I think, and hopefully it will continue. But we can't plan on that because we don't know if and when, if we're going to receive those funding. But anyway, I was wondering, I wanted to come before you to see if you can at least look at, helping us with the same amount that the county gives us. If you give us that, if you approve those funds from your general fund, if you can put us in your budget so it can be continuing funding, I think the program will be able to continue to thrive and provide the services. It's going to be tight. It's always tight because we can't keep up with the inflation, the food costs, all that, the gas. I think the gas went down a little bit, but for a while it was over $4. And we deliver meals, and then we also provide transportation to the elderly in San Benito County, like for the seniors and people with disabilities here in the county and out of the county. We take them to specialty care. They cannot get here, like dialysis. They go to Palo Alto, Sanford, any specialty care that is not available in the county. So that grant we just got approved by Council of Governments under the LTA for this fiscal year. So we had to bid for those funds. But anyway, that is, I didn't want to elaborate too much on details on the services, because if you have questions and then you have that information there, and I don't know if you would have any questions, and I just want to, really impress on that. We're like a one-stop shopping for services for the elderly. I mean, we don't have like in other counties, they have everything separate. Meals on Wheels is here, I&I is here, and all that. Here, everything's under the same roof. That's why we're able to provide these services. And we're housed, thank God, in your building. And it's very effective. I think it's very productive and very effective because we just have one director, which is small. How long I'm going to be there, we'll see. Anyway, and I have all the staff that works with me is very dedicated. I will not be able to do it without the staff that we have. They're very dedicated, and because we don't provide a Cadillac package of benefits, etc. But they would rather have a job than no job at all, and they're very supportive. And the community has been very supportive in the past. So anyway, I don't know what you would, I would really ask if you can provide us with some funds on a continuing basis, and that it'd be part of your general fund budget so it can be continuing. One thing I forgot to mention was we were housed at this community center in one little office. There was 5 of us at the time. In 1980, we went in since it was built. And then afterwards, John Kiswader, who was the director at the time, the rec director, him and I told him, I said, there's some senior money available, but we have to go through the city. So the city approved. They said, okay, go ahead and apply for the fund. That's why we have the senior annex in the back. All that back section used to be, it used to be a patio, So we were able to build the senior annex. And as long as we're there, the city's obligated to let us live there as long as we're there to provide the services for the elderly. That's why we have control. Well, control is not a good word, but we have the first priority to use those facilities at the back. And we work very well with Tina Garza and the rest of the staff in the Recreation Department. And also during the years, we had also provided, I think I reported this, that was in the City Council, we provided a lot of employment, senior employment, so they can do the yard and all that under Title V. Those are senior citizens that are still able to work under that program, and they got paid from another organization. So we did that for a while. We provided a lot of equipment. We would go 50-50 on chairs, etc. But we can't do that anymore because we don't have the money. Okay. Some things we have to because, we use the bulk of the time there, but there's also, the community uses the facility, which I know, understand that hopefully you're still in the works about fixing, dealing with the facility, because it's, before it gets really run down, it really, and it's used highly.
We have a lot of work, and we're gonna make sure
Yeah,
we start
it's
fixing
work.
these things up. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it works, highly by the community. It really is being used by the
Absolutely.
community. So anyway, I don't know if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Or if you need more information, I could provide you with more information.
We'll get more information and we'll.
Pardon me?
We'll get more information and bring it back.
Oh, okay, fine. And also, on another note, I wanted to say, I heard you say that there's still a lot of work to, for example, in the center, the stove that's there, it needs to be replaced because it smells like gas.
Well,
That's to the city and also the rest of the facility, like the restrooms. So we would all appreciate if, you would, I don't know where you're getting the funds to do that, but I know that you got a bid to fix the facility or deal with it. But anyway, I just implore you that it's really important. It's you want a community center that really looks nice for the community and is used, by the community, which includes the elderly.
We'll take a look at that. Councilmember, our Vice Mayor Richmond had a comment?
Yeah, I do want to make a comment. Thank you very much. So I just want to say thank you, Director Valdivia, and all the people who work with you. I don't know what this community would do without you and without your organization. I really don't. I don't think many young people understand how many, obviously, if you look at me, I'm not suffering from it, but how many elderly people are suffering from malnutrition because they don't get enough to eat, and they don't have someone to take care of them, and the Meals on Wheels alone. And you do so much with so little money. That it's really amazing. I'm looking at your annual funding of all the things you've done here, and it's less than the cost of one sewer lift station that we okayed tonight. Can you imagine? All those meals, all that transportation to medical, all that work, all those seniors, and it costs less than what we're gonna pay to put in a new sewer lift station out by the airport. So I'm gonna do everything I can do to find enough funding to take care of your deficit. That's my input.
Thank you. Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
I just want to, Pauline, I think you know this, my mother-in-law now is a big fan of the facility.
Oh, yeah. She really enjoys
And
it.
she gets very excited. Thank you, Judy, also for being her friend there. She gets very excited when it's the day to go to her exercise class and go play bingo. And the difference you have made in her life is incredible. 6 months ago, a year ago, to get in the car, we'd had to get the step stool out and help her in there. Now all we do is just point to which car we're going in, and she jumps right on in. And she's going for walks around the block now with her walker. All of this happened after visiting your facilities.
That's wonderful, yeah.
She's absolutely in love with what's going on here. And I just want to make sure I was thanking you because she mentions your name all the time.
Okay.
And then Judy for her laugh.
Thank you.
But
Yeah.
thank you. And I think it's
And that,
it's one of
and-
those facilities
Yeah.
we don't realize how much of a treasure it is unless we lose it, and then we try to figure out how to make up for it. You can't make up for what you created there. And we always need to make sure we're taking care of our kids and our seniors, and then the community will follow together.
And, I'm really glad that for your comments, both you and Marty, and, that's what it's all about, is keeping the elderly living in their homes as long as possible, so they won't have to be in a nursing home, by receiving all these services before you. And we do case management, we go beyond the call of duty, and my drivers are like another welfare check for the folks. We have found people who are malnutrition on the floor during the weekends, etc.
Yeah.
I can go on and on, but it's getting late. But anyway, I just I appreciate your comments, and I don't know if you have any more questions.
Well, do we have any speaker cards? Or did you have
It's
a
a
comment?
report only.
Yeah. Yeah, but we still open up for any
Okay.
speakers. No speakers?
I have no speakers, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Well, thank you.
Can we schedule it for a meeting in August to consider her request? Because that's really
Yeah,
what
we
she's after.
definitely put it on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think that's where the head direction she's headed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay.
Pauline.
Thank you, and then we'll keep in touch.
Mhm.
Thank you very much for your support.
We
Thank
hope
you.
to put you out of dialysis business shortly, okay? I think it's good for everybody.
Yeah, we just started another run to Morgan Hill to Dallas. That's how urgent those services are for the folks. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
We're gonna move to item G4.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and council members. My name is Mary Paxton, and I'm Program Manager with the Development Services Department. This item is a report on the city's hotel incentive program. It's the annual report. In 2017, the City Council approved the incentive program, and one of the requirements within the program is that it be reviewed annually. It's a 5-year program. It would expire in September of 2020 unless it's extended by the City Council. The purpose of the program is to provide incentives to attract new hotels to be constructed in the City of Hollister or the renovation of existing hotels. The staff report before you outlines 4 types of incentive programs. 2 are for existing hotel facilities and 2 are for new facilities. There's the, let's see, staff provided a copy of the hotel incentive program to the hotels in the project area. The exception is we emailed the program to the Fairfield by Marriott, and when we tried to talk to the owner or the manager of the facility and just give them some background on the purpose of the program and to solicit any feedback. We didn't really receive a lot of feedback, but the owners at the Fairfield by Marriott did convey that they're interested in constructing a new facility in the city and would be interested in using the program. What we found, what I would like to back up, with the 2 categories for new construction, there's the qualified service hotel, which is for the equivalent of a AAA 3-diamond hotel, and the enhanced quality service hotel, that would be for a hotel that would qualify as a 3-diamond, but there would also be a restaurant, facilities for a wedding, a conference, something like that. The program is based on reimbursing transient occupancy tax on an annual basis. So for the quality service, 50% would be reimbursed for up to 10 years with a subsidy cap of $2 million. With the enhanced quality service hotel, 70% would be reimbursed with a cap of up to $2 million for 10 years. The program could also be extended for up to 33% of reimbursement by the City Council resolution for additional 5 years. With the existing facilities, there's a qualified renovation program, and that's to upgrade an existing facility to a 2-diamond, AAA 2-diamond equivalent rating, and then the enhanced qualified renovation program, that would be for the expansion of an existing facility that would provide some expanded amenities like a restaurant or conference area. When we spoke with the operators, owners of existing facilities, with the exception of the Fairfield Marriott, the program for existing facilities doesn't seem like it's a tool that works for them because they're not marketing themselves to play in the same league as AAA and that diamond rating. Part of it is what one of the owners said, that it's just not worth the money for them to try and work with corporate. So it seemed, and then another said that they budget things for, they're doing ongoing maintenance, so they're not looking to reposition themselves in the marketplace. It seems that this program would be most beneficial for somebody that wanted to acquire an existing facility and maybe transform it into something different than what it is today. When staff initially presented the draft hotel incentive program to the city council, it was recommended that for the quality service hotel, that the subsidy cap, that would be a 3-diamond hotel, be $1 million. And we based this recommendation on reviewing programs from other communities in the state. And then we recommended having an enhanced quality service hotel, and that would be where we could get, which we hear at tourism meetings, that there's a need for conference facilities or for a hotel with a restaurant where people could have weddings, or say, for instance, when the Downtown Association, Brenda Weatherly was the executive director, there wasn't a venue for the state. There wasn't a venue where she could host a Main Street program in this community. So with that, we had recommended that the cap be $2 million with 70% of the annual TOT. And that's something that we saw in the city of Anaheim, where they were trying to get, their subsidy program was a little different, but they were trying to get some more sophisticated hotels, luxury hotels. So we're recommending that with the review tonight, that the city council change the incentive for the quality service hotel to $1 million to be more similar to the other communities we reviewed when we prepared the program initially, and that the city council also directs staff to develop a micro incentive program for existing smaller scale hotels. One of the things I noticed just reviewing their websites, some of their information is outdated about restaurants, destinations, and so we could perhaps meet with them and see if there's a micro incentive program. Is there any comments?
We have a lot of comments. Questions also. But
When you
go ahead.
When you talk to the people who have existing temporary residence, whether it's hotel, whatever it is, I understand they said why they didn't do what we thought they would do, or we encouraged them to do. We put out a program. No one used it? It didn't get used at all?
No.
The program? No one used it, so obviously something not working. Did any of them give you the opposite view? Did they say we would do it if it did X, Y, and Z, or was without naming names, because we do this kind of confidentially, or did most of the people who didn't do it just say, doesn't work for us? You understand the difference between, they're both saying no, but there's a different way of saying this would work.
There's not many there.
Yeah, I understand.
It was hard to talk to every owner.
Okay.
But it just didn't seem from the conversations that this is a tool that would work for them. The way it's structured today.
Right, no interest. That was my primary question.
So, I guess what I'm looking at this, and I was involved in this at the time. Why would we be talking about reducing it? I know it expires September 2020. I mean, I always think as we're getting to that point, I can understand having that conversation. But am I missing something here that we want to reduce in amount, but yet we don't have people pounding on our doors to get in? Why would we kind of cut that, make it even harder for some of these owners of these hotels that want to invest in them to come in? I would think we should be looking the other way and figuring out what is it that's going to take them to invest in our community, not, well, we're not getting people pounding on our door, so let's just cut it down even further. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I guess I want to make sure, because I think there was some confusion on this the last time we had this conversation of what TOT is. Because I heard some people say, well, if you're giving away our tax dollars. So I want to make sure we're clear on this. TOT is the tax that's being paid by the guests at that hotel,
Correct.
not by our residents in our city. By the guests that is staying in that hotel is paying a TOT tax, which, by the way, is much lower than other areas. It's a different conversation. That tax that those customers are paying to stay in the hotel is going back to help those that had the vision of building the hotel. So it's not any tax dollars coming from the city, correct? In other words,
Oh, well, if they're in a reimbursement agreement.
right. In other words, what I'm saying is, if there's no hotel, there's no TOT tax. Am I correct?
Right.
Right. So if a hotel were to collect $1 million in TOT tax, it's because there's a hotel there now.
If there's a new hotel, correct.
If there's not a new hotel, that amount being collected is $0, right?
Right.
So if this hotel comes in and it's doing $1 million, there's TOT tax being collected. Let's make this easy. Let's say 10%. I know it's lower than that, but 10%, $100,000 coming back in. Part of that would go back to the investors of that hotel to help them offset some of their costs. Part of that would come to the city
Right.
as TOT tax, correct?
Correct.
So it's a net positive. No matter how we cut this, it's a net positive. Not to mention, more hotel guests means more visitors in town, spending money for lunch, for dinner, maybe for breakfast and shopping. So our goal is to encourage more hotel owners, investors to build here, not to discourage, correct?
Correct. And it is an incentive program, but staff's recommending that the incentive be proportional to the benefit. And it seems that with the 2 million subsidy for the three, it's not proportional to what you see in other communities. And so that's why we're recommending
I
that.
fully understand, but the point I'm trying to make is, when there's a point where people are pounding on our door because they want to build a hotel here, and we have a list of 100 hotel people, that might be a conversation. But right now, how many people are looking to build a hotel in our community, a new hotel?
I think I'm aware of an organization or a business that is interested.
Okay, so.
And we have been contacted in the past, and we've provided information to other people that have been interested. Some of them that it just wasn't the right place for them.
I guess if I'm a business owner of a hotel chain, and one day I'm having a conversation with you and there's an incentive out there for up to $2 million for 10 years of your TOT tax, and then the next week I call and they say, oh, we changed it to $1 million. I don't know if I'm so interested anymore if I'm that investor. So I guess what I'm asking again is, why would we disincentivize luring in new hotels right now? Has there been an incident that's happened to us that we figured this is not what we should be doing? What has changed so drastically that we have to go back and redo this model?
I think that there's opportunity lost for the city also. If the incentive is, if the subsidy is that high, because there's an opportunity lost to maybe reuse some of that TOT tax, reinvest it for tourism and some other associated economic development.
Okay, but I'll go back to the first example I gave you. If there is no hotel, there's no TOT tax. If there's a hotel, there's more TOT tax. Did I read somewhere here that new hotel is bringing up upwards of 70% of the TOT tax to the city?
No.
So I read something that a large portion of the TOT
No,
tax.
they get
Okay.
reimbursed 70%.
So rather than looking at it as a negative, let's understand this as a positive, because again, without a hotel, those dollars are not there. So we're not disincentivizing. We're not losing. We're actually gaining. If 3 hotels decided to come in because of this opportunity, that's 3 more hotels you're receiving TOT tax from compared to 0. So it goes back to the old saying, 100% of nothing is nothing. So this is a conversation we had. So I'm just trying to understand how it's hurting us if, again, the flood doors aren't being kicked open by everybody demanding they get in. We're lucky to be having a conversation with one or two people that might be interested, and I'm curious to hear from them on what their feelings are about it. Is this something that's, hey, it's not a big deal, we don't need it to help us? Is that fair conversation?
I guess.
Okay.
What's your opinion?
Councilmember Lenore has a question.
Yeah.
Well, my thoughts on this are, we offered the incentive to get somebody here. The long-term subsidy, I'm not for that. And I think 2 million was too high in the beginning. It's good to give incentive for people to be able to get their foot in the door, but long-term, that amount, no, she's right. We could be reinvesting that into the community instead of giving it back to a hotel developer that's already benefited greatly. Are you going to subsidize other businesses in the industrial park based on your theory? Because we wouldn't have them, so 0-0? No. There's got to be a line for this issue, and I think staff's correct. I think we helped them. Are you going to help them forever? So what are you going to do? Forever? 40 years? 50 years? You know what you also do with that? You take away the ability for us maybe to help somebody else. That maybe there shouldn't be such a long term on the contract for that. I agree with Mary. I think that it should be limited. It should be more limited. I hear what you're saying, but you can't use that thinking on everything. This is hotels. If you put that thinking to other businesses, we'd never collect any taxes. So that's my thoughts.
Okay. Councilmember Resendez?
All right, I'm confused. Mary, did anybody use this incentive program?
Yes, the Fairfield Marriott.
They did. And at what level did they use it? The 50 to 2 million?
I believe
Quality
the
service?
agreement is for the enhanced quality service. 70%.
Okay,
And
and
2 million for 10 years.
are they the only ones in the community that use this?
Yes, actually, we went to the city council and proposed to develop the program so they would come here to help them to get here. And then we developed a program.
Okay. And they're thinking about building another one?
Yes.
Okay. I'm assuming that it's because of the incentive program. That's just my assumption. I haven't spoken to them. Have you heard anything otherwise?
They expressed interest in building another hotel and using the incentive program.
Okay. Why did we go from 1 to 2 million at that time if you said that it was supposed to be 1 million? Why did we go to 2 million?
That was the direction of the city council.
Okay. If the incentive is not proportional, like you said, and the incentive is greater, then why are we not getting more hotels wanting to come build here? If it's a greater incentive, why don't we have them just knocking down our doors and wanting to come build here?
I think one of the things the city also did to provide an incentive for hotels to come here is we did PKF did a report for a feasibility analysis, and I think what they need to be satisfied is that they'll have enough guests to come and fill the rooms. So they need to know that there's a market here.
Are there any other hotels, you said, other than this one that you know that are interested in building hotels here at this time?
Not that I know of, but I'm not the only person that is party to those discussions.
I can be honest and say I know of maybe one more.
Okay. Sorry, I've got a lot of questions. Oh, when did we implement this incentive program? What year?
2017.
Okay, and you said we review it annually. Is it annually here at the council level?
It was not here annually last year. It should have been, but it wasn't. But
Okay,
it is
that's my
this
question. Yeah, so I think that's all my questions, but I've heard the council up here say, oh, that wasn't us, it was in the past. But now they're saying, and then there's nothing they can do about it. Now we're saying, it wasn't us, it's in the past, let's change it. So we're kind of just jumping all over the place with that. But it doesn't seem fair to me if I were a person of business coming here to build because of this incentive program and potentially building more when we wouldn't have that, even though it's such a high disproportion, like you said, incentive than the rest of the area, it doesn't seem fair to me for us to go back on that. I think we want to incentivize businesses. I think we want to incentivize businesses and we want to promote them. So I would not be opposed to helping the industry to come over here, whether it's hotels or in the industrial park, as Councilmember Lenore pointed out. Yeah, I think we need more businesses here, and I would not be opposed to helping them potentially get another hotel here in our community because of this incentive program. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Councilmember Richmond?
Thank you. It's a supply and demand world. That's the way I see it. I'm not asking you to make the decision for us. It's a supply and demand world. I mean, if somebody will pay you $700,000 for your house, when you put it up for sale, you're going to ask $700,000. If somebody will only pay you $250,000 for your house, when you put it for sale, you're going to ask for $250,000. So, did we need to provide $2 million incentive for the first big hotel?
Initially,
I would,
think
yeah. My opinion is that's okay. That's all right. It went from $1 million to $2 million. I wasn't, and as I said, I wasn't here, but I didn't object to it, and I haven't changed my mind. I think it was a fair. First guy broke the ice. I agree, but you know, we're not the same town we were 2 years ago, or how many years ago when the proposal came in. I can't remember. When did their proposal
I think it was
originally come in?
about 2014.
2014. So it is now 2019. I assure you, unless somebody's lying around here, I assure you we have a much bigger population than we had then. Okay? How much incentive, maybe the city manager can help me out. What's the incentive did we give the folks building the shopping area out here, Mr. Manager? Do you know?
We've off the shelf. We have only ever given just the hotel is the only real true incentive program.
So you mean that whole shopping area there? We didn't say, okay, you can have all your sales taxes back for a year or whatever.
No, sir.
Okay. And you know, I don't think they would have come out here and started building that 5 years ago because we didn't have the population. And the economy wasn't booming like it is now, and we didn't have the population. So I'm not against giving the right incentive to anybody, but the question is, what is the right incentive? Do we need? I don't know what their occupancy rate is, and maybe they don't want to tell me. And I wouldn't expect them to tell me. It's a private thing, but. If somebody offered me $2 million to build another hotel, I'd be sorely pressed to say no, because $2 million is a lot of money. But what is the market? That's my question. And that's what I'm concerned about. We're building it. Oh, poor us, we don't have a hotel. Let's give another guy $2 million. Well, if the market is $2 million for us, then we should. If the market's only $1 million, then we should. If the market is zero, because someone else wants to come in here and build a hotel, looks like they got a little competition, according to the city manager. And maybe that competition is also counting on a $2 million deal. I don't know. I am concerned, though, if there's more competition, I don't think we should offer a bunch of incentives off the bat until we understand what the competition is, in which case we may have another hotel. Someone else will build it without $1 million or $2 million incentive. You know, I'm happy to have competition. In fact, I'm thrilled to have competition. And oh, by the way, that shopping mall, just to put this in perspective, that shopping mall is going to bring in a lot of people, and it's going to bring in a lot of sales taxes of people who normally leave here to shop or buy hamburgers or whatever they do. And we didn't offer them any money because we didn't have to. So I think we ought to offer them the right incentive, whatever that is. And we won't know what it is until we see what the competition is willing to pay. That's the way I would do it. And that's the way I would sell my house or sell my car or anything else. And that's the way we ought to sell everything that the public owns. Thank you for your time.
Okay. to go back to making sure we're all clear here. We didn't give them anything. It's their own money coming back to pay for this program. Not 1 cent of city dollars are being used here. Not 1 cent. I want to make sure we're clear. This is money being paid by their own guests. And again,
We're losing out on the tax dollars.
hang on. If there's no tax dollars, there's no building. So I want to make sure we're all clear, because I think people get confused on this. And again, I'm going to say this clearly. If there's no hotel, there is no TOT tax paid by those guests of that hotel. The outcome is $0. If there is a hotel, they're paying from those dollars collected from those guests as a reimbursement thing. We had originally set this up till September 2020 to give this a run to see how it's working. And as I recall, that conversation is, how do we incentivize hotels to come here so we finally get the guests coming in to Pinnacles National Park, staying here and spending their dollars here? Let's do whatever we can to start bringing hotels. That was the first piece of the tourism puzzle, because at that time, not to say there's not other hotels here, but there wasn't really the hotels that people from out of town wanted to stay in. They wanted to stay in the chain hotels, a certain quality level. That's what we're searching for. Now I'm hearing we might have another one. That's great. But I'd like to see 5. We need to see the numbers so we have the tourism. If we don't have the tourism, the wineries, the shops, everybody else is never going to open. We're just going to have strip shopping centers. And hey, if we want to incentivize shopping centers, I'm all for that too. We need to focus on bringing the industry we want here. We shape it. If not, we sit there and we're going to say, oh, gee, golly, if we had a hotel here, more hotels, maybe we'd have more guests. We just spent $50,000 for the chamber so they can keep moving and bringing in tourism. We just spent $500,000 for economic development group to find a way to bring tourism to our community. We're doing all these pieces here, and then we're saying, well, let's pull the rug out into the hotel part of this. The hotel part is, in my opinion, one of the most important parts of this if we're going to see the tourism. We need to understand, are we going for tourism? Are we not going for tourism? I'd like to hear, I know the hotel owners are here, what their feeling is towards this. We're going to get hotels here. These are the people that are going to tell us how to get here. Again, this is not a penny out of the city tax dollars from the city residents. This is from those that are staying at the hotel, the taxes they're paying to stay at that hotel only. No hotel, no tax dollars. Hotel, some tax dollars. So, if
Can I just make one clarification for
Yes.
the record? That in 2014, the city council approved a resolution, and the concept was to develop this program with the proposed incentive of $1 million, with 50% to be rebated over a 10-year period. Then when it went to the city council in 2017, they adjusted that to $2 million.
Yes.
And I think that's why staff is, look, because they already came with the $1 million, they were under construction. Actually, they were in business when the incentive program was approved.
But before we get there, since I was here at this conversation, that doesn't change anything. That's a done deal. I'm talking about the future to bring in more hotels. Why in the world, again, if we had 5 guys knocking on the door and they're ready to build hotels, we can have a different conversation. But I just heard we don't have 5 guys knocking on the door to build hotels, but I know we have a community that's ready or wants more tourism here, and they need to stay in hotels, and they want to stay in hotels that are, to them, a certain level of quality. We agreed to something through September 2020, and now we're talking about changing something again in the hopes that by cutting the amount of the incentive, somehow magically we're going to incentivize more hotels who want to come here. I'm not really
They
seeing
already
it.
came with, when they thought the incentive was $1 million.
One.
So
How
But-
many more, what's the effort we're doing? Let's not disincentivize it. Let's figure out how to go knock on more of these chains and say, hey, look, that was the conversation. We got this great deal. Come over to our community. come use this incentive to help get your financing package in place. We all win. Nobody here loses from this. And I guess I'm just thrown about by why. So, Councilmember Resendez?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 million. We still don't have hotels here. We still don't, and we have a bigger incentive now. I guess I want to echo a lot of the same things that the mayor had said. We just gave, I don't know, probably about between the two of us, the city and the county, $1 million to help promote tourism. You cannot compare tourism, wanting to promote tourism, to a shopping center. A shopping center is here for the locals so that they can go and they don't have to go out to Gilroy or wherever they go shopping. We're talking about promoting tourism here, which is huge, and we want to incentivize them. Again, I guess the very last point I want to make is that we made a commitment to follow through to 2020. Given that the owners are here, there's interest in building another hotel, potential interest in having a third hotel built here. I say that we stick to the commitment that we made, we follow through, allow them to at least try to get in on this incentive program, and I just think it's way too early to pull the trigger on that. Let's reassess at that time.
I'd just like to clarify for the record that the MOU with the Economic Development Corporation, tourism wasn't the primary thrust of that. I think it was more job creation, more on an industrial level.
Good, let's incentivize them as well.
So,
I'm all for that.
Just to clarify the record.
And
that the chamber, the MOU isn't exclusively tourism either. Part of it is
Wonderful.
job development, job promotion. So just to clarify the record.
Just to clarify.
So there's not a misunderstanding.
Thanks.
No.
It's $1 million between the city and the county, correct? Thanks.
Just so we're
Over 5 years.
Yeah, just so we're clear on that. Let's say we have businesses coming here wanting to build and set up their factories or major offices here. They're going to want to stay in hotels. Again, it all connects. That's why this is so important. Why would we pull the plug on something? We're not even there yet. So if we can have the...
No, I'd like
Are the hotels full aside from the rally weekend?
I thank you.
That's what I'm wondering.
That's what I'm, good question.
I think I'm allowed to get equal time if I remember
Absolutely.
our rules. Thank you very much. No one's suggesting they pull the plug on anybody. And no one sells something for less than it's worth. I don't remember anybody here selling something for less than it's worth. I supported giving $2 million to the original hotel. I remember getting up and talking about it. I wasn't a member of this council. I said, let's do it. First hotel, whatever. What I'm saying is, what we ought to do is look at the market, look at the program, and see if we have to think. If we offer up $2 million when we could only offer up $1 million and get the same result, then we're a bunch of fools. And that is not, when the mayor says, that's not our tax money, you know, we wouldn't be there, blah, blah, blah. That's tax money, T-A-X money, T-A-X, it belongs to the people of this city. I'm for incentivizing another hotel for exactly the amount we need to do it. I don't know what that is. Apparently, there are members of this council who don't care what it is. Hey, make it $2 million, they'll do something. Sure, I'd do it for probably $2 million if I wanted to do a hotel. But I think what we ought to do is find out what the deal is. We ought to look at the other people who might want to build a hotel. They may do it for nothing, in which case we save $2 million. It's not chicken feed. Why compare it to something else? It doesn't matter. Oh, we gave some money to the EDC. Well, we did it for different reasons. I hope we're going to give some money to Hovis, and we'll do it for different reasons. All I'm saying is, I didn't ask to renege on this deal. No one asked to renege on this deal. A deal's a deal. They got $2 million worth. God bless them. I hope they're a great success. Let's see what the market is before we decide what we should do. That's what was my idea. It was not, let's throw $2 million on the table and say, oh, sure, come get it. That's all. It's very simple. In fact, I would like to have competing owners. There is an advantage to having hotels not owned by the same people. It has nothing to do with what I think of the current owners. I'm glad to have them. It's just that having competition is good for the city. Having competition is good for the people who are gonna use the hotels. Everybody knows that, because you get better deals, you get better rates, you get better stuff, and people say, I wanna one up the other guy. Because having two hotels with the same owners is like having one big hotel. You don't get the same competition. They're not in competition with each other. There's no reason for either one of them to up the ante, to give a bigger breakfast, to give more free nights, to give more things that the people want here. I'm glad they're here. And I think I've always encouraged people to use that hotel, and I wish them great success. I just don't want to offer up $2 million if we don't have to. I think that's a whole different deal than saying, oh, we're ruining the program. Let's see what the program should be. The world has changed in the last 5 years. It certainly has changed here. That's what I hear every time I come up here and somebody wants to build a house. Oh, things have changed, things have changed. There's all these people here now. They weren't here before. And then when the hotel comes up, oh, nothing's changed, nobody wants to build a hotel here. It's our decision, it's not staff's decision. I don't know why we're arguing with staff about their recommendation. They made their recommendation. If members of this council want to reject it, they're going to reject it. It's your vote. It's not the staff's vote. So I said my piece. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do we have speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Prakash Patel?
My name is Prakash Patel. I'm in San Jose, and I guess we as a family and investors own the Fairfield Inn. I just wanted to, I guess, reiterate the process. We've been at it, this project, the one which we built, we started almost 14 years ago. And when we initially started, the sewer thing came in and it stopped. Thereafter, when the sewer moratorium was lifted, the economy was really bad from 2007, 2005 to 2000, all the way 9, 10. You couldn't get anybody to fund a dime for it, even though we have built hotels. Today, that cycle from 2000, say, 11, 12, which has been the longest cycle in the history of hotels, it's coming to an end. The only reason we want to build is this year, or maybe the next year, will be the last before you'll see anybody come in to build a hotel. Or the only reason is because the numbers which are going down today, in last year and this year, the occupancies have been going down. This year it started with ADR also, and it'll be next year, I can almost tell you, that the banks will run away. Today there's still banks willing to give you money, which is very limited. And that is the reason we want to build it, and because of the incentive. Hollister, we have done numbers here. We have been building hotels for last 30 years. We don't build in the big cities. We are relied on some small towns to build it. But it's because we have the infrastructure, the way we manage them, we build them. We have been successful. And where most people are scared to go it, as I said, there's somebody else interested. I know who they are. They've been talking. It's the same franchise Marriott wants to bring it. But that person, I know he's not going to do it because it's a big company. The big companies are not going to come here. Otherwise they would have come here a long time ago. Go look at Gilroy, you have so many hotels which have come. But why won't they come 20 miles here from there? Because they don't see this as a big city. And whereas only in small towns, there's certain people will go, otherwise they will not go. And we believe that in small towns, we are building Kings.
Go ahead, keep.
In King City, we did it. It's a small town, was 7,000 people. We did it in Atascadero back in '85. We did it, but we managed it. So we have done in Watsonville. Watsonville, I'm telling you, we had the hardest time to get financing. Nobody believed that we could build it in Watsonville. And we've been there for now 16 years. So we prefer small towns, but it's not that, we could do it, but because there was timings back then, the cities used to charge $30,000, $50,000 for fees. Today, Hollister City, if I go for a new project, I bet you they want almost $800,000 from me in fees. That is the reason why it's hard for me to justify it. Without the incentive, it does not work, because you may give me $2 million in 10 years, but you're going to ask upfront $800,000 from me. And that is where the problem is. And most cities have gone to this, where the city's fees have become over $1 million. And that's why it's becoming harder to build the projects. And one of the reasons we saw that because of the incentive, even though the city wants $800,000 in fees, we will be able to make it up. And financing will be easy for it because of the incentive. If the financing is not there, the numbers from PKF and everybody are not there to back it up. So the financing becomes almost impossible unless I come up with 50% cash to build it. And to build this project, today it's going to be almost $15 to $17 million. So $2 million is not, it's a big amount, but relatively to come up with, $17 million is not easy. And that's the reason we are asking that you continue, or at least since, and I've been at it to get land for last 6 months here. We went through we got a land signed off, and the guy backed out 3 months ago. Since then, we backed and we got into contract a month ago with the site opposite to us. And we even have some plans which are done preliminary, which I was going to bring. I had already emailed it to the fire department because I wanted to get an opinion from them to see how the circulation worked before I go further into developing it. At the same token, we looked at the land in the shopping center where the developer wants to do a hotel. But we have been at it with him for more than 4 months. And today he wants to do it, next day he doesn't want to do it because he still wants the retail. Because to them, retail brings more money than hotel. Because hotel, they have to give up the ownership of the land, and they don't want to give the ownership of the land. Finally, he came back about 2 weeks ago, and he wants almost more than 3 times what the land value which I can build on Gateway. So with that kind of money, if the person has to pay over $2 million for land and then still pay $800,000 for the fees, so before he even starts, you're looking at $3 million to walk into the town here. And that's one of the reasons why you can't get a big developer coming here, because the numbers doesn't justify that. And with the incentive, we are trying to do it. So all I can say to you is I would like you to keep the incentive at least till September next year, the way it is, and then maybe you can change it. Or at least since I have already started the process, let me have the incentive. And I don't know if you have any other questions.
Any questions from council?
I'd like to make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you for the hotel you did build here. I supported, as I said, I supported the incentive. I have no regrets for supporting that incentive at the time. I'm glad you did it, and I think you did a damn good job, okay? And I'm going to give you credit for it. And I hope we fulfilled all our obligations under that arrangement.
No, it was good,
okay.
really. It was nice working with Bill, the city, even though we had problems with the contractor, and as you know, it took more than 2 years to build it, but We have to go through tough challenge, and that's the other challenge today, trying to find any contractor
Fine.
to do it, because my Santa Cruz project, I have been at it for 3.5 years and it's still stuck.
So I didn't want you to think that it has anything to do with your performance here, because I'm very happy to have you, and I certainly would work with you. My personal view is I would work with you again. And frankly, if $2 million is the right incentive, it was right last time, I supported it. And if it's the right incentive, I'll support it again. The only thing is, I would like to see how it pencils out. You know, as everybody always says, you know, how big is this going to be and whatever. I don't want to make a commitment blind. I don't want to do that. I don't want to say, oh, well, yeah, let's make it $2 million and not know what we're getting into. I'm just being careful. And if it doesn't pencil out, as far as I'm concerned, then it doesn't pencil out if somebody else wants to do it. I understand what you're saying. You were as good as your word the first time around. There's no reason I believe you won't be as good as your word the second time around. This is nothing personal, and it's nothing to do with your great operation. Everybody's very happy with it over there. I just want to make sure that that's a lot of money, and I want to make sure that it's going to work out for us.
Yeah,
So
and
as long as you understand that, I don't want you to take it personal, because it's not, what do they say in the movies? It's only business.
That's it.
So I want to see what the proposal is before I say okay for $2 million.
And this time we're gonna do a Holiday Inn, so
Okay.
I mean, the whole thing about competitions to bring another brand, so it'll bring more guests and different guests, because if I was to bring same from Marriott, you're pulling from the same pool. So now we bring you another pool, which will bring you
Well, that's
other
the
guests.
kind of information I'm interested in, which
And
is
then-
to understand that it's a different price point,
That's-
and it's a different kind of, different brand name. Those are the kind of things I mentioned that I'm interested in. I just didn't want the same hotel twice.
No,
Okay.
and we wouldn't do that, because that's the only reason we have to look at it the same way, that how we can bring another guest or a guest who doesn't come to that hotel, how we can bring it, and that's the way to do it. Because the three main big brands today are either Holiday Inn, you know, the Marriott, or the Hamptons. And you know, Hampton is not going to come here because they're just finishing a new one in Gilroy,
Okay.
and which is a big one. So I know they're not going to come here. So that's the reason we choose the Holiday Inn. So
If I can get information that satisfies me, I'll be satisfied. But I don't want to just say, oh yeah, okay, and not know anything about what's going on. I don't think that's a good way to do it. I think we gotta look and see what we're gonna get for our money.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sendes.
I too just want to echo the same sentiments the Vice Mayor said. Thank you for coming and providing more insight for us. Really appreciate that. I didn't know you guys were here, and I really appreciate that. If we can get some more information about the fees, is that true that it's up to $800,000 for fees? Okay, so that makes sense. It makes sense to me what you're saying, and we want to incentivize you. Again, like he said, you guys have done a wonderful job. We really appreciate you being here in the community. I am concerned, as the Vice Mayor pointed out, about having one owner with 2 hotels here, as far as are we going to be able to offer a fair price to the people, because we do want to promote tourism here. You said you're going to bring a different following or different people to come to that brand. That makes sense, but I want to see if there's a way that we can ensure that they get, that they come here because it's cheaper to stay in that thing. Do you have any types of ideas or anything that we can offer as far as making sure that we can help keep the prices down, not create some type of monopoly?
the question in hotels, we have to realize that why it's so hard to develop hotels. The question is, the rate is not governed by me. The rate is governed by, what happens. So that it is basically said demand and supply. And when the supply and demand, when everybody's, the supply which you see today is increased dramatically, and the economy is going to go such that the rates are, everybody's gonna, because of the supply is going up, because as soon as Gilroy opens another 150, 200, there's another Fairfield going on, so 300 rooms opening in Gilroy is gonna definitely gonna affect the rate. And you'll see that rate, whether even if I want $150, I'll have to go lower than Gilroy because Gilroy suddenly has more rooms. So my rate is gonna go down, no matter what. So it's not that we're gonna dictate what the rate's gonna be. It's the outside, the supply which is gonna determine it. And as I said, the supply in the industry has come to a max where it's gonna drop the ball. And I'm pretty sure by next year, even if you tell me to build it even at $3 million, I won't be able to do it because financing will be impossible.
Beautiful. Thank you for the explanation. Appreciate it.
Just wanted to say thank you also. I get a lot of people talking about your hotel now. And not to put down the other hotels, but people say, it's great you have a quality hotel there now, and friends and I are going to come visit. And you made a major change in our community. Your quality level is up there. I'm not in the same mindset as far as your room rates. I stay at hotels all the time. One day in San Francisco, I could pay $300-400 a night. The next night, it's at $99. It's all by the supply, what's going on. I do know one thing. If you're not making enough money, you can't keep the quality of the hotel up. So you making what you need to make is very, very important. I don't think that's anything I want to get into with what you're doing and from what I've seen of your businesses. When you go to try to get financing and you bring something like this to the bank and explain the incentive, does that make a big difference for you? What happens?
It definitely does. I mean, that's where, because see, as I said, back 6 years ago, the fees, as I told you, 6-7 years, were in 50,000, 30,000, and suddenly every city has gone closer to $1 million now. And it is where the big jump has really happened, where even though people are building it, obviously because of that the rates have gone up dramatically, but you can demand that in the bigger cities. But in smaller towns, when the times get rough, that's where the challenges are.
First place to cut, small towns.
Yeah. Especially tertiary market, because this is not considered primary or secondary, it's a third market.
So just to make sure everybody's clear, this is not an easy business to get into or finance a project on. This is a very tough, and I've seen this in other areas, different hotels that I'm familiar with in construction that are having major financial issues just trying to get the project done. And how this all works. That business is a very tough business, and I'm amazed how you guys pull this off to make those things happen. Councilmember Lenore?
Okay, so hotels have impacts. Our impact fees are cheaper than other communities touching us, I think. And some impact fees are most of them are cheaper. Really for me, it's just the price of doing business. I have a responsibility to the citizens of this city to collect tax dollars when they're warranted. I don't mind doing an incentive, but I agree. I think it should be project specific. Maybe you shouldn't have a across the board, like Marty's saying. Hotels are different, could be a different size, could offer different amenities. Maybe they should be considered on their own to see what type of incentive would be beneficial for the citizens of Hollister. All right, I'd like to see the tax dollars be here. I do understand we're trying to get more hotels here, but again, it's a private business. I just feel uncomfortable subsidizing a private business at that amount, and I'd like to see more information and maybe judge them on site-specific projects. That's all my comments. Thank you.
The last thing I want to add to this, and when we put this whole deal together, I want to make sure we're careful that we don't get in a situation where we're deciding which hotels we like, which hotels we don't like. That's not a good place for us to be. That's when deals can be looked upon as being unfair. we came up with a number at the time to try to incentivize more hotels coming in. Again, TOT tax is not a tax our local taxpayers are paying. Their guests that are staying at that hotel are the ones helping pay for it to get that hotel built. And I'm sure a lot of them are very happy. And I will repeat, our TOT tax, quite frankly, is way too low, and I'm sure you could help us with those numbers.
See, there one other thing which I just want to tell you that I looked up before coming here how much DOT we collected last year. Even though, and that's where one of the things with the city can look, today's city of Hollister is at 8%. And most cities have gone to 10, 11, and 12. You go in bigger cities, they are
20.
even more.
Yeah.
And that's, maybe that's where the city needs to also look at it. But what we collected last year was $247,000. So what I'm trying to say that as if the incentive was not there and our persistence for 13 years wasn't there, the city wouldn't have seen the money. And that's where, and I know that shopping center has been advertising for 3-4 years that I know of for a hotel. And nobody is coming. That's where I'm trying to say that it is going to be hard for somebody to really come in. And we, as I said, it's not I'm trying to brag, but we have worked on it. And the only reason I looked at the second one was because of the incentive. Otherwise, we would have waited at least 5 years before we work on it.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez?
The Holiday Inn that you're planning on building, would it meet the needs for the quality service hotel, enhanced quality service hotel?
Yeah, see, it is, see, the way you define it and the way I define it is slightly different. To us, it's either it's a full service hotel or a limited service hotel. And we are in the upscale limited service hotel. We are not in the full service hotel. And even if you give me unlimited incentive to do a full service, I will not do it, because restaurant business brings the hotel down rather than takes it up. Every hotel which has come down, I can almost bet you, is because of the restaurant.
Really?
It does not bring money. People want it, but they don't eat there. It's like swimming pool. Many people want a swimming pool, but I can bet you 9 out of 10 don't go into the pool. So it is the same scenario with restaurants. They all want to see if they have it, but they don't use it. Yeah, they use it for breakfast, and our breakfast cost, which the franchises have forced us to, is like full breakfast, and we are giving it free.
That's why everybody eats it, because it's
And
free.
it costs us almost $6-7 per person to give breakfast today.
Thank you.
But it will be a good limited upscale properties which we want, but we will not do a restaurant no matter what the incentive is.
But now there'll be restaurants at the shopping center down the street.
Yeah, see, that's why we looked at the shopping center first, because the restaurants would be there, but it is like I had to pay double the money. And it just does not justify. And he wanted almost $2 million, and it does not pencil out at that time.
Well, I look at hotels in this way. Somebody's staying in a hotel and needs to eat. And if they can't eat at your place, they're going to eat someplace in our town. That's why, again, I want to thank you for the difference you're making. You might not recognize yet, but I do. And every person that's staying at your hotel is going to have lunch, and they're going to have dinner. And they're going to have breakfast either at your place or going to come to town to have it. It's making an impact.
That's good.
Another hotel adds to that impact in a positive way. These are the stepping stones to building a tourism economy. And that's what I'm going to go back to. We agreed to something to expire in September 2020. I don't even know why we're having this conversation. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. And I'm crossing my fingers you're going to go for another one, and hopefully, hate to say this, but hopefully another competitor of yours is going to come around and do the same thing. And you guys all compete to have the best hotels, and we have tourism. Someday we can all get together and laugh about the old days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speaker cards? Bill, did you have a,
Wait.
did you have a
Yeah,
comment?
if I may just, I'm a huge fan of the subsidy program. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, I just want to caution everybody that the incentive program for the city of Hollister is really a long game, right? It's not an immediate game. I agree with the mayor when he says 30% of something is better than all of nothing. That's absolutely the case. But there is a cost to the city to have 100 guests in our town every night. We do have to provide police services. We do have to provide fire services. So there are some things that we as just a general government have to do for the hotel. The hotel, I'm sure, appreciates the response that the police officer will give them in the event that they need help, right? So, I mean, it goes back and forth. So I want to make sure that it's not necessarily all or nothing. It is a little bit of cost to us. And you guys brought up the council really brought the key point up, is that the amount of money that the council has committed to some of these tourism dollars, or to these agencies to help promote not just tourism. And I know what Mary's trying to say when she's talking about the chamber and the EDC and et cetera. But from a staff's perspective, we recognize that's a lot of money, right? And we're collecting 100 and if Prakash is saying that they made 242 or whatever it was, and we get $70,000 of that, that's excellent. That absolutely helps. But we need more of those. And in 10 years, we'll get the whole thing, which is great. I would also say that every room that he has, maybe prohibits one of our other existing rooms to be rented, in which we get 100% of the TOT. So there is a little bit of a negative effect on the new rooms versus the old rooms. I understand qualities are completely different, and I'm not here to talk anything about existing hotels or the Fairfield. And I think, Prakash, how long is your lease with Marriott? Is it a 20 or 20 years? 20. So again, that's the other thing. Keep in mind is that these gentlemen, they fly flags for as long as the lease is up for the building itself. They own the building, but they lease, the name and the management purpose or systems for those things. So it could be something else in 20 years. Hopefully not. But that's kind of the hotel industry as a whole. And like I said, it does make it almost impossible. Having an incentive program, I think, is necessary. What the level is, again, that's a policy decision that you folks can deal with. But I got to tell you, it's super exciting to have them here. It's super exciting to be able to offer an incentive. But there is a cost, an indirect cost to us.
Bill, and I think you brought up a really important point, because the industry, tell me if I'm wrong, has changed quite a bit in the last few years with the online booking services. And people are looking for their flagships. They're looking for the Holiday Express. I know we do when we're hitting the road. If it's a hotel chain we know, we can trust, that's where we're going to.
That's the most important.
The outliers that haven't updated their websites and done the things they need to do, they become part of the old Route 66 system, So that's just the way it really is now. And the name brand means everything.
Mr. Mayor, would right now be an appropriate time for us to agendize increasing the TOT, or asking to agendize that?
That's probably different.
Voters.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
So
voting
that might
issue.
help to offset some of the
But
costs.
we can have that conversation a little later in the year.
All right, thanks.
Okay, do we have any other comments or?
So this is the annual report. Is there direction to change anything or leave it as is?
I think we just leave, I would just say leave it, let's go through the 2020 September and take a look at it again.
No.
Well, we'll have to bring it back next year.
What I think we ought to do, and maybe you will disagree, but what I think we ought to do is get the details of what is being proposed and see if that fits the definitions we've made, and if not, if there has to be adjustments made or not adjustments made. Maybe we have to actually adjust our definition of what hotel it is, if according to the gentleman who just spoke, we may be violating our own rules. I think we ought to get the information that he's offered about what he intends to do and look and see how it fits before we make a decision on what we're going to do in this particular case.
I guess what I would say again, I don't want to be in a situation where we're judging a business plan, because then we're going to, inevitably we'll be accused of playing favorites.
Part of the application for the incentive does require financial information.
Right, but
to
I'm
show
talking
the
about
feasibility.
readjusting it for this group or the other group is what I'm saying.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that we see if it fits the definition of the two types of hotels we have
Gotcha.
here.
Okay.
Because I believe the gentleman, what he presented, said, hey, this is gonna be a limited hotel. The question is, where does it fall? And depending on where it falls may mean what he qualifies for.
Gotcha.
So
So I think
that's what I'm
I think they did say the enhanced, right now they're under the enhanced quality service hotel.
That's the
And
current
I believe the,
I think that
correct.
we need to look at the definition
sure
and
if the-
and
yeah,
the
no, I
project
agree with that,
description, so it's
100%.
premature to
Absolutely.
make them.
So,
Okay.
all consensus
Thank
with
you.
that? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. And I'm hoping we can call on you in the future as we do go into September 2020 to talk about what the industry is seeing out there, your expertise. Can we take a 5-minute break, guys? Everybody all right with that? All right, let's take a 5-minute break.
coming. Lucky you, huh?
Stop there.
I actually feel sorry for you. I actually feel sorry for you when he's doing that.
For me?
Yeah.
I just try to just be nice as I can to the guy.
But then he goes off on tangents. He needs to just stay
Yeah.
focused.
That's what people do when they the meeting, and we're going to move to item G5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is just to give you, the council, an update and for the council an opportunity to direct staff on any issues that you deem fit. Back in February of this year, the council directed staff to go ahead and start looking at putting together a contract for the promotion of the 2020 Independence Day Motorcycle Rally for the city of Hollister. Specifically, we were began talking to Mr. Randy Burke from Road Shows. He has subsequently provided us with first draft of his contract to include the services of being the promoter for the event. Again, this is all occurring in 2020, not 2019. His original or his initial proposed payment of $130,000 to the city of Hollister, spread out over 3 payments. The first one being in May, the second installment being in June, and then the third and final installment being on July 1st of 2020. Let me just, as far as from a significance perspective on this, again, all of the things that we're going to be discussing this evening is really just sort of a policy decision by the council. We'll do exactly what you want us to do as staff, but I will say this is that in the past, we've always tried to get the final payment around June 1st because we wanted to have appropriate time to cancel if necessary. Going all the way up until July 1, obviously, our police chief and our police department, the city, will not be able to sort of cancel it on such short notice. So there's discussion as to whether even July 1st is an appropriate time. You could probably even go after the rally at that point. As you may or may not know, a lot of the rally vendors kind of show up last minute. He does an amazing job of getting vendors early, but there are still several vendors that come in the last week or so. So that's something for you folks to consider if you want to leave it like that or if you want to make some adjustments to that as well. Other than that, the other question had come up. I had received an email about releasing an RFP to other outside promoters or vendors to put on the rally. And I was under the impression, of course, that we had kind of gone with Randy from Road Shows because he had done 2 pretty successful rallies in the past. We've had experience with other promoters that didn't necessarily go well. Some went okay, some didn't go so well. Anyway, so one of the first questions is that is it the council's desire for me to take a step back, reach out to various promoters who may or may not be interested in doing this, and starting fresh to see if the council would like to take a look at those newer proposals or maybe a new firm. Are you okay with moving forward with Randy at this point? And I keep saying Randy, I apologize, but Road Shows Incorporated. So that's the first major question. The second big part of it, again, is whether or not the fee for the event is sufficient. I will say this, again, as I always say on these things, everything is policy as far as the rally is concerned. The one sort of demand that we would have, or at least the police chief in this particular case would have, is that he's not restricted from getting the things that he needs in order to have a safe event. He does a lot, his department does a lot of pre-work, a lot of intelligence, and it is hugely important to this community to make sure that he has the resources he needs in order to feel comfortable and have it putting on a safe event. So whatever that number is, we want to make sure that the council is okay with that number, and that should be sort of outside of this, this promotion fee. With the promotional fee that the city collects, the city also does receive money in the form of business licenses, et cetera. We get a little bit of money from building permits when tents exceed 120 square feet. So there's a little bit of revenue that's generated from some of those other things. The last and final thing always is in relation to the insurance. We have been working again with not only our insurance but looking at other sources. We could possibly have Alliant come and give you a sort of just a breakdown of nuts and bolts of how, especially from the police officers or public safety perspective, is of the workers' comp issues. Liability insurance is usually covered not only with the city's liability but with also the promoter's liability as well. So we make them get a policy, and then we have our own. So I'd be more than happy to take any questions and have a quick discussion on how you feel this is going up until this point, because I think the goal is that you folks would like to have a contract probably by the end of the summer signed and ready to go, so that the advertisement materials and things can be put together. I also know that we also wanted to have another drop-dead deadline, just so that everybody's comfortable with at least the insurance program that we're going to be using. And I think that was Councilman Richmond's request, is to make sure that he had something that we didn't string somebody along all the way up until the last minute and then decide that we just didn't want to take the risk or have that exposure. So with that said, I'll leave it up to you folks to ask away.
Okay. Questions?
And Dave's here too, and he's an expert also.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yeah, how many years is the contract set for?
This every year he just proposed another 1-year contract. Although in the resolution that you folks adopted earlier, I think it was 3 additional years. It was this year all the way until 2022.
Yeah, because I think that was the intent of this, was to do like a long-term contract with somebody who's established, that's proven themselves to us before. I don't know who got that call from the other promoter, and I understand possibly wanting to look into that. I would have to say I'm a little hesitant, I guess, just because we keep going back and forth on this, and I really think that we should go with somebody and just lock it in, who has a very well reputation of pulling this off and paying us in time and whatnot. So I thought that was the intention of what we were doing. I would say at this point we should probably move forward with this gentleman. He proposed a 1 year. I thought we were going to lock it in for more than that. I would suggest locking it in for more than that, even. Yeah, I think that's about it.
If I may respond to sort of the multi-year contract, I know that a lot of people don't necessarily remember this, but we actually had a multi-year contract with an organizer and a promoter. What happens is that, just like any contract, right? Promoters who may or may not lose a lot of money in the first year may not have the resources available to do future years. That's why I think they really like the focus. They want the options, obviously, to continue to do those things, but it really does almost have to work on a year-to-year basis, just because the exposure to those folks is so great.
It's fair enough. I think he's the one that gave us the 1-year contract. I say we go with that. If we want to open it up again to an RFP next year and try a different promoter, that's fine. I just think at this time, this late in the game, we need to lock something in with somebody we have an established relationship with, and that way we don't send the message to him and his vendors, because when I spoke to him, he went and secured all these vendors and everything. They were so happy that we were going to move forward. So at this point of the game, I say lock it in with this gentleman, and if we want to look at revisiting it next year, then we can.
Councilmember Lenore?
So, we did not satisfy the outside law enforcement workman's comp liability issue, correct?
Correct. We have not been able to develop a plan to sort of reduce or eliminate the risk for outside officers helping Chief Westrick work at the event.
And in fact, outside officers, sworn peace officers are required for public right-of-way policing.
Well, I will let him.
You can't do it with security unless it's private property.
Well,
We do.
we use security.
On private
they
property.
use security to help augment their needs, but for the most part, they need officers as well.
So we determined that it was $180,000 to provide law enforcement last couple rallies ago. We pegged it at $180,000.
2013,
2013,
Yeah.
180,000.
yes.
So I don't see how it could possibly go down when the police
Well-
officer, the budget goes up for police services.
Right, we haven't done a rally in 2 years. So
Yeah.
I think that what he's trying to do is establish a fee for the rally itself. Now,
Right.
I can tell you that I don't know the cost. I'd have to do those numbers because we haven't even looked at them in 2 years.
All right.
It's been a little while.
I don't see how it could be less when you have higher contracts with the police union. That's more money than it was 3-4 years ago. I don't see law enforcement costs going down in the past few years. So I don't know how we can go from 180 to 150. But my biggest concern, and I've said it already for 6 months, is the liability issue on the workman's comp. I don't see that being addressed, so I gotta tell you, I'm very concerned with that.
Okay.
And I don't care about the payment. I don't see him canceling. I'm sure he'll pay. But I think the amount shouldn't have went down, and then I keep saying that the liability is a little bit concerning for me, based on the city and my duty to do what's right for the city as a whole.
There are a few things that I can actually answer that might help a little bit sort of clear up a few things. The first rally or two we did when it came back after the hiatus, there was some associated costs we did with sort of set up, the barricades, that kind of things that we passed on to the promoters and the event itself. After those sort of settled down, the first about a year and a half or so, I guess, I think our rally cost was what, about $150?
I think the low year is 165.
Yeah, okay. So it's one of those things that I think you can certainly talk about an amount, and that's fine. But just if you want to cover all your costs, it would take a little bit for us to kind of look at it from the standpoint of inflation and things like that
Right.
we would have to apply
Again, that's
to
my
2019.
secondary, that's my secondary concern. I'm really concerned with if we have an officer get injured or killed, we're gonna be on the hook for a long time and a lot of money outside law enforcement. Just seems like a big liability for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
My primary concern, my first concern is public safety, to make sure that we have the right amount of qualified peace officers available. And we may not be able to get them at all, because it's my understanding that we cannot contract with the officers as individuals. We have to go to their agencies and contract with their agencies. And their agencies have told us in no uncertain terms they're not going to cover them with workers' comp insurance. And
Yeah,
so,
it's correct.
is that correct?
It's correct. We cover it for them.
Right.
Yeah.
So we have to cover them for workers' comp insurance, and we don't get their rate. In other words, this is a special event. We have to go out and find somebody who will give us the insurance or self-insure. Now, I started looking at the special laws that apply in California to public safety personnel concerning workers' comp. They have special laws that apply only to public safety personnel. Normally, if you have a worker who's injured on the job, that worker has the burden of proof to show that that worker was injured because of some mistake made by the agency that he works for. Unfortunately, or fortunately, if you're a public safety employee, there's a special law for public safety employees. And the law is that the burden of proof for injury falls upon the agency. We have to prove that it was not our fault, and that is really difficult. So it's called the assumption law, and the assumption is that it is our fault. If a public safety employee gets hurt on the job, the assumption is that it is the fault of something we did. And because of that, it's very hard to prove it. And because of the laws concerning injured public safety personnel, and they are prone to a lot of injuries because of the hazards of their jobs, it's an enormous amount of money, and sometimes it's impossible to get outside insurance. I don't see how we're going to be able to do it for any reasonable amount of money. I know I've heard, well, people have this idea, people have that idea. I don't see anybody showing up. I hear a lot of talk. I don't see anybody putting something forward that has any solid base that says, here's how we're going to do it. And what I mean by that is talk is cheap, as they always say. For instance, I've been led to believe now for a year that we're going to have people just swarming around here wanting to run the rally as a 501(c), but I don't see anybody doing it. Nobody. I started out neutral toward negative, and I'm getting totally negative on this, I have to tell you, because I believe in being honest. I have friends who love the rally, and I appreciate they would like me to support it. But the more I look at it, the more problems I have with it. Number one is, it is a dangerous operation, and it has nothing to do with your average biker, because your average biker is not dangerous. Unfortunately, you have a big rally, it becomes what do they call it? A nuisance, a nuisance that brings people down. And so the outlaw banker gangs show up sometimes. We had one shooting here, and no innocent bystander, I call it, was injured. That shooting cost us $67,000 out of our budget. To get $67,000 out of a budget based on what we took in sales taxes that year, which was 2%, it was a 2% sales tax, not a 3% sales tax. We had to sell $3 million worth of stuff. So we had to have 10,000 bikers spend $100 a day, every day, for 3 days to pay for that shooting, and thank God no innocent bystander walking by got shot. We have one stray bullet hit one child, and there shouldn't be any children there because it's not a family affair, but that's another problem. We're never going to recover. We had a couple of workers' comp claims last year extra, and we had a couple of small liability claims last year, and our insurance premium went up $500,000 just for the year alone. If we have a big liability claim, we'll get it paid. We'll pay the first couple of million or whatever, and they'll pay the rest. But they're going to get it back. You think you get that for free? You're crazy. They're going to come and get us, and we're going to have an insurance bill that you're not going to believe. So I am really concerned about public safety, and to buy the amount of public safety we need under the conditions that currently exist is damn near impossible. There is a reason that all the agencies that we want to hire people from no longer will carry the insurance. This didn't come out of thin air. This is a reason. I am very concerned about that. Another thing I'm concerned about is I don't think it's a long-range winner for us. I know people in this council feel differently, but I did the analysis. I took the general fund report from the famous Sturgis Valley rally. I took it and I analyzed it. And did they make a lot of money? You bet they made a lot of money. You know how they made a lot of money? They sold a lot of liquor. They ran their own liquor store and put a 9% sales tax on the booze, and they sold $2,600,000, or their budget says they're going to sell $2,600,000 worth of booze, and they're going to put $170,000 in the general fund from selling $2,600,000 worth of booze. I don't think we want to sell $2,600,000 worth of booze here in downtown. They don't have theirs downtown because they got a town that's only got 6,900 people. By the way, with 6,900 people, they've got a police budget of almost $2 million. If you take that and extend that to the amount of people we have, they'd have a police budget of $10 million. I believe our police budget is only $7 million. Is that right? Somewhere around there, $7 million.
It's a little more, but yes.
Maybe a little more,
Ballpark.
but not $10 million. I don't think for police and fire, not fire, just police. So I think 50% of the people who live in this town run away from that rally. And I think it's a little silly. We've had people up here complaining about how much noise the people who live in the condos are going to make, and so we're going to replace that with 10,000 motorcycles because it's quieter. Okay, so I'm really turning negative on this. I don't believe we're going to have the public safety we need, and I don't believe it's worth our while for the few places that are going to benefit financially. Most places downtown don't benefit financially. We have people run over to the supermarket if they want to buy liquor, or they buy it where it's cheap. They buy the beer where it's cheap, and they buy food where they don't pay taxes. There's a couple of places downtown will definitely benefit, and I want them to do well. And we should run a small rally like we're going to do this year, something we know we can control, something that's more local, has more local places, and people. And I've talked to people here who are in the motorcycle clubs, and they're not looking for a big rally either. So I'm going to tell you, I'm also very concerned that we're about to give a contract for multi-year from somebody who has no competitive bidders. I mean, I've heard time and time again sitting up here about people who give things away to their friends. Oh, the staff is giving things away to their friends. And now we're going to give somebody a multi-year contract who didn't even bid on it? We don't even have one person other than this person bidding on it? This person who was already printing up, when he was in Daytona Beach, was already printing up flyers saying that he was holding the motorcycle rally at Hollister. I don't know how he knew that. He didn't have a contract. I wonder who he was talking to. I wish I had the phone records for that, because somebody must have told him that he was the in guy. I don't think that's the way to do it. I don't think I ought to do it. We ought to do it because I know many of the business downtown just shut up, and the people who own it go away, and many of the people who are here go away because they won't like the rally. I happen to like it, and I think as long as it's small and under control, we ought to have it. I don't think we ought to be looking to be Sturgis, because this ain't 1947. This is 2019. The world has changed. Hollister has changed. The Gilroy rally, the Gilroy Garlic Festival makes a lot of money, brings in families, run by a 501(c) nonprofit. The Mushroom Festival in Morgan Hill brings in a lot of money. Families go in there, 501(c) runs it. All these famous things, even Sturgis is hooked up with a 501(c). Why are we running the rally as a political event for people here who may have in the future some investment interest in the rally? So I'm going to vote no on the rally, and I think people ought to know that and know why. Thank you for your time.
Well, I see it a little differently. I don't see it as all doom and gloom. I think some of the things I've been hearing here are just flat out inaccurate. Workman's comp, by the way, is the business owner is always to blame. That's the way workman's comp works. The employee doesn't have to prove it. As soon as the employee gets hurt, it's up to the employer to give them the workman's comp number, and it's the way it is. It's the way it's always been, and it's not going to change. There are a lot of ways to do this right, but let's start with this idea that there was not a fair competitive process out there for this promoter. There was a fair competitive process, and we chose to end the rally, and therefore the promoter was not able to really continue with the rally because of some changes. But I can say, just through the experience that we've had here, this is one good promoter that's done everything he's promised, easy to work with. Unfortunately, the first few were exact opposites, but this was a person that kept his word. As far as this idea that 50% of the people don't want the rally, don't like the rally, leave town, I would beg to differ. I think a great majority of the public really enjoys the rally. Sometimes they come out, sometimes they don't. I can tell you conversation after conversation about why don't we have this rally anymore. It's part of our history. And you know what? It is part of our history. And you know, if there's one thing about history, you can't change history. History is what it is. And why we want to push it away and act like it never happened and become something that we're not, I don't really understand. I do understand every year I meet people from around the world that come to visit this rally. Same intention, have a good time, spend their money, and tell their friends they were here at the birthplace of the American biker. I tell the story of my sister in Croatia that lives there, how she ran into some bikers there, and once she mentioned her brother lives in the city of Hollister, they all freaked out and they couldn't believe it because that's their dream to someday go to the U.S. and go to Hollister to go to the birthplace of the American biker. We have an incredible amount of people from around the country, around the world, that are coming here to spend their money. And we should, and open arms, not just shut them down and say, oh, you know, if you're here, this might happen and that might happen and this is not good, and so on and on and on and on. You know, I remember that first rally when I was living here back in the 90s, and the amount of people that came out, the amount of fun that was had by all, the amount of business that was being done here was just really an incredible sight. And not only on that day or that weekend, but continuing throughout the year. I remember when we had those rallies, there'd be groups of bikers coming to our town every single weekend from around the world, renting bikes somewhere, and they'd ride them down to Hollister because they wanted to take their picture in Hollister. And they'd come out and spend money on the weekends. And we actually, believe it or not, had a pretty thriving downtown at the time. Even on Sundays, we had people that were actually walking around in our downtown spending money. We have the complete opposite now, and we keep hoping that if we discourage some of these things, magically everything will work out and businesses will start to bloom in our downtown, and it's the exact opposite. A business is relying on a revenue source that's going to continue. And I'm not going to go into hours of conversations on that, but it's pretty obvious. I said this a long time ago. You want to see downtown come back alive? Give it something people could depend on. It's going to be here year after year. Give it the rally so people can invest their money. Let's stop running away from it. Let's just stop looking for excuses. Police have done a great job the last few years making this thing work. Our costs, there's still a lot of money that, well, I don't want to say a lot of money, but there's still money that can be saved without giving up any more security. But we just can't keep doing the same thing. We can't have 1 year, yes, we want it. Next year, no, we don't want it. Following year, yes. We're never going to get up and set up for anything if we don't understand the basics of, let's just say, tourism. If we're not inviting, if we're not pushing for these events, large events, on a weekend, well, every month or more, we're never going to have the tourism we need to really turn this downtown around. Let's stop finding the reasons to just say no. His payment plan, I'm fine. I'm sure we can work out a few weeks here or there, we can work that out. The amount of money, let's not forget, we're collecting sales tax and also license fees, so that's going to make up for some of those dollars. Let's not forget, every year we spend over $70,000 on our farmers market here, and that's just part of the deal. Community loves it, we love it. The world loves coming to the rally, we should embrace it. This is millions of dollars of advertising every year this rally comes to this town. People seeing it around the world. We really need to stop with this attitude of no, it's not my cup of tea. Some of the things aren't my cup of tea, but you know what? I still like coming out and seeing it. But it's time to make a decision, stick with it. I'm hoping he'd be here longer than a year. I like to see a 3-year commitment. I like to see us, again, as I said, the very first year I got here, let's make a 10-year commitment to this rally so we watch it flourish. And within 2 years, people were trying to tear apart the rally. We're not going to succeed if we keep going down that same path. Let's bring it back. This guy's proven himself to be trustworthy. He's a very professional promoter. There's no need to kind of go back out and reinvent the wheel and hear stories from different people, and then we have the same issues happening. I'm all for moving forward this contract with them, ironing out some of the issues that he may have, Bill, and let's give it a year. Wouldn't that be a miracle? A year to plan for rally, rather than the 3 months. I know Dave would like it. I know personally.
That'd be a first.
Like it would be a first, and to put ourselves in a bad situation year after year, put you especially in a bad situation, never made any sense to me. Let's commit to something and make it happen and make it the best it can be, rather than finding ways to accuse people of making money or different things. Hey, look, if 50,000 people show up to our town, I can guarantee you one thing: people are making money. And it's not one person, it's not 2 people, and it's not 10. It's dozens and dozens of businesses here. The hotels, all the restaurants, shops, gas, grocery stores, you name it, people are doing well. I've seen it myself. Will I ever be back in that business? No, I won't. But I'm sure proud of all of those that are willing to stick it out and try to make their businesses work and are inviting to our guests from around the world. So I'd like to see us move forward with that contract. And if at that point the council votes no, it votes no. If it votes yes, it votes yes. But let's make a decision and put an end to this one way or the other. Is that fair enough? Do you have another comment?
I have to say a couple things. Number one, I'm a little caught off guard. I'm a little surprised because I thought the majority of the council was in favor of this biker rally. And I'm hearing a lot of excuses. I'm hearing that it has to do with it not being put out to bid. I'm hearing that it's because of the workman's comp. I'm hearing that we're having some type of backdoor meetings, which I'm on the ad hoc committee to talk to the gentleman with the biker rally, which I've had one conversation with him, and he's spoken to the city manager probably more times than I have. And the thing that disappoints me or frustrates me the most sitting up here is when politics come into play, it doesn't matter what excuse or what rationale you want to put forward. When the 3 of you have your mind made up, we can't even attempt to work through those issues, which is what we're here elected to do. So I just have to say I'm very surprised and frustrated by the change of heart, and that's what frustrates me the most. Is sometimes I feel like I'm wasting my time, because when you have your mind made up, we're not going to make any movement on anything. So it is what it is. Let's take a vote on it when the time is to take a vote, and we'll see what happens after that. Thank you.
I have another comment,
here,
Mr.
please.
Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Lenore?
I really get mad when people tell me that I already have my mind made up. I made it clear from the very beginning when I got on here that the workman's comp issue was the only issue I had. I can go with the fees. I don't know if you're having backdoor. I don't really care about any of that stuff. Satisfy the workman's comp liability and you will get a fair shake. And I made that clear from day one. I did not switch my thinking. That's what it is. Last few months back, that's what it is today, and that's what it's gonna be on the next meeting. So don't throw the, we're changing our mind, and I'm not political ever. If it's a free of liability for the city, that they don't get zinged with a workman's comp giant bill for injury or a death, okay. But I don't see you addressing that, so don't throw it back that I'm not being flexible. Address that issue, and then we'll be okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a comment.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
I would like to say that Councilmember Resendez is so nervous about being voted against. He's saying the three of us are against him, even though three of us aren't here.
Yeah,
I want you to notice Honest Spencer isn't even here. So I don't know why you think you can speak for her. Did she give you a permission slip? I guess not.
I don't know what she's doing.
Well,
I've talked about the same thing. I've talked about public safety, and I've talked about the cost of workers' comp from day one. Day one. And all I've heard is these, oh, don't worry, we've got a plan. Of course, the plan never shows up. We've got a plan. What's the plan? Oh, we've got some ideas. Well, what are those ideas? The ideas never show up. So here's the plan they have. The plan they have is to run this down to the very end and say, oh, we got to have the rally now. Oh, we didn't solve this issue. We'll do something else. What else? Before I vote for it, I want to see what the something else is. I want to know what the plan is. I want to know what it costs. I want to know that we're going to have adequate public safety out there, because I don't care how much money anybody's making. It's not worth somebody out there getting killed. Now, they may think they have this under control, but they have no idea what they're talking about. I'm going to tell you my opinion. Because you know what? The outlaw banker gangs are not going to call up either the mayor or Mr. Resendez or me or Councilman Lenore or Council Member Spencer and say, oh, we decided we're coming this weekend because you've got an attractive nuisance going on down there. They're going to come when they want to come, and they're going to do what they want to do. And I'm going to remind them that the last time we had a big rally, we had a shooting. I guess they forgot. Okay? Now, like I said, we were lucky. It only happened at the Chevron station. It didn't happen right here downtown where all the people were. Now, outlaw banker gangs have been getting more and more violent over the last 2 or 3 years. They don't have as many incidents, but the incidents they've had in Nevada and in Texas and in other places have wound up in these massive shootouts where 10 or 12 people have been killed. And they don't ask the law enforcement people for permission before they show up. And Northern California happens to be the center of some outlaw banker gangs. That's not exactly a secret, okay? People know that's what goes on around here. Now, like I said, 99% of the bikers are good people. The other 1% are a real problem, and trying to make believe it's not a problem is not going to solve anything. So I resent anybody calling this politics. This has nothing to do with politics. Like I said, some of my best friends really like the rally and would like me to support it. And I've been to the rally. I go to the rally when we had them, including the big ones, and I enjoy seeing the bikes there. But now I've got to sit up here and think about the entire city. I don't have to just think about my personal safety, whether I think it's okay to go to a rally personally. I got to think about the impact on the city, both both in public safety and financially, potentially. And when I look at those two things, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I'm not against doing things that bring in money. I don't know where anybody get that idea that I'm anti-money. I like money. That's why I took this job. I love the $400 a month I get for it. Okay? It's just a fortune. But let's do something that's this is not 1947 or whatever year it was. And we are not where the American bikers started. They were going all over Northern California. Everybody knows that. Why don't you read the history of what the American bikers, the bikers did? The fact that they came down here and got drunk doesn't make us the cradle of the American biker, okay? We could do a lot of things here. We could have a lot of kinds of celebrations that take up the whole street, that bring thousands of people from all over the world. I'd be glad to have them. Let them come. I just don't think a motorcycle rally is the right thing to do. I don't think we make any money off of it. I think we lose every year. I think when you look at it over 5 or 10 years, we've lost our shirt. And you can say, well, it's the vendor this year. This year it was a shooting. That year it was the T-shirts. This year it was this, and this year it was that. Doesn't make any difference. There's always some excuse. Okay? Oh, we have kind of problems. Nobody wants to solve them. That's why I want a 501(c)(3), somebody who's willing to take responsibility. For instance, as we sit here again, we know that we have people who poach the rally for money. They come down here and they rent a place on the corner and they set up a huge tent and they sell stuff. We probably never get credit for the sales tax, and they take money away from the promoter. And you know what we've done about it over the years? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. We just sit there and look at it and we scratch our heads and go, well, what are you going to do? That's the way it is. We have people who set up sales out of their homes. They don't have a license. They're not supposed to be selling. They just rent a spot and they just go sell stuff. They're not a business. They don't pay a business license tax. They don't have a business license. They're not inspected by the fire department. They don't collect any sales taxes for anybody. And everybody on the city council just sits around and goes, oh, well, that's the way it is here. So I get these stories about how millions of people come here, and they come here from all over the world. I'd be glad to greet them. Let them come. If they really want to come to the place the American biker is, they don't need the rally for it. Okay? They can come here anytime they want. We can do other things. We can do things that are more family friendly. We can do things that are less risky. We can do things that bring in more money. And we can do things that do better for most of the businesses downtown, because most of the businesses downtown are not in the biker business. Okay? The bars are in the biker business. God bless them. I like a good cold beer just like everybody else. Okay, but the bars are in the biker business. As far as being here, there's no Harley dealer here. You go to Sturgis, there's a Harley dealer. There's no Harley dealer in town as far as I know, unless it's a secret Harley dealer. Like the mayor said, they rent motorcycles somewhere and they come here. When they go to Sturgis, they rent motorcycles in Sturgis because that's what it lives on. We don't live on that. Okay? It's a different operation here. So I'm going to vote no on the rally when it comes around, out of conscience, not out of politics. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bill, I know the promoter did make sure he wanted to, the vendors they can't just jump into any lot or something. That was one of the big issues in the past.
Private property.
Well,
They're private properties.
So we do have, and this is kind of a taking sort of issue. This is another sort of legal discussion. So the city can't prohibit somebody from going on, say, somebody's private lot and selling merchandise during the time of the rally without being compensated for that thing. Same thing like when they go into an existing storefront. That's all fair, free game. And that has always been one of the promoters' hardship. I think that they've always said that kills them, but there really isn't anything the city can legally do to prohibit somebody from using their property in the manner that is legal.
Okay.
That
definitely something to be, again, talked about. So, all right, is there anything else? Do we have any speaker cards? No. Okay, so, sounds like bring it back for a vote, yes or no?
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
let's move to item 6.
Done. Okay. Well, seeing how that's almost morning again, I'll try to keep this very
Hey,
brief
it's
for
an
you.
early night. By the way, before we move forward, is there a consensus for this council to keep going through this meeting? It's past 10 o'clock.
Suits me.
Carol?
Yes.
Is it past 10 o'clock yet?
Carol's like, I guess so. All right, thank you.
So start out with the revenue for, like I said, we just go over the general fund. Revenue at March 31st is projected to be about 79% of the budget. So we feel like everything's coming in as projected. So we feel safe there. Expenditures are at total right now at 69%. Usually there's not very much estimating needed to be done other than outstanding bills that we know of. The ones that are over, we'll cover a couple on the next slide, but most of them are usually like non-departmental. It's stuff that we pay for ahead of time, like our workers' comp and our general liability. So we feel like that we're doing very good with our expenditures.
Do we have questions now or when he's done?
Whenever you want.
Well, I'm concerned with and I talked to Bill about the street maintenance is at 28%. But he said we should be able to get that spent before the fourth quarter reporting, because that's concerning.
Yeah, usually
You always look at the bottom line at the 69%, but I'm always looking at the line items
Correct.
to see if they're 75% or
Right.
less.
And like I said, this is at March 31st, so a lot of the street construction and things like that is when it stops raining.
Because it makes your budget look better when it's like that, but if everything were to come out at 75% right now, it would be 69% right now.
Correct.
You have departments that are way over.
Correct.
Thank you.
So one thing, area of concern for council in the past was engineering. Are they allocating to the different projects? They are. Salaries are at 75%, but overall personnel is about 85%. But the main reason is that they're doing their engineering sections for the current growth. So we feel that's pretty appropriate for the amount of revenue they're bringing in. The other concern is fire overtime. They're 265% of budget, which has been a concern, and it's over compared to last year. We're hoping with the SAFER grant that should bring it down. One note would be.
Hang on. I'm going to say this again.
Okay. I will
SAFER
say-
grant's not going to bring it down, it's going to make it worse. Until we figure out what is happening here, that number is going to climb. SAFER grant's going to do nothing but make it worse.
But we added positions to fill the shifts. That knocks down the overtime.
It's not going to knock it down, it's going to make it
Well,
worse.
it's gonna knock it down
I will
some.
say the fire chief is still here, so if you want to.
I thought we had agreed to talk about, what was it, Mr. Vice Mayor, maybe you remember, something about the county, I forget exactly what it was, but
Whether
we
or not
never.
we're gonna, we said that sometime in the future, I can't talk about it here, it's not on the agenda,
why
but we
have we
said,
not?
we said at sometime in the future, we would look at canceling the county contract.
So
Remember?
we probably need to look into doing that because it's the same thing again and again. I don't know where Billy's at, but Billy,
He went home.
I can't-
Go ahead.
I can't go into detail.
I'll throw that in there.
Okay, so, and then of note, we've put down overtime amount related to strike teams, which is reimbursed from the state, which was about $66,000. So the good things, what has happened so far, as of March 31st, we spent $6.6 million in improvements, 3.4 in road repairs, 1.2 in storm drains, 800 in parks, another 800 in water and wastewater, and another 265,000 in other various projects. So the big thing is questions. Sorry, that was quick, but
try to give you a little snapshot of where we're at.
Okay, any questions?
Billy, now that you're in the room, 265% on overtime. We had talked about agendizing that, so we can have that discussion about seeing if we can get the county to step up on that. Can we address that soon?
Okay, so as far as the fire overtime is concerned, so I mean, the difficult position that you folks are in is that we have a county contract that basically has a set sort of fee. I think and I don't know if Brett mentioned it, and I know the chief is here if you have some direct questions, but I think what you're going to see is that now that we theoretically have it properly staffed, you won't see as much overtime. And all I would say is that if you look at 1 month right now when you don't have a full staff versus 1 month when you do, say in August, I think you'll clearly see the difference of what's going on. Right now, you have a few officers that are out. When I say officers, I just meant fire personnel, which has always got to be backfilled. In addition to that, just the way, and I can do this for you, is maybe you and I can get together alone one time and just talk about how their MOUs are written and the time off that's basically, can you just shake your head if I'm right? Is it essentially at least 2 people off every single shift or 1?
It's a total of 3. You got
Okay.
2 people off each shift per their MOU.
Yeah.
Time that they earn. You can't tell them they can't do that. So what I have is responsibility
Chief.
to staff these engines. With the operational requirement of 3 people on an engine. Okay, so you got 4 engines, that's a total of 12 people, 1 battalion chief. So you got a total of 13 people on shift every day per the contract. That's what I'm responsible to provide for this entire community. You got 3 people off a day plus a battalion shift, now you're looking at 4 people. That's $4,000 in overtime. This is time that they earn. So we're trying to accommodate everybody. These guys aren't taking time off just because they want to take a day off. The vacation or the leave that they take is rest and rehabilitation because they work 24 hours a day. So knowing that, I've got to be able to provide them some time off so they can get that rest and rehabilitation. You're going to see after this Friday, after they get sworn in, I got a total of 6 of them getting sworn in. The overtime is projected to diminish by about 12 to 20%, and you'll see that number change within the next quarter. Okay?
That's fantastic, but that does not address the contract that we have with the county. And if we were to address that again, then it would offset some of that cost even more. So, right?
Well, let me address the county contract just real quick. For those of you that may have been involved a little bit, so we went essentially from about a $1.3 million contract to a 1.8 and some change contract. We got an extra $550,000 out of the county for this, starting for this year and then moving forward. It's not necessarily ever going to be enough, and you've heard me say that. But I got to tell you that there was absolutely no way we had enough negotiations with the county. They were not going to pay 1 more cent. I mean, hopefully the mayor will say, yeah, we had several arguments about how much it was actually going to be. I know that, again, they're not happy, you're not happy. That ultimately means that the contract is a decent contract for both parties. If we're going to be a community and use our fire service as kind of the catch-all for everything, it's ultimately what we ended up with, and we weren't going to get a much better deal. I can almost assure you of that, because it took a long time for them to sign even what we had.
And now we're not doing it for free. All the calls we responded to for free.
Yeah, and well, I mean that goes all the way back to a lot of other things with the way the fire.
Let's not get too far off
yeah,
there, because then
the
we're
fire
going to have
contract.
a conversation about the fire
Okay.
contract, and we're just talking about the overtime right now. Okay.
I'd like to see Chief get a chance at lowering that
Let me ask
overtime.
a question
Talk
on the
about
overtime. May I, Chief? I'm a little confused about one thing. Does the overtime problem expand or overlap into the county contract. Forget about what we get paid on the county contract and how much it costs us. I'm just talking overtime. Just talk about overtime.
Right.
Do we have the same problem in the people who staff for the county contract? The same type of problem? It may not be the same size problem, because it may not be the same number of people, but for the, you have a certain staff you wouldn't have. If you didn't have the county
Right.
contract, you'd have staff X. Now you got staff X plus staff Y. You
Yeah,
follow
and
what I'm
that-
saying?
yeah.
Does staff Y have the same issue, although it may not be the same size, because staff Y may be smaller?
Mm-hmm.
Does it have the same kind of overtime issue?
With this current staffing model that we have now,
Yeah.
which I would say would be the optional plan, the Plan A.
Yeah.
It will have a diminished amount of overtime, because the Plan B that we were working with was the variable was, if I'm supposed to have 13 people on shift, I only had 9.
Yeah, I know that.
So because of that,
Okay.
with what we were dealing with was operationally, we were handling the entire county with city firefighters as opposed to city and county firefighters. So now, with the plan that we have, it's gonna significantly drop it from what we had, a quarter.
Okay,
A
we're
quarter
just
ago.
talking about county coverage now. We're not talking about any city coverage.
Right.
So take that county coverage and isolate it. There's still gonna be overtime.
Yeah.
The
there's
question
still gonna be
is,
overtime.
the question is
Yeah.
how much?
Yeah, but it's not gonna be what we were experiencing about 4 months ago.
Well, that's like saying, that's like saying, Pikes Peak isn't as high as Mount Everest. I mean,
Okay,
but what's it gonna be?
And the reason I'm saying that is because we were down 9 firefighters. We were
Okay.
filling holes every day, plus the 3 that they're capable of taking off per the MOU. So
Okay,
you're
but what
looking at-
about, on a percentage basis, do you have any idea how bad that overtime hit's gonna be?
Well, I'm looking at right now,
dollars or something.
dollars, no, I can't really tell you, but I
Okay.
can tell you it's gonna be about 20% reduction in the overtime.
20% reduction over whatever we had before.
Right.
But a
right.
20% reduction over whatever we had before may not be very much, if it was high, if it was really high.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
If we're running 270, 300% for the year, 20% doesn't do anything, doesn't change anything for us.
Well, it's probably gonna be a little bit more than that. I'm just being very conservative about
I
it.
know you are. So.
But that's 20% on the overtime of a year ago when you had full staffing, not this year.
Right, because this year, it was absolutely not full staffing, plus we didn't have the proper people in the right places.
Can I also mention this is one of the other quasi catch-22s that we were in for a little bit is we were not sure whether or not the county was going to re-up with us. And the one thing that we wanted to make sure with our personnel is that if the county and San Juan Bautista did not continue their contract, those folks would come and run the engine, truck, and apparatus at our two stations, right? So we would have been fully staffed and operable at our stations had they not signed the contracts without actually layoffs and all of that stuff. So that was the other thing that put Chief kind of in an awkward situation for a little bit.
Correct.
I can't go into too much detail because of the restrictions on the agenda, but I would ask, first of all, I would ask that we agendize this for the future. If the majority of the council agrees, I think we ought to agendize this for the future. We'll have another month's worth of data, maybe 2 months' worth of data. We can get some feel for it. And I think we ought to talk seriously about it. I won't play stupid. I went into this with my eyes open. I just, I recommended that we do it. There are things going on outside of your, Chief, outside of your realm that are really irking me, and I can't go into them in detail, but I will be able to do it if we agendize it. Stuff going on at the county that's really bothering me.
And to add to that point, as I've asked before, the cost per station. That gives you a better visual of what's happening.
for staffing or total
Everything.
cost?
The whole cost.
Okay, we don't break our costs down per station.
It's gonna be important to understand.
Okay. So what exactly would you like agendized for the future?
What,
I mean, that's for
I think
the-
they're, well, you know what, I'm gonna let them say it.
I just,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry. I just think we need to have a more in-depth conversation about how can we get that number way lower. And whatever pleases the council as to how we're gonna go about doing that. I don't think right now is the appropriate time, so.
Well, we can't. I think in my case, the one obvious item that separates, that you can cleave out of this is the cost to run the county, the cost to run the city. I think you should be able to cleave that out in general, not exactly, but you can cleave it out pretty well, because we're fully staffed now, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so we're fully staffed now, we should be able to forecast what's the cost gonna be to run the city, what's the unless I'm mistaken, the vast majority of the cost is personnel costs, right?
Correct.
Okay, 75%, maybe 80%, whatever, something like that, yeah, not counting CIP.
Correct.
Yeah, so you ought to be able to cleave that, and I think we ought to look at it and say, here's what it's costing us. Because when I decided to support that, I thought I was in for a certain amount of money, and it's gonna turn out to be a lot more. You know, be honest.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion? Give him a quarter to do it, because that gives him an accurate way of projecting, because he can actually use the last year's numbers to correlate that.
Yeah, it's a difficult number to break out. I
Correct.
understand what you're saying, but the best visual of that is gonna be per station, because then you understand the city station, the two cities, the county San Juan Bautista station, so you understand what each one is really costing. And I know it's difficult, but as I've told you many, many times, and you've been doing it, is information, the more information we have by detail, the better off we're gonna be. Because without information numbers, we're gonna find ourselves just keep throwing money at this problem, and it's never gonna go away. It's just not.
I agree. The
There's
bigger
reasons
sample,
for it.
the better. The more data, then the more better picture you're gonna have. I understand what the chief is asking for, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough of an accurate sample to give us a good picture of what's really going on.
It's just, it's gonna take you time to find a way to break down the categories.
Correct.
Fuel for the trucks out of Station 3.
Well, that,
You know,
I mean,
on and on and on.
Right.
It just, it adds up. Maintenance for that fire truck here, the cost of the fire truck there, labor.
Maybe you should have thought about all that when you first started talking about consolidation.
We did,
No,
and
you
that's why,
didn't.
oh, absolutely.
I was here,
I
you
can
did
go into
not.
that conversation, but we're not going to. So it's gonna help I understand those numbers. Okay? All right. That was it?
that was it.
Did we have any speaker cards?
But it's for G9.
Okay, G9, okay, we're almost there. Once we get past G7.
5 minutes.
G7.
All right, so hang on. So the discussion was requested by the mayor to discuss property tax in lieu of VOF. This is money that is being received. There was a triple flip, if I would lose
Triple
everybody.
flip's gone now.
Is gone,
It's
but
gone.
it's pretty much came about that we receive property tax now from the state in lieu of the vehicle licensing fee. We bring in about $3 million now a year, which is 12% of our budget. Whatever we take away from our budget, when we present a balanced budget, so whatever we take away has to be either made by cuts or other revenue sources in the future.
Thank you. And I appreciate this, and I did ask for this because, as you know, I've had this concern about future budgets and maintaining our roads. The 800,000, I know it's higher now, 900, $1 million from the gas tax is not going to take care of our issues. And I'm not in any way suggesting that tomorrow we magically take this number and move it over to the road category. But I think it's important for us to start planning over a 5-year or a 7-year term. How do we start moving some of these dollars over to the road budget so we can continually maintain the roads correctly, because that is one of those things that, again, it ends up sinking us because we have an artificial balanced budget. We really don't. We have costs that have to be addressed each year, and every year that they're not addressed, it gets more and more expensive. And we've seen that, and we did a good job, 3.1 million, I think you pointed out earlier, and I think we did well in the last few years to try to catch up. And we're seeing that difference now. But
Right.
once we lose that momentum, that's what I'm concerned about. Now, it's great we have a temporary fix with some of these other funds, but that temporary fix on those other dollars should not be looked at as the fix.
Thank
They should be the additional stuff we can get taken care of.
Right, and remember, I understand what you're saying, that there is a cost, and we probably should, and then maybe look how we budget those costs. My concern is when you take discretionary dollars and then make them non-discretionary, it makes it tougher to balance the budget. But we do take any excess that we finish the year and do it towards one-time projects. So that's how we've done it in the past.
I understand, and again, I'm gonna repeat this because I understand it makes it difficult, but it makes it a true cost of running the city. Because when we don't, what we end up seeing is extra dollars over here and say, we have extra dollars, let's do all these other things, hire more people and so on, because we're flush with cash. The following year we go into the recession, we're laying off people and our roads are just going downhill quick. This is something that needs to be addressed on a yearly basis without interruption. We just should never be in a situation again where our roads have deteriorated that badly. This is one of the only ways we're going to do this. This money, the other dollars, we're at $4 million. We're not even really covering the true cost of repairs yet. That's closer to $5 million, but at least we're making the effort. And what I'm asking for is over time, set a period, set a goal. As I requested early on, how do we wean ourselves off of the extra tax dollars so we use those dollars as one-time monies so we can do good projects for the community, but not depend on it, so when the downturn hits, we're not laying off people or going into those struggles again. We're always going to be able to run efficiently and make sure our staff is here, and they don't need to be worrying about that either. But yet those dollars are there to take care of our community. At the end of the day, it's about the community, making sure the quality of life is as high as it can be, and being able to do future projects. And the only way it's going to happen is when we allocate dollars correctly and not just keep thinking of it as we have extra dollars today, let's do this over here.
Yeah.
Okay?
The budget is a policy decision of the council.
I know. And again, I thank you because that's what the number I thought was going to be. Councilmember Lenore.
Thank you. If the good portion of our budget is public safety, geared, police, fire, animal control, and we take that money away from the general fund, how are you gonna backfill the loss that we're gonna have from the general fund if you do that?
Well, that's going back to the whole conversation where it starts by weaning ourselves off that extra sales tax, knowing what our true costs are so we can plan for it, put a formula together that
I don't
puts
think
those
people
dollars
are
in
gonna
place
wanna
over
hear,
years.
I don't think people are gonna wanna hear, I'm sorry, we don't have enough money to fund public safety because we had to shift 3 million or whatever out of the general fund. There's one thing I learned on Measure E and Measure W is the priority item for the community is public safety.
Yeah, we're not
I
gonna,
didn't really like it all the time either, but the fact is that's what they want. They want adequately staffed police and fire, which we still don't have. So you're talking about rolling money out of a general fund. You gotta fill it with something else. Where are you gonna
Yeah.
get that?
and again, this conversation is about planning for the future as we talked about in the past, over a 5-year period, 7-year period, not cutting what we have because we can't afford to cut what we have. It's figuring out how to use our dollars wisely and making sure we're allocating them in the places we need to put them. Because we can make the same argument about the roads, and if we listen to the public, they will give you an earful about our roads. And we put ourselves in that situation by putting too much dollars in other pots.
Into police and fire, is that what
And
you're saying?
All around.
No, police and fire, that's the
Well,
bulk of the budget.
We can do this over time by planning it and looking at these numbers and putting it, again, the strategy we put in place early on where we paid off our debt. We paid a $10 million debt off. that I remember everybody saying it's impossible to pay that thing off, and we did it within 4 years.
Correct.
So we can do things if we plan for them and we understand, all of us understand correctly how those dollars should be used, or we get we're maximizing those dollars. It doesn't mean, I've said this over and over, the last thing I want to see is laying off staff. We don't need to get there. We need to plan so our staff never has to worry about getting laid off in the downturn. They're just worried about making sure they're providing the best service possible to our public. That's it.
And then I want clarification, so I don't like to assume. When you say the extra tax, are you talking about Measure W, or are you talking about Measure G?
I forget, I get, at 12 o'clock, I
Measure
don't remember
W.
what number, what
W
letters they
is
are
sales
anymore.
tax.
The
So, yeah,
sales tax.
sales tax, or, well, both of them
Yeah.
are sales tax, but one's the
Sales
cog,
tax,
oh,
City
the
of
cog,
Hollister.
or the transaction tax?
Yeah, it's the 1 cent. You know, again, looking at our budget again, as we at one point put out a scenario of what it would look like in 5 years if we were doing this right, so we would wean ourselves off of those dollars and not have to cut services. If you remember that conversation.
Right. Like I
And
said,
we had a
it's
great
policy.
plan in place on that. But
Well, like I
I'll let
said,
others
it's a
speak.
policy of the council.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you very much. Well, you know, there's a Scottish poem, I think it was Scottish. I can't do it with the original accent, but basically, translated in English is, the best laid plans of mice and men often go astray or awry. Who was that? Who wrote that? Robert Burns or somebody? And the budget is never the best laid plan. It's always the plan we had last. I've analyzed our costs until I'm blue in the face, and the only thing you can analyze it against is other people's costs. We have much fewer employees per 1,000 people than almost everybody. Based on our last raise, we've finally got our compensation kind of in the ballpark with some of the other places. It's not equal. It's below Monterey County and the city, most of the big cities in Monterey County. It's below Santa Cruz County and the cities. And it's below places we like to think are like us, San Luis Obispo and things like that. So I don't know who we're comparing ourselves to. We're certainly not paying more or a lot more. We certainly have less employees, a lot less employees. And one of the reasons is we don't collect a lot of revenue. And I've discussed this. I don't want you to think I came up with this out of the blue. I've discussed this with Brett previously. And one of our problems is we're not bringing in enough revenue. And one of the places we're certainly not bringing enough revenue in is in business license taxes. Most of the places, Brett was kind enough to refer one to me, and once you get me going, and once I get on the internet, I can find everybody's. Most of the places here around are charging a lot more for business license taxes, okay? As Brett pointed out to me, can I steal your line?
Sure.
It's ridiculous that some little guy downtown is paying the same business license tax as Target, okay? And I think that's just, all you have to do is look at that and you know, hey, something wrong here. Target and this, some guy with a little one-door shop downtown. After all, we had a disaster here the other day. The Target registers weren't working. I read all over the internet, oh my God, the Target registers aren't working. We're gonna leave town. Okay, so we've got a real problem. We got our business license tax system is not working very well. And so I recommend that we discuss this in detail in the future and look toward bringing in more revenue when we can. Let's agendize that rather than trying to find $3-point-something million here, which we're not going to be able to find tonight.
No. I agree.
I
Councilmember
sat
Lenore?
5 years on the Measure E oversight, and it did nothing but grow. Measure W is doing nothing but grow. We're out in a new shopping center. I really don't see the sales tax diminishing. I see it growing, and I'm more optimistic than you are on the economy. I think we're too close to Silicon Valley to really do a belly flop. I'm not professional business person, but we're in a good spot here to survive. I think we are. And Measure W is panning out even more than we thought it was, and it's only going to grow as we add commercial merchandise. I really hate to see us roll back any funding out of the general fund. I do. I think you got to trust staff to spend monies where it's necessary, and not always trying to second guess them on doing the right thing. We have control. We could say what we're going to spend out of that general fund for road improvement. It does not need to be in a special account. Do we not control the general fund? Why do you need it in a special account?
Because it's never there.
What's never there?
The monies to fix the roads were not there, and we had to put a lot of plans into place to finally collect enough money to start fixing
What's
those roads.
the difference if it's in the general fund?
It's-
You're worried about them spending it on non-road items?
You're allocating dollars to a place that's gonna be there to use those dollars each and every year.
But you can tell them where to spend the general fund money without moving it out of a separate account.
My point, again, is put a plan together, how we can do this over time, that's a win-win for this community. It's not about taking
Okay.
money from one area right now
Well,
and
it
hurting
is.
one, no, it's not. No, it's not. Hurting one department or another, that's not what we wanna do here. We wanna look at our growth, as we did projections before, so we understand our growth dollar-wise and how we can start to allocate some of those dollars into a fund to make sure we're always there. I'm a big believer, as you know, of sinking funds. So all these categories are taken care of. Roads is a priority, always has been, and needs to be. And in the past, it was not because there were not dollars.
But if you
And
look at our
hang on,
proposed
hang
rating
on a second.
scale, you're gonna see that we're gearing towards HOAs, which doesn't cost city money to maintain the roads.
But we're not there yet, and I've been asking for
Well,
that
but that's
for
the
the past 4
direction you're
years.
headed. All right.
So, that's a whole different conversation.
But it
Again,
links into this road improvement thing. We don't maintain
all
roads
of it,
that are
all of
in
it
an
does.
HOA.
So, again, how do we put together, as you did before in the past, here's where we're at. What percentage can we move without having the effect over here, but yet having a positive effect over here? So it's planning, it's forecasting, you know what I'm talking about. So,
I'd like to make another speech.
go ahead, sir.
I make a lot of speeches because I want people to know what I'm thinking. We've got a lot of unfilled requirements still in this city. We're a full-service city, supposed to be a full-service city. We're not quite there because we don't have a library. But we're supposed to be a full-service city. We don't have a traffic department in the police department. We don't have a traffic department. Forget about roads, let's talk about traffic. You know, we're talking about what the public wants. Well, the public wants everything, and when I was a member of the public, I wanted everything too. And I wanted it for nothing. But you can't have it, okay? So they want roads until some kid gets run over, and then they're gonna want traffic enforcement. And then they'll want traffic enforcement until they hit a pothole, and they get a flat tire, and then they're gonna want a pothole filled. And they're gonna want a pothole filled until somebody builds something behind their house, and then they're gonna want no development. And then they're going to get no development until their parents wanna come move here. Then they're gonna say, how come I don't have a house I can put my parents in? I was just like the rest of the public, and I haven't changed. I want everything, and I want it for nothing. Our job is not to give them everything, and not to give it to them for nothing. Our job is to balance it out. And I think roads are very important. I don't think they're more important than getting the traffic control we need, because we got people going 100 miles an hour down the road, and we are flirting with disaster. And I tell you every time, you can't get lucky forever, okay? Take my word for it. They didn't build those places in Nevada because you win when you go there. You don't get lucky forever. You get lucky for a while. People can go 100 miles an hour down Airline Highway and never have a problem for 20 months. And then on month 21, you have a disaster. And I think somebody mentioned today that there was a highway fatality. I think you mentioned it. And it's the same thing. You never get lucky forever. And we've been lucky. And we're not going to stay lucky forever with our problem with speeding around the schools. So we need a traffic enforcement division, terrible, and we need it worse than we need roads. because people's lives are at stake. So I think it's our job as the city council to decide where the money goes. And with all due respect to the mayor, it's not his job, it's our job. It's all of us voting on where we want the money to go. And that's what we'll do. Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right. Any speaker cards on this item? I know you're confused and you're probably still asking what is the direction, what was the whole conversation about? As I've said in the past, if you could present a chart, a 5-year or a 10-year plan, how it looks financially to us, then visually people can kind of see what I'm trying to say. You and I'll come meet with you again and we can talk about this again. Just again, nothing's happening tomorrow. Nothing's going to happen to impact any department. We all know what we need. We just need to get set for the future. That's all I'm asking for. Financial part of this, as you know, is very important to me from day one. And I don't want to lose focus on that.
It's important to all of us.
I know it is.
Pardon me. You should take your direction from the majority of the council, not from any individual. That's the rule here, majority
Yeah.
rules.
Well, I agree with you on
Just
that.
let you know.
Yeah, no decisions being made here. Okay, thank
it.
you. All right, let's go to G8. Is it G8?
No, number 9.
No, there should be 8.
No, 8.
Okay.
G8.
I'm going to pass this off to my staff, but I'm very thrilled that we finally have this item to be brought to council and the citizens, so I will let it off to society.
Who's waited patiently the whole meeting.
Is it morning already?
It is.
Good morning.
Good morning. So good morning, Mayor, City Council. My name is Cecilia Rodriguez, and I'm the Management Analyst for the City of Hollister Administrative Services Department. I would like to present to you the Citizens Transparency Portal. And which one is it? Okay. So our Citizen Transparency Portal is a financial transparency for our community. So our citizens will be able to access our citizen transparency from our City of Hollister website. Citizen Transparency provides financial transparency. Citizen Transparency provides financial transparency with easy access to City of Hollister expenditures and revenues. The expenditures and revenues graphs show a quick review of actual expenditures versus budgeted amounts for current and 2 prior fiscal years. The categories you could really see, but we have the categories or the tabs on top, which is the category, department, fund, government area, and vendor tabs. All menu tabs provide graphs for easy comparison to prior years and a table on the bottom with category totals for prior years and quick comparison of the actual and budgeted amounts for the current fiscal year. The red and green, you can see there below, indicates if the expenses are below or over budget. The additional tabs, which is the last 2, one of them is the Sites and Links tab, takes us back to our city website. So you can access it through city website, and then we can go back to city website through here. The user guide and FAQs tabs provides helpful navigation tips and general questions and answers for our members that are accessing this portal. Also the revenues are accessed, or you can access the revenue by clicking on the expenditures drop-down pointing arrow, which is, it's a little small, but you can see it on the presentation. So this information is updated monthly on our website, and is ready to go up. It was supposed to go up tomorrow morning, but it's probably going to go out until Paul comes back. I was not able to get him to upload it into our website, so he's
Wait,
back.
Paul's
Monday.
not here tonight?
No.
What the heck is going on?
So, thank you. He's on vacation until Monday, I think. So, that's it. If you have any questions about.
I think it's wonderful.
Thank you. Nice.
Thank you.
So But to a point, if any citizens ask, like, what makes up our numbers, they will be able to, in a week, go in and play around and drill down what the different numbers are.
Very
So
nice.
June 30th, I'll be updating the information, the data for June.
For June?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as, on
But
June,
that-
July 1st, I'll be updating June.
June.
Yeah. So-
Okay.
Can we put together like some type of digital flyer or advertisement so that we can let people know that we now have this service available?
City website.
The city website, we might be able to.
Just like a little announcement,
And the
something,
city Facebook.
just to put it out there
Yeah,
for,
once it's live,
City
we'll
Facebook,
put it on
put
the
it on
different
there.
social media.
Yep, we will.
perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, speaker cards? No. I know you said only a 9. Okay, well then, drum roll. G9.
Thank you. Do you mind if I go up there? Can I just do it?
Go ahead and do it. Everybody else is gone.
What's our current record, 130?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to give you a brief oral report, and then we'll take some public comment, and then I'll get some future direction. It was requested that we talk a little bit about growth management. I think there's 3 major documents that we talked a little bit about getting done as quickly as possible. One is a growth management ordinance, an implementation plan. The second one is an inclusionary housing ordinance, and then the third one is obviously the big one of the group is the general plan. So, real quick, I just want to focus tonight on the growth management ordinance. Let me preface all of this by saying this is that the most important thing to the city of Hollister is obviously maintaining its certified housing element. And so, as you know, we've tried to have conversations with the state about what they will allow, what they won't allow. But nevertheless, I think we can get something that I think satisfies them, satisfies the council, and doesn't put our housing element in any jeopardy. But I would suggest, if it ever becomes in jeopardy, that you eliminate the growth management ordinance as quickly as possible, just because a certified housing element is connected to a lot of things, as Councilmember Lenore mentioned, today's SB1 and probably several other things that are out there. The most important thing about a growth management ordinance, or the way that the city of Hollister has implemented these projects in the past, is to really know the difference between an allocation and a building permit. What you're going to be talking about tonight is allocations. And an allocation is the way that we've got it set up now, is going to be granted by you, the legislative body of the city of Hollister. In years past, it was done by the Planning Commission, as well as everybody else, but I think this focus of this particular council wants to make sure that you have control over the future development of this community and where it goes, which is absolutely okay. I think you can designate the other approvals after the allocation process to the Planning Commission, and you would be just fine. As you know, the city of Hollister has had a voter-approved measure. It was Measure U. Several years ago, it expired in 2012. That measure had the allocation set at $244 per year. And as you know, most of those years were spent in a building moratorium. And then the final years, we actually did a couple of allocation rounds in 2008, 9, and 10, and then another one in 11 and 12. So what you're seeing in the development world right now is essentially those projects that were either allocated or entitled, a combination of both, before 2002, the building moratorium, or from 2008 to probably 2013. We have basically at the suspension or the sunset of Measure U, the city of Hollister has been just allocating projects as they become submitted to the city of Hollister. But I will say that in no case has the city allocated more than the $244 per year, even under that particular program. Just as a side note, June 17th, 2019, from January 1 of this year to today's date, the city of Hollister has only had 5 new approved projects. 5 new units, not projects, just 5 units. There's only been 5 allocated units this year to date. So again, a lot of what you're seeing obviously has been approved and allocated many years ago. What we have now is I believe we have taken all the constraints out of the rating scale of the projects. That was one of the things that was, I think, a concern to HCD. And what I mean by constraints is financial constraints. So we had several questions in the past about giving money to this and giving money to that. All of those things have been removed. So it's basically just project driven. And again, I think that's going to be helpful when we deal with HCD or a certified housing element. The other things that, if you'll recall, is I think the planning department did a really good job about doing some exemptions. And the exempt projects, and if you'll read closely in the ordinance, really is anything that's special needs, affordable, those multifamily type housing projects that kind of hit a target income group. And those are sort of your exempt projects from the allocation process. What isn't exempt from your allocation process is your market rate single family homes on 4,000 or 6,000 square foot lots, whatever it is. In the past, I think the city proposed at the last time we had this discussion is keeping that number at 244, which is roughly a 3% growth rate. What you have before you right now is a 1.5% growth rate, which is 159 units. And again, that's on an annual basis. Again, that's a policy number, but I just wanted to give you sort of an idea about what between 1.5 and what essentially 3 is, and it's about, like I said, from anywhere from about 300 down to about 150. And that's just based on the current number of units that we have now within the city of Hollister. I know that it's quick and I know it's late, but I also want you to have enough time to read over this, take a look at it. The way that these things usually get implemented is that we would come back probably in August and try to have first and second reading. My suggestion is that you have an application period of a few months. What you would probably like to do is allocate for 2019 and 2020 at the same time, only because it is a lengthy program. It takes up a lot of staff time. So you would take that bulk or that combined number of units, and you would allocate for a 2-year period. Developers do not necessarily need to be fully allocated to go through the approval process if that's your desire. So all you need essentially to get an entitlement is a portion of your allocation needs. And what I mean by that is this. Let's say I'm a developer and I have a project that has 100 units in it. The city council may decide to give me 50 allocations. What that 50 allocations does, or that award gives me, is the opportunity to get off of first base, go on to second base by submitting my map and going through my entitlement process or my CEQA documents or all the other things that I need to do. Now, in return for that, I would say I will accept your 50 units allocations, but I want to make sure that the next go around I get my other 50. I will sign a performance agreement with you folks that basically says it's an arrangement between me, the developer, you, the council, that assures me that when I get my map, I have a fully allocated project so that I can begin pulling building permits. The city of Hollister should not allow, or shall not allow, essentially, somebody to pull a building permit that hadn't had an allocation, right? So those two need to match. They're different, they do the same sort of thing, but one comes way earlier than the other, and you shouldn't get a building permit without an allocation. And that's sort of how you handle the larger type of projects. Kind of a similar situation is I think, the Cerrado project. It was multiple years in order to attain the number of units that they were required. So it's not necessarily 1 year or 2 years, but if you find the project that you absolutely love and you want to allocate it, but you don't have enough allocations in the given time frame, then you would just use existing or future allocations at that point. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy.
Okay, outside of the affordable housing, senior housing, and everything that's going to be exempt, how do we set a growth management on the other stuff, not knowing the RENA numbers? Is the RENA going to just be going for affordable housing? It'll be exempt from our growth management? Or what are we doing there?
Well, so some of the questions are is how many of the RENA, or what target of units do you have in RENA? We won't know what our RENA numbers are until COG actually gives them to, and those things may need to be adjusted. And like I said, it all depends on the total number of units that are being discussed. RENA also has market rate stuff in it, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. So, I mean, and that's kind of the balance that you have to have with your agency and COG, and then the state of California, right? It's that delicate balance. Now, again, if the RENA numbers come in and they say, and don't be shocked, but this is not uncommon, is that you're going to build 6,000 units over the next 10 years. The reality is that if the state comes to you, the city of Hollister, and says, well, you're only allocating 150, you can't possibly meet that, we're not going to certify your housing element. I mean, that's, again, you're going to have to play ball with the state at some point, but I don't think that you don't necessarily need to not do what you believe is proper growth management right now.
Well, it's gonna be a challenge.
It's a huge challenge.
Because we're in a buildable area. Monterey County's got a good case. They have no water. And the city of Monterey has no more land left. That is not the case here. And we have utilities here, and we have sewer, and we have water, and pressure's gonna come.
You do have those things, Council Member Lenore. But the other thing is that you'll probably get more pressure to increase the size of your sphere of influence and your jurisdiction so that you have land inventory available for your development.
But not everybody understands that.
Yeah, well, and that's why I'm saying that's part of the situation that you're going to have to address.
The public, not my fellow council
members.
I know. A lot of people don't understand that.
Land inventory?
Yes, land inventory for a certified housing element.
Okay. Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you. Do you have anything in there, I didn't get a chance to read it, I gotta be frank with you. You have anything in there about sunset clause on people who, I'm concerned, as one of the ways we got into this, is that people got allocations or got an entitlement, whichever, depending on entitlement, and then they sat on it. Now, sometimes they sat on it for good reason. All of a sudden, the market collapses. Sometimes they sat on it just to sit on it and say, why do I need to do anything? I got very little money invested here. I'll just sit on it. I'll sit on it. Oh, look, the market's good. I'm going to exercise. I'm concerned about that. In other words, it's not only the rate of growth that I'm interested in controlling. I'm also interested in controlling people who may be hoarding. Now, they're not always hoarding, because sometimes the market collapses, hoarding their allocations, and then all of a sudden waiting for the market to get better. Market gets better, and all of a sudden they start building, and yes, they built 500 units that year, but everybody's got an allocation, so they're all in it. Have you tried to tackle that monster?
Yeah, we have not, and just so everybody understands, the language that you used, Councilman Richmond, is you used allocations and then you also used entitlements. So we'll be clear again. An entitlement is something that the actual city has already granted somebody, and that's a whole nother set of rules through the Subdivision Map Act. And there is specific deadlines and guidelines for when those things do expire. The council, I'm sorry, my mistake. The commission can grant extensions if they so desire to do that once you have a map. It's rare that it happens in our particular case because generally speaking, most people actually conduct the work once they go through the process of getting a tentative map. So that's one thing. But in response to the allocation process, the city of Hollister has never taken those allocations back once they've been awarded to somebody, especially from in an economic crisis. Because the school of thought is, and we may disagree here, is that if you're not going to build 100 homes because the economy stinks,
anybody else.
Nobody else is going to do it. So if you've gone through a process and the city finds that your project is worthy of getting the allocation to begin with, we probably wouldn't rescind that allocation to give it to somebody just because they promised to build and it may be in a different location.
But my concern is not that. I agree with you 100%. If you won't build it because the market's bad, nobody else is going to build it because the market's bad, assuming it's reasonably the same. I'm more worried about people who just do it on it's a minor investment. you know, I only gotta put up this much money to get an allocations, I'm gonna say it's gonna be 500 homes, so gonna get 50 allocations this year. I gotta go 10 years, 50 for 10 years, 500 homes. Oh, okay, let's sit around and wait for the market to get really good. And now this person has no intention of fulfilling what they, you know, using those allocations, but they've got X amount of it tied up. We get no growth for 2 years because they got the thing tied up, and then we get an enormous amount of growth for 2 years. And as the example I always use is water over the dam. If the water hits the dam a little bit at a time for 5 years, that's one effect. If all the water piles up for 5 years and hits the dam at once, that's a whole totally different effect. And so I'm not saying you should have it in here, but I was just curious, have you tried to address that in here?
We haven't, and if you'll go back to one of my earlier statements,
Yeah.
in your example, I'll just use that. So you have a 500 unit subdivision and you got 50 and 50. Remember, you don't need to be fully allocated in order to get an entitlement.
I understand.
So what I would do in that particular case, if that's the thing that you're most concerned about, is that in your performance agreement, right, and you've given somebody their 50 units, you have in their performance agreement that within 24 months, you have a tentative map submitted for approval, because that's your hammer. And then the other part of the performance agreement would be is that you're gonna you are going to limit, 50, 60, 70, whatever number of units you feel is appropriate. You're going to issue those building permits on an annual basis to that. And I think you're aware of the Award Homes project that basically is the same thing, is that they have, their build-out schedule is 75, 75, 75, their apartments, et cetera, and it moves on.
So why you said tentative map is because what you're saying is when they get the tentative map, the clock starts to run.
The clock starts from a subdivision map act.
From the subdivision map act. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Resendez.
The growth management plan, would this be an appropriate place to ensure that the schools are sat down or meeting with the developers to discuss the potential impacts on them? Can we put some type of language in here, or would that be?
Well, we certainly could, and it probably is the most appropriate time to do it, Councilman Resendez. What you would do is when you receive your applications during your application period and you start to evaluate them, you can always bring the school districts into your conversations at the table right then and say, these are where these particular projects are being proposed. How are those schools being impacted, whether if it's in Calaveras or up at Sierra Vista or something along those lines. So you could do it immediately and then make and take their recommendations as part of the overall process about where the most appropriate place to do development is and the least impact it would have on schools. I don't think that, and I can do more research on this, but sitting here right now, I would be very careful about having you have your growth management ordinance have a relationship or questions regarding schools, impacts, and et cetera, because as much as developers love to do with schools, they really do want to be separate. And I think that would be something that you folks can do on your own, not necessarily be a part of the process, if that makes sense. I mean, you want to sit down with them at a table as you're going through the rating process, but you probably don't want to have specific questions related to schools. That's kind of what I'm saying.
But the law states you can't deny a subdivision or development based on school needs. There is a law.
Yeah, and some communities have, how do you say, I don't want to say gotten around the law, but one of the things that some communities have done is they've worked collaboratively and on policies amongst the agencies that makes it a little bit easier for you to have a defensible defense on whether or not a development is appropriate in a particular school district.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'd like to see how closely we can get to that line and ensure some type of language to ensure that they're part of the conversation before we give out allocations. So
yeah,
maybe we could do some research on that. I think Livermore had something. Talk to Crystal and Sean Tenenbaum. I think they were talking about it. I'd really like to see something in there that ensures that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
What's on the books right now for pending allocations? What do we have backlog? Marty's right, they need to expire, cause that's what we did, we dug ourselves in a big hole.
Oh, you mean, like former allocated projects that are
Yeah.
going nowhere?
No, well, what are the allocations that we have obligated to right now?
That are not entitled.
The ones that are entitled.
Oh, entitled, well, entitled maps, I think you see is like, the Solarios, I think,
The total entitled. All the allocations we have that it can actually be built.
is it?
No,
So-
more than that.
Approximately.
I can get it for you, but I
approximately.
think I think it's 16. I
That
think,
we can't
for-
stop
Or is it
development.
22? It's either 16 or
That
22.
can't be stopped. They're already entitled.
That
They're
have,
already allocated,
that have allocations, yes.
and they're kind of entitled.
Some of them are, yes.
It's a large amount.
Yes.
That's the other part people don't understand. Is
Well,
that we have a huge backlog. You're gonna restrict it to whatever units. You're still gonna be building forever just to meet the backlog.
No, the backlog, we can't
Yeah, you-
enforce this on the backlog.
Yeah,
No,
and
I know that, but I'm saying you got a long ways before you get to the true growth.
Well,
management.
as I've mentioned to some of the council members in the past, I think what you've done is that, I think you have an opportunity now to sort of guide or design what the next 15 years of the development in this community is looking like.
I know that,
Right,
but I'm
okay.
talking about what we already obligated
Well,
ourselves to.
Yeah, and I
The
think,
public doesn't understand the difference between that. They just seen homes being built.
well, I
They
think
don't
that
get that it was already approved 10
yeah.
years ago.
Well, and I think that that's all up to all of our responsibilities to make sure that they understand that that's exactly what that is.
Right.
Right?
Moving
I mean,
forward, we've
yeah.
learned. I like to think.
Which is interesting is like De Nova Homes, for instance. People ask me about De Nova Homes on the Hill. De Nova Homes was allocated in 2008. That's 11 years
Yeah.
ago. And we can go back to several projects that are very similar.
They pre-zoned that 25 years ago.
So anyway, but I think that's part of the conversation is that we either need to do a better job of explaining that, whether people want to accept it
Yeah.
the way it is, I don't know, but.
Bill?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
May I?
go ahead.
Thank you. I don't want to be too freewheeling here. So I'm really interested to nail this down. The 5 units we've authorized, have they been built?
No, sir.
So they haven't even built the 5
No.
units we've authorized? So we're responsible for those 5, and I want you guys to hold us to that, okay?
Just to be clear, though, there was a development that was approved, I think, the last city council before we sat up here, aside from Councilmember Lenore. And they're already under construction. So that can go either side. We can say it's been this many years, but it hasn't even been a year, and we've got somebody already under construction that was just approved right before we came here. So there's 2 sides to that story.
Which project? Well, do you know what project that may have been?
Yeah, it's in my district. It's the Solorio. Is it Solorio?
Well, yeah,
So
we
see,
dealt with that for a
Solorio
while.
was allocated under Thorning, again, another 2008 project.
The one on South
And Fourth
West
Street?
Side and 4th Street?
Yes.
The developer, okay, well then maybe I'm getting confused with the
But that's okay.
allocation and the,
Yeah.
but he had to get his last permission at the last city council meeting before we sat up here, and he got it approved, and he's under construction.
So, I think there is confusion, Bill, but I think that it happens because we're mixing information up, and it's, well, yeah, that project's been on the books for 20 years. Well, maybe, 20 years ago somebody had the idea, but it wasn't until recently they got all of their approvals and they're ready to go. So that's important to make sure that's clear, because quite frankly, since the number we had here, I don't know how many hundreds we approved for this council. So
We didn't improve anything.
no, not
I
this,
worked
not
in
this,
that
not
for
this
years.
group. I'm
That's
talking
how
about
it is.
way before. But I
Oh.
think that's part of the confusion is the exact numbers. And again, how many units are allowed to be built per year? You can't change the past. I understand that. But steadying the numbers is very helpful to create a smoother impact on this whole community rather than just the up and down cycles. As I told you, my professor said, you don't want to do the up and down, smooth the line. And that's, I think, as Vice Mayor Rich was pointing out, the numbers allowed per year, and if somebody's not gonna be using their numbers, where do they go in the line? Who comes up in the line? So it starts smoothing that part out, and eventually the other ones get built out, and then you have a smooth number going forward. That's part of the 15-year thing you're talking about. You know, it's been frustrating to me because I've been talking about this general plan update for several years, talking about the inclusionary housing, affordable housing for several years, talking about a lot of things. It's been a long, drawn-out process here, and I'm looking at a number now. It's closer to the number that I originally said we should be looking at.
Is everybody okay with that number?
I'm going to tell you,
No.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
You
My
got
answer
such a
to you,
big backlog, it doesn't matter.
my answer to you now is going to be a no, only because when we first started talking about this number, I said we can absorb this, and if we do this right, we'll be okay. From that point, that conversation, there's been several hundred that were approved since that point.
Okay.
And that's skewed those numbers again. But more importantly to me is, what is the overall plan? And this is why I just get so frustrated again, is what do we want our community to look like? What do we want our roads to look like to service the communities? Where are we putting those parks and the schools? Where are we putting all these pieces that create a community we can all be proud of? Rather than, hey, they have some land there, it's not in the city, let's approve it, let's get it in here, and again, we'll worry about how we divvy up things later. Doesn't work. Just doesn't work. This is why we have a community that's city, county, city, county, city, county, and we have some that, hey, that's not our problem, that's your problem. When we say that's your problem, that's no, it's not our problem. The public doesn't know the difference. All they know is they're walking down the street, there's a sidewalk, there's no sidewalk. There's huge mega potholes, then there's potholes. Potholes are on our side, mega potholes, county side. All these pieces go together to make sure that we're creating a community we can be proud of, but more importantly too, that we can afford all to live in and maintain. And I mentioned other things, the homeowners associations and so on, to make sure we're not spending more money than we're really gonna bring in, because what looks good today, 5 years, 10 years down the road, doesn't look so good anymore. It's a problem. It's a major problem for us. So having a better plan put in place that makes sense, that works with the community. The number one thing, again, is working with the community.
Is a
Because
certified housing element.
believe it or not, the community will work with you, with us, if we're explaining it right. If all we're saying is, here's what you have to do, too bad, it doesn't go over so well with the community. And at the end of the day, that's who we represent as a community. Some communities want growth, a lot of it. Some don't. Some want none. We're somewhere in between if we do it right. And this is why it's so important to get it right. And, we have, for sake so we don't argue, 2,000 units approved already. Hey, take the break to do it right. That's all I've been saying. It's not stop it, just do it right. Let's get the plans in place.
And
Vice
that's
Mayor
why
Richmond
I'm
had a good point. He kept saying this, and I always agreed with him. Around the sound walls, don't build 2-story homes, build a single story, so you're not walking by like you're in a tunnel looking up at somebody looking straight down at you. You build a situation where, again, meandering sidewalks and all these great things we need to do, and we put in place, then you show the public, here's what the plan is from here on out. Here's how we're gonna handle it.
And this is why I'm offering you the opportunity to do it.
And I appreciate this happening here today, is what I'm trying to get to in a long-about way. I'm trying to say thank you. The number's still too high for me now because
Can you guys pick a number so that we can get started?
I'm at 1%, and I'm
I
good.
don't understand how you're gonna maintain a housing element by zeroing out the allocations.
I'm at 1%.
How are you gonna do, you know what the governor, HCD is gonna tell you? You're out of compliance and you don't have a certified housing element.
Well-
If you keep going the route you're going, you're gonna drive us right into an uncertified housing element. I swear you're going
we
to.
each have our own opinions on this, and it's
But
important for
you're
you
the
to-
voice
that-
piece.
No, we all are. So your
That
voice is
doesn't
yours.
sound like it to
Mine
me.
is something different. Vice Mayor is something
I think
different.
the
and-
governor needs to call you to Sacramento.
Well, I would like to talk, and the first thing I'm gonna say is, come over here, build that highway for us, and come build these schools, because we're sick and tired of paying more taxes to fit all your people.
And he's
Give us our
really
money
not
back.
aware
I'm sorry.
of
We'll have
you
different
saying that.
conversations. So we're gonna
Actually,
go. So, I'm sorry.
I'll wait for my turn.
You,
Yeah, I would like to speak, if I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Look, you know, sometimes we get in this conversation, I really don't know what world I'm in. I really don't. I have to be very honest with you. You know, I don't want to make this personal, but I really don't understand. The population of California has been going down for 5 years. You can check the census data if you don't believe me. You can check with the, what do they call it, the Bureau of Data there in Sacramento, if you don't believe me. People are leaving California. They're not leaving Northern California. They're not leaving where the jobs are. The reason people are coming here is because there are jobs here. And you know, I'm not a pro-growth guy. I'm not an anti-growth guy. I would like to see a decent rate of growth. But I have to tell you, I'm just tired of people saying to me, oh, well, I've been telling you this for 5 years, whatever. We could have had a workable growth control ordinance a year ago if we hadn't tried to basically put in a growth control ordinance that we knew the state would never accept. I mean, we knew the state is never going to accept a growth control ordinance that adds $80,000 or $100,000 or $450,000 on the cost of any house. Not when they got people sleeping in the streets everywhere you look. It's amazing. We come here, we spend 2 hours talking about homeless people, and then we make believe we have nothing to do with it. That's crazy. It's just crazy. This whole state's got homeless people everywhere you go. I heard Council Member Lenore say she was riding the train and look on the other side of the tracks all the way up to Sacramento, if I remember what she said. And that's all you see is homeless people. And yet at the same time, everybody who owns a home in California goes, hey, not in my backyard. Don't put any more homes near me, except for the one my mother-in-law needs, except for the one my father-in-law needs. Just don't put it by me if there's a stranger. You know, I get so frustrated, I just don't know where to do. We graduate several hundred people from high school here, San Benito High, not counting one of the other high schools in the county. We graduate a couple of hundred kids from San Benito High.
700.
Every year, about 700. Thank you very much. That's a big number. 700. And about 200 to 250 of them go away to college. Where do the other kids live? In their parents' house. Those houses are bulging out at the sides. And we say, well, at least we didn't build another house. And we go in there and we have a fire and we pull people out of there and we find out there's 21 people living in a house? We had 21 people living in a house. I got news for you. 21 people live in a house all over this city. Nobody wants to admit it because if they had admitted it, they'd have to do something about it, okay? So, you know, who are we fooling? Do you really think the number of houses we built justify the amount of traffic we had? I'll give you a simple way to figure out what's going on here in this city. Wait till this time of night and drive around the city and start counting the cars that are parked and double parked and triple parked, and the entire driveway's full of cars and the curbs are all full of cars because every house is full of people. That includes people who are relatives. That includes people who aren't relatives, who they're renting rooms to. That includes teenagers who are couch surfing because their parents can't find a place to live. And we go around here going, well, you know, it's really all about how many houses we built. I'm willing to accept 159, but I'm going to tell you something just so you know the truth. It isn't about the number of houses we build. It's about what they cost. If you want to put people in houses, you can't keep charging $600,000 so that some guy working out in a lettuce field is supposed to come up with the money to pay the rent because he can't do it. He's lucky if he can rent 10 square feet in one of these houses. And everybody in this place, not just on the west side, we talk about poor people on the west side, not just on the west side, I guarantee you, all over this city, even in the expensive homes, people are double and tripled and quadrupled up, and they got their parents in there, and they got their kids in there, and they got the kids who left and came back with a wife or a husband and 2 children because they can't find a place to live. And but we'll be happy as long as nobody lives behind us. I think we're a bunch of fools. But you want 159? Sure, I'll vote for 159. The mayor's going to say, that's too much for me. I want 1% or 0.5% or 1/4% or 1/8%. It ain't going to make any difference. Those people are going to be living here. The only difference is, are they going to be living in a house, or are they going to be quadrupled up? And everything will be wonderful until we had Mr. Casada here say, what I want to see in Hollister is the ghost ship. Did you hear him say that? Everybody involved with the ghost ship is either in jail or on trial, going to jail, okay? You don't know what the ghost ship is? The ghost ship was the place in Oakland that burned down. That's what he wants. He wants people living in warehouses with no steps, he wants people living with 15 kids in a room or in a garage. Who are we fooling? They are here. They are living here. We can't give them any housing, so we make believe that we're controlling growth. We don't control growth. There's no toll road here. There's nobody counting the heads that come here every day. There's nobody counting the people going on Route 25. There's nobody, and every time we see 21 people in a house, we do this. I'll make believe I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Because I'll bet you every house to the left and every house to the right's got 21 people too. Okay? So what we're doing is we're doing the fake slum deal. Okay? The outside looks nice, the inside's got 21 people. What do you think it's like to live there? I think it's ridiculous. I think what we ought to be doing is demanding some people build some affordable housing somewhere in California. And, maybe we could, if we really cared about the homeless, and if we really cared about people who can't afford a place to live, then we would do something about it. But we don't want to do something about it because there's no votes in that. It's only the people who own houses who go, don't put them near me. There's votes in that. So I'll vote for that.
Councilmember Resendez?
It's late and I'm tired. I'm trying to follow the logic here. So people are moving away to go to college, and then some people are staying here, but they're quadrupling. So if we build more houses, those people are then going to be able to buy those houses. That doesn't make sense to me because I have a job, I have a degree, my partner does, and we can't even afford to buy a house here. I think the problem is bigger than this number here. We have a broken education system. We have infrastructure that's being impacted. There's no jobs here, and people are frustrated. And they don't understand. They do not understand how things work. I didn't understand. If we set this number to 0, they're still going to build houses here for a number of years. And yeah, we're going to be in trouble with the state. But I'm with the mayor on that honestly, I feel like the state needs to come in and support us. They need to help us with our schools that are being impacted. They need to help us with our infrastructure, and we need to do something about bringing more jobs over here. And I don't know how to do that other than to probably not be in compliance. My question is, how often do we do this growth management program, or how often can we submit for it?
So what I would always be suggesting is that when you're implementing a growth management program or doing an allocation process, you do multiple years at one time. And that's only so that you have enough in a pool to make it worthwhile, and it saves a lot of time from the staff's perspective and your perspective, because you're going to find that when you start really getting involved in it, it's going to take much longer than you actually think it is.
No. All right, I understand that. What does a 1% number look like? What does that number look like?
1%, I mean, just off the top of your head, we have about 10,000 units in the city, maybe closer to 11 now. So it's probably right around 108, 109, somewhere in that neighborhood.
All right. I say for the sake of our community and the public that's so frustrated, lower the number for now to 100. It's really not that big of a difference. It's really going to let the community know that we stand behind them, we're understanding them. And if the state wants to come over here and have a talk with us, let them. I'm just as frustrated with all of this. And I'm willing, honestly, to go down to 0 just to make a statement, because that's where I'm at with all of this, honestly, which I know will never pass, but that's just where my head's at.
We need to be leaders on this subject, leaders, to give them the true reality of what they're facing, not sugarcoat it for them. That's just gonna backfire later. We're supposed to be up here being leaders, not saying we're gonna do zero building because they don't like it. The state's not gonna like that.
Well,
I'm just telling you the truth and what I
That's
heard.
not what I'm
alright?
suggesting. I'm suggesting that we take a stand so that we can stand up for them and get some more resources and some more support out here. I think that is being a leader.
hang on. So, I think what's important for all of us to understand, we have difference of opinion. Some people see more of a number, some people see less. Does it
I'm a
make one a
planner.
liar or
What
not?
can I
Just,
say?
hey, it is what it is. It's what we each believe in.
I just come from
Several
a
years
planning
back,
perspective.
again, I point out 150, 160 units. If we did this now, would work for us. We chose to ignore that in favor of aggressively approving more homes. At the same time, that part of that conversation was making sure we had affordables mixed into this so we wouldn't have some of these problems. We chose to ignore that. Now we sit here facing all of the problems we chose to ignore just a few short years ago. Because, hey, let's just double that number. That's what we need. People are gonna live, double up, triple up in houses no matter what we do. Whether we build 10,000 homes a year or whether we build zero. That's just the way some of these things work. We need to be responsible for our community, and we need to understand what we want as a community. And we do it right, as I've said over and over again. We could do this. We can absorb a certain amount of numbers. We can make sure we always have the infrastructure to keep up with it all and never bankrupt us. It's just numbers. Look at the numbers, and the numbers will tell you the story. Simple as that. Then the other part of the story is listen to the public. Are they in the mood to become a big suburb? My view of that is absolutely not, and I support them on that. Others might view it as we need to build more because more people are graduating from high school. That's their view on that. The state, I really don't trust. And I've said this from very beginning when they said we have no choice but to do this, and I kept pointing out, you're talking about affordable units. And I remember that conversation because everybody kept saying, oh, no, it's everything. And as I said it over, we found out it was about the affordable units. Of course, there's some single family into it, but we were meeting the requirements. That I remember quite clearly. We were meeting the requirements. We chose to blow past it. Now we're in this situation where we have to put something together that the public will accept, and it's fair. Again, I just want to see a lower number. I do appreciate you brought this up like this. I want to see those other things happen. I want to see a general plan in motion. That's a critical part of this. Had we even done that part, we'd be in a much better position than we are now. Councilmember Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Once again, since we don't have a tiebreaker here because we look like we're 2-2, I don't think the mayor can direct you to put in a lower number. We don't have a majority here. I don't like a lower number. I think that's low enough. That's a pretty low rate. So as the mayor likes to say, well, it ain't gonna make any difference. These guys are gonna build houses anyway. So if it ain't gonna make any difference, why say I want a lower number? Are we doing that for votes? Are we doing that because we mean it? We could have had something that worked 8 months ago, 10 months ago, easily, if we didn't try to just take some kind of vendetta out on the developers. Oh, let's charge them $100,000 extra. And the state looked at it and went, if you do that, we're gonna disapprove your housing element. They didn't say maybe, they said yes. And I think people who are looking at the state going, well, I'm ready to fight the state, don't think, do you guys actually live here? I mean, we live in Hollister. You want to fight the state of California? How'd you make out the last time you tried to fight the state of California? I'm just wondering. I think they knocked us for a loop with one hand. They went, I'll tell you what, you implement that, we'll take you off the certified list. You won't even qualify for a CDBG grant. You won't qualify for this and you won't qualify for that. Be my guest. Go ahead, do it. By the way, we got off of that in about 3 seconds. I don't know, what are you proving? No, I want to know what somebody's proving. You're proving who voted for more people. Did more people vote for you than voted for the governor? I mean, this is ridiculous.
Again,
I disagree. No, let me finish. I disagree with a lot of things the governor does. You know, but he's the governor. You want to take him on? Fine. Join 500 other cities and sue him like everybody else. Don't sit here and challenge the governor because, God forbid, he should walk in the door and take our certification away on the housing element. What are you going to prove? Well, I stood up to him. It only cost everybody in town here $1 million, but I stood up to him.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Speaker. I think there was another comment, or?
I happen to disagree that the west side is not mostly the one that's quadrupled. That demographic and that population in that side of town is mostly quadrupled, and I don't think, I happen to disagree with you, that it's a problem throughout the city. Yes, there's probably others, but it's majority over that side. I also want to point out that being a good leader means that you have to find compromise and you have to work together and not wait for your third vote to get here because you can't agree or work with other people. I don't think that's being a good leader. That person's not here tonight. We should come up with a compromise. We should do the job we're elected to do, discuss the policy. There is a divide up here, but I think that we owe it to find some common ground to put some number forth and do as we're elected to do and work through this policy together, whether your third vote's here or not.
It's not my vote. I object.
Just so we don't get into
That is not my vote.
Wait, just so we don't get into this situation again. We're not.
Change because it's different than what you want? No. And I'm a planner. I'm looking at AMBAG stats. I'm looking at planning. 37 years of planning. I think I know a few things. I know there's a real threat in Sacramento, and you need to quit saying there isn't.
No, I'm not saying there isn't.
Well,
I'm saying we had met the requirements. We had met the requirements.
I'm not running for office. I just tell them how it is.
That's fine. So, Bill, obviously you're not going to get the direction, but maybe a suggestion for you is you can have optional items, one at 100 or whatever number, one at 159, one at 300, whatever. Optional items, and you can go from
And then
there.
when we come back, we'll motion and what, okay.
Exactly. Kind of like the biker rally. Okay, we have a speaker.
Richard Ferreira.
Thanks for staying.
Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, I'm Richard Ferrer. History has a very valuable lesson everybody should pay attention to. Here's some of the history of Hollister regarding growth. In the early 2000s, we had a mandated building moratorium caused by our waste treatment plant failure. Because of that, we had no housing growth for a number of years, and this is the history of that result. We lost 3 major commercial retail businesses: Hayward Lumber Company, Fortino's Furniture and Appliance Company, and Staples Stationery. In addition to that, we lost Lowe's Home Improvement Store that was ready to break ground in Hollister and stopped because of the lack of housing growth. That resulted in the loss of hundreds of local jobs, and those people are now commuting out of town for employment. That also resulted in hundreds of customers now driving out of town to purchase goods no longer available in Hollister. It also resulted in a loss of sales tax revenue of goods no longer available in Hollister. Mr. Mayor claims he wants to stop all new housing growth and is going to recruit new businesses and jobs. What makes anybody think new businesses will come to Hollister that will not have a low growth program when recent history shows with that scenario we lost existing businesses and a potential business pulled out? The business world in general, when looking to start, relocate, or expand into an area, the first thing they look is potential for growth and the city's attitude toward the ease and approachability and helping them become part of the community. The Hollister community voted to fund the construction of a new waste treatment plant with a capacity for growth way into the future, and that plant has been built. The cost of that project is being repaid by the addition of new hookups, mainly new construction of new housing. The schools are expanding in anticipation of growth. Mr. Mayor, your actions like your opposition to the 400 block, even though local business community of Hollister supported it. Thanks for the wisdom of the 3 council members that voted against you. And now your proposed growth management program? Unless you and the council look at what history has taught us, that direction will lead to the city to economic failure. You talk about the new shopping center. If you install slow growth management program, those interests will stop. I'm sorry I only get 3 minutes at a time. I could stand up here like hours of you guys been telling you and tell you how you could get affordable housing and what it takes. I spent 40 years building housing. I can tell you how to make it built.
Okay, any other speakers?
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. There you go, Bill. There's some ideas for you. All right, everyone? Okay, HIJK, there's no business. Is there a motion to adjourn? The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.